Let's pray. Guide, we beseech thee, Almighty God, members of this honorable house, that they may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and for the glory of thy holy name. Join me in saying the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray be seated. This Parliament now convenes. Good morning to everyone. Last Friday, we sat here and had the presentation of revenue and expenditure for the period 2025, presented by the Minister for Finance, the Honorable Dennis Cornwall. And today we will have the budget presentations from other members of Parliament, beginning with the Leader of His Majesty Opposition. I now invite the Honorable Leader of His Majesty Opposition to make her contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a profound sense of duty and responsibility to deliver my maiden response to the 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure in my capacity as Leader of His Majesty's Opposition. Mr. Speaker, I do not just see this as an opportunity to analyze figures presented by the government. I see this as an opportunity to advocate on behalf of the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Mr. Speaker, although I reserve my acknowledgements for the end of my presentation, it would be remiss of me not to thank God for His grace and His mercies that have kept me. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today drawing strength from the words of the psalmist David in Psalms 121, when he said, and I quote, "I will lift mine eyes to the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which make heaven and earth. The Lord shall preserve my going out and my coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore." Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is with this faith in God that I embrace this opportunity entrusted me to. I am also grateful, Mr. Speaker, to the father of this House, Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell, who has dedicated 40 years of distinguished service within the parliamentary walls. demonstrating, Mr. Speaker, an unwavering commitment to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. To my esteemed colleagues, the members from St. Mark and St. Andrew Northeast, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the confidence you have placed in me and for your unwavering support on this journey. Your dedicated service and selflessness are sources of motivation for countless women and girls across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, and I say across the world. As we conclude and as the world concludes the celebration of International Women's Day, I emphasize the impact that they have on the world. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, under the new National Party's administration, Grenada gained international recognition, ranking as high as 6th in the world for women's representation in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this is an achievement that is unmatched in the region, except for Cuba, which ranked 2nd. Mr. Speaker, after the 2022 general elections, Grenada fell to 64th in the world. I therefore called Mr. Speaker this morning for renewed efforts to advance gender equality and to strengthen women's participation in political representation in this country. Mr. Speaker, as we turn our attention to the 2025 budget that is before us today, I dare say it is a troubling picture. So, Speaker, never mind the nice words and all that has been said in the presentation last Friday. This budget is a narrative that has been woven with threads of incompetence, mismanagement, and self-interest. Mr. Speaker, this budget, which raises significant concerns about the stewardship of this country, must be dissected properly. Mr. Speaker, the mere fact that we are debating the 2025 budget almost at the end of the first quarter in 2025 is in itself a reflection of that incompetence that I spoke about. Mr. Speaker, I therefore want to register our very strong opposition to this government's unjustifiable delay in presenting this national budget, which should have been before this House traditionally December of 2024. Mr. Speaker, this is not a political issue. It is a matter of governance. It is a matter of efficiency. It's a matter of national stability. Mr. Speaker, the impact of Hurricane Beryl in 2024 was cited as the main reason for the delay in presenting this budget. Poor Beryl. Poor Beryl. Mr. Speaker, let us remember that the destruction of Hurricane Beryl, as the minister himself said, amounted to 16.5% of GDP, the damage done. We were fortunate, Mr. Speaker, that all of our major ports and government institutions remain intact. Furthermore, the government was not reliant on external aid to initiate recovery efforts. Let us remember, Mr. Speaker, 14 days, only 14 days after the passage of the Hurricane Beryl, Mr. Speaker, this government received a payout of $118 million from the CRIF Fund to start the recovery efforts. Mr. Speaker, might I remind us, a facility initiated by the new National Party administration. But, Mr. Speaker, on the subject of the CRIF payout, can you believe that after collecting $118 million, the Minister for Finance, Mr. Speaker, had the audacity to attack the previous government, falsely claiming that we decided to discontinue that facility. Mr. Speaker, instead of fabricating accusations, shouldn't the government be acknowledging the fact that they directly benefited from the very decisions that they now seek to discredit? Mr. Speaker, the $108 million they received after the passage of this hurricane would not have been possible had it not been for the vision, Mr. Speaker, and the actions of the new National Party administration. Mr. Speaker, every time this government speaks about CRIF, they should be saying thank you. Ungratefulness is worse than obeah. Mr. Speaker, how can we even begin to compare Hurricane Beryl's destruction and recovery with that of Hurricane Ivan? Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance, and I excuse him, he lived out of Grenada during the passage of Hurricane Ivan. Obviously, he would have missed the fact that Grenada sustained damages not 16.5% of GDP, 200%, Mr. Speaker. It is therefore lawless, or almost lawless in my opinion, to compare 16.5% with 200%. Mr. Speaker, let us just get serious for a moment. Mr. Speaker, given the immense scale of damages caused by Hurricane Ivan, the delay in presenting the budget was absolutely justified. The government had to secure international aid to start the recovery process. We had to reassess national priorities and finalize the national budget. There was no $118 million payout 14 days after. Mr. Speaker, in fact, there was no CRIF at that time. Mr. Speaker, the Treasury was not pregnant at that time either, Mr. Speaker, and we did not have a CBI program, so we did not have $1 billion in CBI revenue. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I remain uncomfortable, and it remains unacceptable, the lame reason that has been advanced for the late delayed presentation of the 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, even with the extent of the damages of Ivan, the NNP administration, in a shorter time, was able to bring a budget to this House. But notwithstanding this today, Mr. Speaker, as we closely examine the allocations and priorities outlined in this budget, we must confront the harsh reality of missed opportunities, squandered potentials, overshadowed and narrowed interests. Mr. Speaker, the figures presented do not just merely represent cold numbers. They embody decisions that affect every aspect of our lives, from education and healthcare to infrastructure and economic sustainability. It is our duty, Mr. Speaker, to scrutinize these decisions rigorously and to illuminate the instances where short-sightedness and personal interests have prevailed over the common good and the common man. Mr. Speaker, the tale of the numbers within the estimates of revenue and expenditure starkly contrasts the very theme of a Grenada that is rising through prioritized investments in economic growth, youth development, and healthcare as advanced by this government. Economic governance. Mr. Speaker, this budget is being introduced at a pivotal moment when we are most confronted And we must confront, Mr. Speaker, the unyielding realities of our global landscape. We just have to turn on our televisions and understand what faces us. Mr. Speaker, the International Monetary Fund World Economic Outlook for 2025 anticipates a troubling contraction in global growth of 3.3%, which falls below the 20-year average of 3.7%. Mr. Speaker, you would not have heard this on Friday. But in Grenada, we have witnessed a sharp decline in our growth rate since this government took office, dropping from 6.4% in 2022 to a projected 3.9% in 2025, according to the IMF. You know, we quote the IMF conveniently. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the current posture of the United States regarding trade, investment, and migration poses a significant threat to our revenue from the CBI program. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, it threatens to further escalate the cost of living for citizens of this country. Mr. Speaker, this very alarming situation demands bold, expansionary fiscal policies and strategies that would effectively channel funds into sectors essential for invigorating economic activities in Grenada. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we must heavily rely on capital projects, not recurrent expenses, capital projects. What was presented on Friday, Mr. Speaker, definitely, absolutely cannot achieve this. Mr. Speaker, this government, upon taking the reins of power in 2022, inherited a pregnant treasury, boasting of over 500 million in reserves and a primary balance surplus of 84.5 million, or 3.6% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, over the past 2.5 years, this administration has proudly proclaimed revenues from passport sales exceeding $1 billion, achieving, gloatingly, the highest passport revenue in 2 years in Grenada's history. Mr. Speaker, the amount generated in CBI and CBI revenues over this period, guess what, is more than what was generated in the lifetime of this program. Yet, Mr. Speaker, until now, almost 3 years after, not one single new investment project to show for the over $1 billion generated from CBI. Mr. Speaker, one would naturally assume that given the very solid fiscal foundation that this government inherited and the substantial revenue, the revenues derived from the sale of passports, financial constraints should not be an issue right now. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, you would expect that the capital investments that are required for this period to achieve the very objective of this budget can be done without any financial or fiscal challenges. Mr. Speaker, I'm getting to a very uncomfortable feeling that by the very action of this administration, we are being forced back to a position and a point in our previous history, Mr. Speaker, the previous NDC administration, when they were selling Grenadian assets to finance recurrent expenditure and to pay salaries. Now, Mr. Speaker, let us scrutinize. You see, it's not just about what the minister said, because you see, there's something that's more important than what he just said. It is what is in the budget document, Mr. Speaker. And it's not even just what's in the budget document, Mr. Speaker, it's the behavior of the administration, the posture of the administration Put that together with the figures and what was presented, and you get the true picture. Don't just listen to what he said. So let us scrutinize the estimate of revenue and expenditure to assess the harsh economic reality we currently face as a nation. Mr. Speaker, the government projects total revenue of approximately $1.265 billion against a staggering total expenditure of $1.602 billion, resulting, Mr. Speaker, in a deficit of $337 million. Mr. Speaker, where are we heading with this deficit, Mr. Speaker? We have moved from previous surpluses to a daunting deficit of $337 million. And it really doesn't matter, Mr. Speaker, how the PR representatives of this government explains a deficit. A deficit is what it is, a deficit. Mr. Speaker, this deficit, and he didn't say that either, this deficit does not include debt, which, if it is added, Mr. Speaker, will take us to over $776 million. He never said that. So who's paying the debt? Who's paying the interest on the debt, Mr. Speaker? As a matter of fact, you know, we spoke about suspending debt payments. Well, Mr. Speaker, you see there are children here and they need to understand. Suspending debt payments don't mean that all our debts are suspended. This is why, Mr. Speaker, if you check the document, the said government made allocation for payment of debt in 2026. So, Mr. Speaker, I am therefore not surprised that the government has brought a loan appropriation bill before this House, not for $50 million, if you want to be, you know, nice and say, well, after you take off what the minister said, they can draw down, and you're left with a $50 million deficit still. Mr. Speaker, they brought an appropriation bill before this House for $825 million. So, Mr. Speaker, it's either you have, let me rephrase that. Mr. Speaker, you have to be not serious. I don't want to say you have a mental problem. You have to be not serious to know your situation and come here with a loan appropriation bill for $50 million. It is because you know your situation that you came with a loan appropriation bill for $825 million. Mr. Speaker, this situation is therefore unsustainable. Mr. Speaker, spending above your means is a dangerous place to be. We don't need no economists to tell us that. Mr. Speaker, the drone shows. That is why I say it's not just the numbers. You have to add the behavior to the numbers. So, Mr. Speaker, the drone shows, the fireworks, the galas, the traveling with large delegation continues to the extent, Mr. Speaker, that this government is budgeting almost 100% more for international travels in 2025 than in 2024. Mr. Speaker, this tells me that there is a lack of awareness of the seriousness of this situation and the situation facing this country. But maybe it can be an indication that the government just don't care. It has to be either an unawareness or a just don't care attitude of this government. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I say, God help us. Mr. Speaker, I believe the Minister for Finance attempted to mislead the general public to believe that the government is financially capable of funding the budget from government deposits and that a loan is not necessary. Mr. Speaker, permit me. You know, Mr. Speaker, if everything was so hunky-dory, we have enough money, then why are we coming with a loan appropriation bill for that amount? And Mr. Speaker, why did we leave out the 700 million plus and did make no reference, Mr. Speaker, to that figure? It says, the Loan Appropriation Bill, and I quote, an act to authorize the Minister of Finance. So that's what we did in the House. We authorize him, we give him permission to borrow from various sources the amount of $825 million. And listen what the bill before this House says. It didn't say for if needed. It says to finance the 2025 budget and the new hospital project. So it means somebody would have calculated, Mr. Speaker, what is needed, what is necessary to come to this conclusion. Because as I said, it could have been 50 million. It could have been 10 million. It could have been 100 million. 825 million. Mr. Speaker, this loan represents 51.5% of total expenditure. It means that over half, Mr. Speaker, of our budgeted expenses, including day-to-day operational costs, could be financed through loans. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance may be reluctant to tell us, but it is akin to taking out a loan to pay your utility bills, your water bills at home. The Hansard would therefore record this as the largest loan appropriation bill in Grenada's history. Mr. Speaker, when the new National Party administration exited office in 2022, the national debt stood at $2.1 billion. Since then, Mr. Speaker, between 2023 and 2024 alone, the government has already incurred an additional $132.2 million in debt. With this current trajectory, Mr. Speaker, less than 3 years, this government could, with the single stroke of a pen, drive our national debt to approximately $3 billion, a staggering 43% increase in just about half of a single term in government. Mr. Speaker, this raises profound concern about the future of our economy. It raises concern, Mr. Speaker, about future economic stability of our country. So, Mr. Speaker, the government is seeking an approval to borrow $825 million, more than half of our total budgeted expenses, reflect a staggering lack of fiscal responsibility, to put simply. This is not just borrowing, Mr. Speaker. It is an invitation to financial instability that will burden citizens for generations to come. These children here, Mr. Speaker, would have to bear the brunt. Some may argue, Mr. Speaker, that debt is not necessary, or debt is necessary for investment. We've heard them. It is necessary for investment in vital capital projects, and that affordability should guide our decision. Absolutely. I acknowledge this perspective, Mr. Speaker, as it supports my suggestion of an expansionary policy stance at this time. We need that. However, in this instance, Mr. Speaker, the funds are not being marked for just capital projects. They are also being directed towards financing the operation of the state. Particularly, Mr. Speaker, they would be used in areas of outsourcing of services for advisors, security services, travel expenses, and the like, despite, unfortunately, an inherited surplus of millions. Mr. Speaker, in what appears to be another glaring attempt to mislead the nation, the budget has an increased expenditure of $281.6 million, with only a mere $76.9 million, or 27%, being allocated for capital projects. while 207.5 million, or 73%, is associated with increase in recurrent expenditure. Mr. Speaker, this glaring imbalance exposes a fundamental misallocation of resources. It clearly illustrates, Mr. Speaker, the mismanagement and incompetence that defines this administration's approach to fiscal governance. But it also explains their posture and behavior. Mr. Speaker, the funds that should be earmarked for critical capital projects, these investments, Mr. Speaker, those investments which are essential for a nation's growth and development, are indeed, and instead of that, Mr. Speaker, they are squandered and will be used for financing day-to-day operations of the state. The government is yet to demonstrate, Mr. Speaker, to this nation, from the numbers, not from the fancy speech that we heard on Friday, from the numbers, that this budget is a so-called prioritization of economic growth and job creation. Mr. Speaker, there can be no serious economic growth and job creation when more will be spent on recurrent expenditure. That's just a fact. Didn't you find it strange, Mr. Speaker, that the budget presentation failed to list any new projects for 2025, if ever, maybe one, or to announce how many new jobs, Mr. Speaker, will be created? Mr. Speaker, outside of this administration, I don't remember listening to a budget that doesn't job creation and how many jobs would be created. The government cannot be serious about economic growth and job creation. Mr. Speaker, in just a short time in office, this administration has burdened future generations with an inflation of bureaucracy filled with high-paying jobs for the elites, while essential services such as education and public infrastructure remain woefully neglected. This is not merely a failure of budgeting. This is a failure of leadership, Mr. Speaker. By neglecting the fundamental investments that drives progress, this government is ensuring that future generations would inherit not just a mountain of debt, but also a diminished economic landscape, stifled by bureaucratic excess that prioritize the few over many. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we will have limited fiscal flexibility to respond to any major economic shock. Mr. Speaker, to evaluate the government's specific priorities, we must look closer at the expenditure drivers and the extent to which social issues have been prioritized for spending in this budget. To this end, I therefore turn my attention to health care. Mr. Speaker, health care is not just a basic human right. It is the foundation of a resilient nation. I'm sure you've heard that before. Yet, Mr. Speaker, our health care system remains in crisis. After almost 3 years, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Health admitted publicly that health care has not improved under this administration. Mr. Speaker, government admitted that nothing has improved since the last election. Mr. Speaker, Grenadians everywhere are agreeing that health care has gotten worse under this administration. What has happened, Mr. Speaker, to the transformation agenda that was supposed to be rolled out immediately from January 2023? Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister projects his plan for Grenada as the health capital of the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker, let me say this. This vision is definitely not manifested in the government's action. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, 2024, $122.89 million was allocated for healthcare, this important sector. Mr. Speaker, $24 million remain unspent. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, the areas where allocations remain unspent were critical to the people, Mr. Speaker, namely medical supplies and materials, medical equipment, community health services, and funds for upgrading and refurbishing health facilities. Mr. Speaker, could you believe that the government has underspent in those areas? Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, our people are left to suffer. Medication is unaffordable, and essential supplies are no longer available at many government facilities, while $24 million allocated remain unspent. Mr. Speaker, the reverse holds true for the jet-setting Prime Minister's ministry. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's ministry overspent, not by 50,000, not by 100,000, by $2.1 million for international travel, hosting, and entertainment, far exceeding what was budgeted. Mr. Speaker, I question, is this a lack of prioritization? Is it incompetency? Is it mismanagement, Mr. Speaker? What is this? Over $2 million overspent on international travel, hosting, and entertainment. Mr. Speaker, while ministers of government and their political appointees travel the globe in first class, exceeding budgetary allocations, Mr. Speaker, the family of 2-year-old Kelvin, who has been lying in the hospital for almost 2 months, waiting for his family to raise the funds to take him overseas for medical attention. Don't choke. Where is the empathy for this child? Where is the empathy for Grenadians? Mr. Speaker, where is the government's intervention? The rising cost of medication only deepens the problem, with many unable to afford necessary quantities of medication, forcing them against doctors' orders to adjust their schedule just to make do. Over $2 million over the budget. One ministry, Mr. Speaker, international travel, hosting, and entertainment. Mr. Speaker, this is more reason why we need national health insurance after almost 3 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, NHI is geared at making healthcare more affordable and accessible to people. The fact that we are engaging in an elusive statutorization process where healthcare services are likely to be more costly and less accessible to our people, it is a major concern. Particularly, Mr. Speaker, for those among us who are less fortunate. Mr. Speaker, with the NHI contract terminated, we need a clear roadmap for this necessary facility. The Minister for Health said almost not except to tell us that it's cancelled. The contract has been cancelled. Mr. Speaker, under the NNP administration, significant work facilitated by the contractor the Ministry of Health, and organizations such as the University of the West Indies. And so, Mr. Speaker, the NDC inherited, if nothing else, an excellent platform that it could have moved speedily on towards the implementation of NHI. I hear what? Well, Mr. Speaker, even if you inherited nothing, 3 years must have been enough time to begin and implement NHI in Grenada. You said you know how to do it and you come to do it. Get it done. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we are not far from where we were almost 3 years ago. So today we have more questions than answers about this. Is there a new contractor? Was the contract signed? When will NHI be out of the pipeline? These are questions, Mr. Speaker, that we have. Mr. Speaker, how can we expect any real improvement in healthcare when the capital allocation in 2025 in this budget increased by $36 million? Great. But $31.5 million is allocated to the construction of a new hospital. You know, people clap, they clap that. The statutorization and transition projects in healthcare are all fitted in under this $31.5 million. Mr. Speaker, these monies are likely, in case we don't know, are likely to be used in soft cost for consultants and professional associates of the current administration, while at the same time, Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget for medical supplies, listen to this, the budget for medical supplies, including medication, to be used in the hospital, cut by $10 million. How can we be serious, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the government has refused to add not one medical item under the list of VAT exemption. One just has to check the consumer price index. Look at it. The cost of medication and food has been increasing consistently. I guess it is easier, Mr. Speaker, to increase the budget for international travel and large delegations than it is to add a medical item, amlodipine maybe, to the list of VAT exemption. Mr. Speaker, the notion that we are building a new hospital, the notion, Mr. Speaker, that a building would fix our health care problem highlight the cosmetic and superficial thinking of this very administration. Mr. Speaker, healthcare isn't about new buildings. It is about improved services, better staffing, consistent access to medication, improving affordability and accessibility. You could do that anywhere. We need a strengthened primary health care service now. That is what we need right now. Improve existing medical stations and enhance preventative health care services. That is what we need urgently. What will the construction of a new hospital mean for the average Grenadian in 2025? I wish somebody can answer that. What would it mean this year? People would die this year. What would it mean this year? Mr. Speaker, we're not talking, Mr. Speaker, proper health care cannot wait on a new hospital. A new hospital that we don't know when construction would even start. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance gave us a hint. That's what we got on Friday, a hint that we should expect a groundbreaking ceremony to happen sometime in June 2026. And if we judge by the current rate at which projects are moving in the pipeline, then we can guess accurately, Mr. Speaker, that construction will not happen under the current administration. Mr. Speaker, he gave no date for the start, no date for the completion of this new hospital. Only 3D drawings, only videos. AI. Only the date for the groundbreaking ceremony was afforded us in this House on Friday. Mr. Speaker, it is difficult, and I empathize with people who cannot buy medication, who cannot pay for a doctor's visit, who are wishing that they would have had the NHI available. Mr. Speaker, it is difficult for someone to look forward to the groundbreaking in 2026 when they might have been waiting on a date for a surgery for 1 year now. What does the groundbreaking in 2026 mean to them now? Mr. Speaker, it is very difficult, Mr. Speaker, for someone to look forward to the groundbreaking ceremony for the new hospital in 2026 when they cannot get basic medication now in the government pharmacy. Mr. Speaker, 2026, this is great. If you ask me, do I support a new hospital? Yes, I do. But, Mr. Speaker, 2026 is when this new hospital is expected to have groundbreaking. I am more concerned about the people I represent from Cafe and Croshoe, Telescope, Marquis, who cannot purchase, Mr. Speaker, medication now and get an appointment in the hospital right now. I'm concerned about now to 2026. Let's talk about that a little more. Mr. Speaker, these persons cannot be excited about the groundbreaking in 2026 when they cannot afford to buy a month's supply of high blood pressure medication, baby aspirin for the health condition. It is a great idea. Let us get it done. But priority number one must be to fix the current system, Mr. Speaker. After promising all contract workers permanent employment after 12 months of assuming office, Mr. Speaker, to date, staffing remains a major issue in the health sector. In 2023, Mr. Speaker, the government's approach was to give all nurses a monthly taxed honorarium, quite different to what they did for themselves. While this will continue in 2025, we notice a $7.1 million cut in compensation for healthcare workers. Mr. Speaker, who are these healthcare workers that would be affected? Mr. Speaker, we must address healthcare workers' retention and morale before we continue to gallivant about the hospital that groundbreaking will take place in 2026. All these need to be urgently addressed, Mr. Speaker, before we celebrate groundbreaking. Mr. Speaker, will this be, and I'm wondering, will this be another election gimmick based on utterances from members of the inner circle? This is an election promise to be completed in this term. And from the pronouncements made on Friday, Mr. Speaker, I call this yet another broken promise of this administration. Mr. Speaker, this government promised to transform healthcare. After 3 years, we should be at a turning point, an opportunity to fix the systemic issues plaguing healthcare. Yet this budget fails to adequately invest in the areas that would enable our healthcare system to function effectively. We're cutting where there's a necessity. Mr. Speaker, although the government has admitted that healthcare is not better today than it was in 2022, I suspect, Mr. Speaker, I suspect the rebuttal today will be the great mantra NNP has been there for 23 years. That's the way leaders respond when they fail to deliver. If this government was performing, they would not even mention the New National Party. But it's the escape route that leaders use when they fail to deliver. They find a scapegoat, NNP, burial, anything, anyone, blame somebody. Mr. Speaker, listen carefully over the coming days and prove me wrong. We cannot afford to ignore the reality that our healthcare sector is in crisis. It's worse than it was in 2022. And that almost 3 years is enough time to show some turnaround in this sector. We are being reasonable. Almost 3 years, you cannot be saying it is worse. There is a need, Mr. Speaker, therefore, for urgent action. And this budget must move beyond rhetorics and deliver real solution to the challenges that we face in healthcare. That's what you promise. Invest where it matters. Prioritize your spending. Settle down. Reduce race. Reduce travels. And deliver with empathy for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petermann. Mr. Speaker, we are yet to see the prioritization of youth development beyond the cheap rhetoric. Youth development, where are the opportunities? Mr. Speaker, our young people are not short on ambition, talent, and drive. What they lack are real opportunities. When we examine the youth development program in this budget, Mr. Speaker, what I see is a lack of significant programs beyond what was inherited from the NNP administration to truly uplift and empower our young people. You see, you came to make things better. You came to fix what NNP couldn't fix. You came to swing a magic wand to get things through the pipeline. Mr. Speaker, this government has touted. This government is as a youthful government. You would think youth would stand for youth. Yet this budget does not reflect the reality that young people face on a daily basis. What bold, transformative initiatives that will genuinely equip young people with the skills and the support that they need to thrive. The Imani program, Mr. Speaker, that was chastised for years by this administration. A cut of $8 million recorded in this budget. $8 million. After 3 years, Mr. Speaker, almost 3 years, not a single new person was added to this program. Almost 3 years later, Mr. Speaker, no new program, no serious restructuring of that inherited program. What is this saying? Mr. Speaker, what has happened? The promise made to Imanis, we will make you permanent as soon as we get into office. Mr. Speaker, that is what we are interested in. Instead, Mr. Speaker, many of them were sent home, and now an $8 million cut in this program. Under the New National Party administration, there was a clear pathway and a policy position as it relates to permanent employment of Imani trainees. Mr. Speaker, while the government congratulates itself on the 2 new initiatives, Elevator and Enterprise-Based Training Program, Mr. Speaker, note that the budgeted amount is $2 million and $1 million respectively. They fail to acknowledge that these programs, funded under the GIP program, an NNP initiative, Mr. Speaker, only accounting for $3 million, while at the same time you're introducing 3, but you're butchering $8 million off of one program that you inherited. Are we really serious, Mr. Speaker? What is the investment? Mr. Speaker, we have thousands of young Grenadians who are unemployed, underemployed, disillusioned. What about those at risk? Those in rural areas, those struggling with poverty, and those left behind by a system that is supposed to support them. Mr. Speaker, the government's antics in 2025 are not surprising. Data from the programs for youth development in 2024, as presented, highlights, Mr. Speaker, serious incompetence. Less than 50% of the Empower Program fund in 2024 was spent. How can we claim to care about at-risk young men when the very program meant to uplift them remain underfunded and underutilized in 2024? What justification can be given for failing to invest in our youth while millions are spent in traveling internationally, hosting parties, entertainment, Mr. Speaker? No justification. As a matter of fact, that budget, Mr. Speaker, I referenced there, $3 million, is not very far down the road from the added $2 million spent by the Prime Minister's office in overseas travel, hosting and entertainment. We cannot be serious, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members of this administration attacked the Empower program. They promised a better program. Today, the same NNP program was relaunched, even the same name. No major changes were made after the program was suspended for a long time. That was the most noticeable thing, the long suspension of this program. So many young men who were expecting a so-called transformational project are left disappointed. And I say today, less progress is being made in this program than was made in 2022. Beyond employment programs, where is the focus on education, mentorship, and rehabilitation? We have students dropping out due to lack of support, rising gambling and disruptive behaviors in institutions, and young people disengaged from education and training. The lack of foresight in policy implementation has created major barriers rather than opportunities. If we are serious, Mr. Speaker, about building a resilient Grenada, as the theme suggests, we must be serious, more serious, far more serious about investing in our young people. Not just words, but with meaningful actions. Put your money where your mouth is. You can't be adding 3 and cutting out 8. Something is wrong with that. Where's your math? Mr. Speaker, these young people deserve better. They deserve the promises that were made. Get rid of NNP. We're coming to make life better in the stroke of a pen, with the stroke of a pen, within 12 months. They deserve a government that recognizes their struggles and is willing to act. Mr. Speaker, education. Education is the backdrop and the bedrock upon which any resilient nation is built. Yet our education sector faces systemic challenges that have only worsened. Education is not just an expense. It is an investment in human capital, economic growth, and social development. That is why, Mr. Speaker, in the last budget, I appeal to the government to review the free tuition for all. Mr. Speaker, the free tuition for all policy, and consider, this was my advice, it was me to advise. I said, consider providing assistance for transportation and other necessities so that students who need additional support could truly benefit from the free tuition for all policy. I wasn't condemning the free tuition for all. I said, let us provide more support so that people can take more advantage of this program, greater advantage. Mr. Speaker, when the NNP administration implemented a free tuition for needy students, we recognize that financial barriers went beyond tuition. We ensured that students who needed extra help with transportation, uniform, tools, and resources received it. But instead of listening and responding with care, this government brushed aside the realities of struggling families and defended its policy without question. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, there is a 50% cut in this program in 2025. Mr. Speaker, is this about helping people, or is this about ticking off a box to say, yes, we implemented free tuition? Who's benefited? Why are we cutting a program like this by 50%? Who's fooling who? Mr. Speaker, today, despite free tuition, and not just free tuition, I spoke about it too, the raising or the increasing of the compulsory school age. In spite of that, so we say you must go back, you must continue school till you're 18. We say you're getting free tuition, go to school. Man, you would have expected, Mr. Speaker, that Term CC will not be able to accommodate the upsurge in applicants and students attending. Mr. Speaker, to the contrary, despite free tuition and an increase in the compulsory school age, enrollment at Term CC has dropped and attrition rates have surged. Check it. This is confirmed by the government numbers for 2024 also. Only 26% of the 2024 budget for free tuition was spent. That tells something. Parents simply cannot afford the hidden cost, transportation, meals, and supplies. And what has been the government response? Doesn't care. We already ticked that box. Social development, a government devoid of empathy. Mr. Speaker, social development should be the heartbeat of any responsible government. And I said before, don't waste time talking about us. You came to do it better. You came to fix all the things we couldn't fix. Go right ahead. You have our full support. Ensuring that the most vulnerable among us are protected and uplifted. However, this administration has demonstrated a disturbing lack of empathy for the struggles of the ordinary Grenadians. Their failure to deliver on critical housing and social welfare programs have left thousands in hardship. Housing is not a luxury. It is a basic human need. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the current situation, particularly for the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, is indeed alarming. Mr. Speaker, the government's handling of housing projects has been nothing short of disgraceful. Nothing short of disgraceful. In a strange turn of events, 50 to 100 homes were supposed to be handed over to victims of Hurricane Beryl by December 2024. I'm going with the numbers, Mr. Speaker. So when I say disgraceful, that is. However, what is disgraceful, Mr. Speaker, is not one build-back house was delivered then in 2024 December. 9 months, Mr. Speaker, after, families remain under tents, enduring unbearable conditions, while the government moves at snail pace. not at all bothered, traveling the globe, $2+ million, 2-point-something million dollars overspent. So I'm not talking about what was budgeted, overspent, international travel, hosting and entertainment in one ministry, Mr. Speaker. Look at what has happened. No one, Mr. Speaker, should boast about handing over 3. Come on, get real. No one should boast about handing over 3 houses out of 100 Build Back Better houses. No one. It is disgraceful, Mr. Speaker. The intervention of Hands That Saved from Trinidad was a blessing. Providing shelter to some 27 families in Carriacou, even though not one house was delivered to the people of Carriacou and Pitimatnik under the Build Back Better houses. Carriacou, Pitimatnik, and the northern parts or southern parts of Grenada. The government, at the same time, all that being the case, has recorded an expenditure, interestingly, of over $26 million for the building back of houses in 2024. Where? What do we have to show? You know, the Minister for Finance said, the former minister was head of ICT in the region. What do we have to show for this? So what do we have to show for the $26 million that was spent on housing in 2024? Where did that money go? Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the incentives given on furnishing have come to an end at a time where most people are still without shelter, and the cost of furnishing has increased according to the own government consumer price index numbers. How can any caring government, Mr. Speaker, be armed with such information and cease the concession to the people in a time like this? Mr. Speaker, you know, the government also promised to build 500. That is why I said this housing thing, it's painfully disgraceful. 500 Grenadian-style homes every year. Almost 3 years, Mr. Speaker, later, when we should have 1,500 houses completed, not one have been completed. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of empty Chinese-built homes stand as a painful reminder of the broken promises and the misplaced priorities of this government. Mr. Speaker, this budget offers little hope as it relates to housing. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, 1,500 Grenadian-style houses. The government boasts, full credit, 14 houses under construction. You know, I've never expressed this before, but I'll express it now. I have a strong feeling that the one reason for this late, delayed budget is to give the government time to start a few projects like these to say that we have started. Who is fooling who, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the Chinese-built apartments were donated by the government and people of China for low-income families. Yet, Mr. Speaker, many of these units remain unoccupied. Who are the real beneficiaries? Mr. Speaker, reports suggest that most of the units were sold. Official report presented. Most of the units were sold. Mr. Speaker, the question therefore is, sold to whom? Are there Grenadians in need? Well, if there were, then they would be occupying them now. Are they first-time owners? Or has this government commercialized a humanitarian project, shutting out the very people that it was meant to help? Is distribution based on who you voted for? Where is the empathy, Mr. Speaker? Where is the heart for the people? Mr. Speaker, the SEED program is supposed to be a safety net program for the most vulnerable. Yet many qualified individuals are being denied assistance, not because they don't meet the criteria, Mr. Speaker, but because of political discrimination. Mr. Speaker, I often wondered why my constituency, others have reported the same experience, why some officers acted with such hostility towards those who are perceived to be supporters of NNP applying for this program. But, Mr. Speaker, when I heard the Prime Minister at the recent convention rally saying, and I quote, "We need to know that all of us belong to the National Democratic Congress. So we can't just fight for what I go get." When you know or when you don't know who your people are, sometimes the reason the other side is getting it is because we're not saying who are the real NDC people. Mr. Speaker, thank you. It is much clearer now why so many people are denied the support that they genuinely need. It is the philosophy of this administration. Mr. Speaker, we need a Grenada for all. A Grenada where people can thrive regardless of their political affiliation, regardless of their religion, regardless of their social class. Mr. Speaker, let us move forward together, not backward. Mr. Speaker, beneficiaries of any government program should be selected based on need, not political affiliation or party loyalty. What are we encouraging?
That's all, Honorable. That's all. I said it on Friday. I'm going to say it again. Please have your phones turned off or have them on vibrate. You should not disturb the speaker on the floor. Please, Honorable. Proceed.
Okay, so may I try to get my trend of thought back? Mr. Speaker, as I said, beneficiaries of any government program should be selected on need, not political affiliation, not party loyalty. Mr. Speaker, the question must be asked, should a struggling mother, an unemployed father, or an elderly citizen have to pledge allegiance to a political party just to receive basic assistance? Mr. Speaker, that is what the current administration said. That was the promise to the people. Vote for us. Doesn't matter whether you're NNP or NDC, you will benefit. This is not just unfair, Mr. Speaker. It is heartless, in my opinion. Agriculture and food security, a government that actually doesn't care about farmers, fishermen, and others. Mr. Speaker, the current, and I actually hate the fact that I have to speak to this when the Minister for Agriculture is from the Food Basket Grenada, is from St. Andrew, my brother. But I have to speak, Mr. Speaker, on what the budget document said, not to the minister. Mr. Speaker, the current administration has inflicted what I consider to be the greatest blow to the agricultural and food production sector in the shortest period in this country's history. Prepare to hear, maybe today, about the chickens and the goats that were distributed. But, Mr. Speaker, yeah, prepare to hear about that, no problem. We're all anticipating whether the chickens were dead or alive. Let's prepare to hear about it today. Mr. Speaker, but I'm not really interested about the chickens and the goats. Mr. Speaker, I am more interested in hearing about the sustainability of the agriculture sector and the real strategies to deal with a food security crisis that is facing this country? What is the plan to revive the rural economy through agriculture? What is the plan that you had to expand the brain of the ministry by pulling in technical support and advice from individuals who are knowledgeable, experienced, and passionate about agriculture? So many of them are outside. So many of them are outside, not having an opportunity to use their skills and their resources. Mr. Speaker, let us go back to the Minister of Finance 2024 budget presentation when he spoke so eloquently. Yeah, I have a little empathy for him. He did speak eloquently, Mr. Speaker, on food security enhancement project. Yeah, let's redefine that word for today. Hear what the minister said in 2024. He said this $27 million World Bank supported project will provide direct support to farmers and fisherfolk, thereby reducing reliance on food imports and cutting food costs. Key components include increasing production support for crops, livestock, poultry, and fisheries, providing equipment and training, promoting sustainable agricultural practices, establishing central storage centers, and improving farm road access. An amount of $9 million has been allocated for this project. Now, this was in 2024. And that is why I say be careful with the words that are spoken in those speeches, because they do not go very much further than this room. Mr. Speaker, we have to be so careful when we listen to these speeches. What we choose to believe, Mr. Speaker, we should filter what we believe. To the contrary, Mr. Speaker, the Central Statistics Office, their database shows that Grenada's food exports in 2024 fell in value by 37% over 2023. This, in part, Mr. Speaker, was as a result of reduced domestic production and, to a lesser extent, lower export prices for just a few commodities. So what was done in 2024 was supposed to increase production. So let's see what happens. Mr. Speaker, we are yet to see the central storage centers, and farmers themselves have reported that not 1 mile of farm road has been improved, while they experience mounting incidences of predial larceny. They are saying that they cannot see the farm roads. Farmers, fishermen, vendors are frustrated, and they are still awaiting much needed support. There is an urgent need for strategic action, not activities, not distribution of things and photo ops, real strategic direction and action in the Ministry of Agriculture. And the leadership of this country must take responsibility for setting the tone as it relates to agriculture. Mr. Speaker, the medium-term economic and fiscal strategy report submitted before this House, along with the 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure, informs of an average drop in agriculture production in Grenada by 25.3%. As food prices soar, families struggle to afford basic goods, and we would expect this budget to prioritize, really prioritize agriculture and food security beyond verbosity. And you're going to hear a lot of that today and tomorrow. Only nice words, Mr. Speaker, while farmers who are the backbone of this nation are left abandoned. That's how they say that they feel. Not my words, their words. The numbers do not lie, Mr. Speaker. A total of $67.3 million was budgeted for agriculture in 2024. Mr. Speaker, $26 million remain unspent in that ministry. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the overall budget for agriculture is cut by approximately $30 million. And I ask, is this incompetence or is this neglect for the farmers and fishermen of this country? How do you justify cutting the budget for a productive sector that has been suffering for year-on-year declines? Sadly, Mr. Speaker, many of the capital projects and programs that could assist the country to satisfy the mission statement of the Ministry of Agriculture would not be funded in 2025. Mr. Speaker, the government has no issue with spending on international travel and consultancy. But when it comes, yes, again, I need to remind you, because I need you to change. I need you to change that. That's why I'm reminding you. I need you to change. Too much travels. Yes, it must sink in. But when it comes, so you are very comfortable overspending on international travels. But when it comes to farm roads, Mr. Speaker, $312,674 of the $1 million that was allocated was spent on farm roads. Let's overspend on some farm roads, Mr. Speaker. Imagine this. While farmers struggle to access their own lands, government officials travel regularly around the world, first class and in comfort. Where is the priority? What is the point in increasing budget numbers? So I'm not listening to any numbers today, Mr. Speaker. What's the point? Increasing budget numbers and it remains unspent. It is nothing more, Mr. Speaker, than deception on paper, a strategy to create an illusion of investment without actual commitment to the people. Mr. Speaker, the underperformance continues across almost every agricultural initiative. Of the $2 million allocated to boost the poultry sector, imagine this, Mr. Speaker, less than half, $873,580 was spent. Why poultry farmers cry out for basic support? What is even worse, Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the budget for this area, you would not believe this, was cut by 50%. How in good conscience, Mr. Speaker, could this be acceptable? Is this a special initiative to completely destroy or kill the poultry sector? What is this? What is this, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the Consumer Price Index recorded price increases not just for food and medication, but guess what? It attributes some increases to an increase in the price for poultry, pork, and preserved fish. Mr. Speaker, what is the plan? What is the strategy to provide more support for farmers and fishermen? So, Speaker, let us talk about youth in agriculture, an area critical to the future of food security. Mr. Speaker, of the $1.65 million allocated, only $414,569 was spent. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the allocation for this program was also reduced. Mr. Speaker, I know you don't like to, I know they don't like to hear it, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you don't have a problem. Mr. Speaker, while we are increasing the cost of travel, we are cutting the cost to support agriculture. Mr. Speaker, we are cutting allocations for critical productive sectors like agriculture. What happened to the government's pledge to encourage young farmers, to support young farmers, to invest the youth in agriculture, to transform the agriculture sector? What happened to that? Is it yet another case of lip service with no real action? How can we take anything that you say between today and tomorrow serious? At least I won't. I don't know about anybody else. I won't. Mr. Speaker, and the most glaring failure, Mr. Speaker, is the allocation for sargassum seaweed. Mr. Speaker, I am from an area where the stench, the effects, Mr. Speaker, I've searched, couldn't find, I've searched all over, couldn't find anywhere where somebody can show me what was spent in this area. But I'm not so concerned about what was spent in that area. I am more concerned, Mr. Speaker, where is the promised net to collect the seaweed before they come to shore? I'm more concerned about that, Mr. Speaker. Where are the solutions for fishermen whose livelihood are being destroyed by this very crisis? Little or no action in that area. That is why I say I'm not so concerned about the speech. The document, get document, 800 plus pages. That's what the action of this budget is, Mr. Speaker. Not in the speech. An hour and 30 minutes, 35 minutes, that's not it. The document, 800 plus pages. That's what's most important. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to climate resilience, the situation is no different. Of the $4.4 million budgeted for climate resilience agriculture, for integrated landscape management, doesn't appear that we've spent there. Even in a year, Mr. Speaker, where food security is such a serious threat. I mean, how could this be? Of the $9.1 million budgeted for food security, let me just say this again, $9.1 million budgeted for food security, only $359,000 was spent. How does the government justify this? Mr. Speaker, the new MNIB Marketing and National Importing Board was supposed to be fully operational by June 2024. Today, there are more questions than answers. While the farmers continue to struggle with market access, last Friday, the minister told us that they are expecting a new entity that will replace MNIB to be up and running closer to the end of the year. Not sure if to believe or not to believe. Farmers are running out of patience. Almost 3 years. To make matters worse, Mr. Speaker, in a time of food security challenges, when farmers are struggling, instead of supporting local production, Mr. Speaker, government has been allowing businesses to import items that are already being grown by local farmers, undermining their ability to compete. How can this be justified, especially now with the food security crisis that faces us? Mr. Speaker, food security is not just an economic issue, it's also a matter of national security. Without a strong, well-supported agriculture sector, we are at mercy of external shocks. We are at the mercy of external shocks. Yet, Mr. Speaker, this government treats farmers as an afterthought, it appears, looking at the numbers. Not what is said, the numbers. Failure to deliver on promises, failing to invest in infrastructure, and failing to prioritize local production. Mr. Speaker, if we are truly serious about resilience, then agriculture must be a national priority. Must be a national priority. But based on the budget, Mr. Speaker, only one thing is clear. This government does not care about farmers or food security or the future of the agriculture sector as they care about themselves. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to make excuses Everything under the sun is the reason for non-performance. If the excuse is not NNP has been there for 23 years, then the excuse is we've just been there for 3 years. Has to be one of them. Mr. Speaker, until now, some bona fide farmers are yet to receive support after experiencing the ravages of Hurricane Beryl. Farmers have reported that some individuals who are not farmers, in one case someone who buys from farmers to sell, receive grant funding from the Ministry of Agriculture for damages of their farms. Mr. Speaker, farmers themselves are concerned that some persons who received must have received because of their perceived political affiliation to the National Democratic Congress. Mr. Speaker, even in Carriacou, farmers have complained about the distribution of the black tank. Mr. Speaker, the member know the reaction of farmers in the meeting that was held in Carriacou. Their disappointment, their anger, not just disappointment, their anger. Some left the meeting, Mr. Speaker, and most of it had to do, Mr. Speaker, with the way that the distribution post-burial took place. Farmers are concerned. They've expressed it in the newspaper. They've expressed it on various programs. Listen to them. Listen to them. Many farmers, how many months now since the passage of Hurricane Beryl? Imagine farmers are still complaining that they have not received. You met a pregnant treasury. You got $118 million in CRIF payout. You say that you generated over $1 billion in CBI revenue. Why, Mr. Speaker? Why is it that you can increase and overspend in certain areas, but the farmers are still begging for grants and support? As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I would have thought that the CRIF payout that came 14 days after the passage of this hurricane would have been used primarily for that purpose. Get them back, get them going. We need food. Mr. Speaker, it's a crisis. I don't know if we understand in this. It's a crisis that we are facing. While many who are not farmers, as I said, benefited simply because of their political affiliation. But you can understand why. It's clearer now. Some fisher folks are still waiting. Mr. Speaker, what has happened and what do we plan to do, Mr. Speaker, at this stage? We understand the pain of farmers and fishermen and why they have been demonstrating such frustration. But their cries seem to fall on deaf ears. Mr. Speaker, as the young people would say, we have to stop that. We have to stop that. We cannot continue to treat our farmers and fishermen in that way. Infrastructural development. Mr. Speaker, the public sector investment program is the lifeblood of the government's effort to drive economic growth and create jobs. Despite the administration's claim that this budget fosters economic expansion and employment opportunities, funding for infrastructural development has been slashed by $75 million. Somehow the words and the actions and the figures are not matching. How does reducing funding for the Ministry of Works encourage economic growth? Looking back, I have to say that this government should really, seriously now, this is no politics, should really extend gratitude to the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, as they have not been able to initiate not one major project, new major project, in almost 3 years, you must be very appreciative of the previous government. Mr. Speaker, it almost appears to me as if the government is deliberately keeping projects in the pipeline to help protect their image and to disguise their non-performance. I have to conclude that. Why are they being kept in the pipeline? So I'm curious to know, after almost 3 years, Mr. Speaker, when will these projects come out of the pipeline? I am not going to pull a pipe now to demonstrate anything, but consider these projects, Mr. Speaker, where some preliminary or advanced actions were taken under the NNP administration, and they were catered for in the 2022 budget. When will they come out of the pipeline? In almost 3 years, Mr. Speaker, this government cannot justify the progress they've made or the lack of progress made under any of these projects since they claim the title as the government with the record for mobilization, implementation, and transformation. Some of these projects, Mr. Speaker, are still at groundbreaking stage after almost 3 years. Some of them, the ground has not even broken yet. So, Mr. Speaker, let's look at some of those projects that I'm referring to right now. As I said, they were either in 2022 budget or they were at some stage of implementation in 2022. Florida Government School Project, St. Andrew's Anglican Primary School, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Grenada Christian Academy, Seamoon Cultural Center, Molineux Project, St. John's River Project, lighting of the stadium, Guave Ministry Project, the National Aquatic Facility, National Health Insurance, Carlton House Project, Morris Bishop International Airport Expansion, Western Main Road Project, the Cliff Project, the new fire station. Mr. Speaker, should I go on? Oh, we've gotten the point. Mr. Speaker, after almost 3 years, this government continues to run on NNP fuel. The only notable thing about some of these projects, Mr. Speaker, apart from the lengthy delay, is the astronomical cost of overruns and debt to the state of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, who is providing leadership and oversight on these projects? NP has been there for 23 years. Enough of that. Almost 3 years, get down to work, get the work done, Mr. Speaker. I got the impression in 2022 that MIT had the magic formula for the unclogging of the pipeline in record-breaking time. But it appears, Mr. Speaker, it appears the original role of this ministry is changing daily. Mr. Speaker, the numbers tell a story that contradicts the catchy slogans, contradicts the Facebook posting, and the broken promises. Mr. Speaker, even the Prime Minister publicly admitted his disappointment in the progress of many of these projects. The only problem, Mr. Speaker, with this is that the Prime Minister is admitting disappointment with himself too, because he's the Minister for Infrastructure. And not just the snail pace at which MIT is moving, but infrastructure must take responsibility. Mr. Speaker, and let us not listen to the next excuse of the minister that he was busy. That was one of the excuses I heard. He was very busy with the Build Back Better houses. He was very busy in Carriacou. Mr. Speaker, not one, let me remind you, not one Build Back Better house was handed over by December. The 100 that were promised, mouth open and word jump out. The minister said from September, this is what was said, and I could only go with this, Mr. Speaker. We will build 80 houses per month. We, mathematically speaking, and let us say that's 480 homes already built. Then we were told, Mr. Speaker, 50 by December. No, let's say 100 by December. That's what we were told. Somewhere in my head, I have 100. Well, it appears that they're still in the minister's head. Mr. Speaker, do we understand the value? This is no joking matter. Do we understand the value of proper planning? The value of strategic planning in government? Not just jumping up and decide out of your head how many houses could be built within 3 months or within a month. Mr. Speaker, how can we begin to take this government serious? How can we even take this budget serious, this budget document serious? Look at the numbers. We can't. Mr. Speaker, in the presentation on Friday, speaking about the slow implementation rate and the transformation vision. And I noticed, Mr. Speaker, when he spoke about the transformation vision, he got very quiet, very, very quiet. I'm sitting here, I could have hardly heard him. Mr. Speaker, the minister said, and I quote, so what I just said is supported by the minister, He said several long-stalled World Bank programs have been transferred to the Ministry of MIT to remove bottleneck and accelerate implementation. So now you know what I just said is accurate. The minister himself said that. The result thus far has been extremely promising. See, we're fed up with promises. So don't tell us it's extremely promising because we're going to interpret that in a particular way. Demonstrating the effectiveness of this strategic approach. Well, Mr. Speaker, how do you define strategic approach? Anyways, let me just make the point that when the supplementary budget was taken before this House, that was in March 2024, it was clear that some capital projects could not be accomplished based on the timeline. But I guess for PR purposes, Mr. Speaker, it was necessary to call out a long list of projects that would be completed between March and December. Mr. Speaker, we are again experiencing a similar situation, mark my words, that will have the similar or same results as the supplementary budget in March. Mr. Speaker, it may have been more effective to just suspend PR for a while. Put on paper what you know that you are able to do in 9 months. We're already in March. And that way, you might have even reduced the deficit that is before us today. Mr. Speaker, Grenada will be better off if this government would stop focusing on NNP, settle down, mind their business, and provide and produce and deliver for the people of this country. National security and crime a growing threat. Mr. Speaker, while this government identified national security as a key priority area for Budget 2025, the capital budget for the police has been reduced. There is an alarming and continuous exodus of senior police officers from the Royal Grenada Police Force. Let's look at the situation. Are we keeping count of the number of, it's interesting when you speak. It's very interesting when you choose to speak. Mr. Speaker, are we keeping count of the number of officers who have taken early retirement or have resigned, or how many have submitted application to leave? Mr. Speaker, exactly why the member reacted. You see, while some in political security circles have dismissed this, they call it an NNP purge. Mr. Speaker, based on their perception of political support, the reality is, and that is what I'm concerned about, not the politics, the reality is that most of these officers are highly experienced, well-trained, and at the very peak of their careers. Many of them, Mr. Speaker, never even supported NNP. They are just simply frustrated and disillusioned with the system. This is not a matter to be trivialized. This is not a matter to be trivialized. It is a direct threat to the national security, and everyone, regardless of their political affiliation, must be extremely concerned. This is national security. This is not a joke. Mr. Speaker, these experienced police officers play a crucial role in mentoring, training, and supervising younger police officers and recruits. Look around. Young recruits are being deployed with just weeks of training, having inadequate guidance and supervision. Mr. Speaker, I was at a function and I cringed when I saw a recently trained officer who was introduced to me as the head of the detail holding the gun, Mr. Speaker. I cringe. No one in that detail had more than a few months training for a major national activity. Mr. Speaker, we are facing a manpower crisis in law enforcement. There's a serious decline in policing standards due to inexperience and a surge in crime. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, the capital budget of the police was cut. Note, though, interestingly, that there's an allocation of over $28 million under the Prime Minister's watch that caters for security separate from the police. Do research on the areas where most of these deployments are made. And I'm not a security expert, but I'm sure every single person would conclude that most of these areas are what we would call low-risk areas. This is approximately, Mr. Speaker, 36% of the total amount for the Royal Grenada Police Force. So while our hotspots and our high-risk areas remain exposed, Mr. Speaker, help make sense of this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when police can't respond to crime because of manpower issues, we are in a serious situation. What is our priority in this budget document saying about a response to this, about a proactive response to this? Mr. Speaker, does it make sense that the budget for overall overseas travel keeps increasing while the Coast Guard, which is supposed to protect already exposed borders, was denied gas for its engine because the government did not pay outstanding bills? Where is our priority, Mr. Speaker? When these factors are analyzed, a thinking person, or let's just say somebody who doesn't even think, will conclude that we are in a crisis with no strategic intervention or plans being considered. However, we should not expect any positive change if this administration continues to put square pegs in round hole for political expediency. Mr. Speaker, the solution is not simply to train more young recruits. That's not the solution. It is not to buy longer guns, as the Prime Minister proposed. We need an urgent, serious, strategic approach to national security. What is this government's plan to tackle the rising crime and address the serious emerging threats that face our country today? There is a leadership crisis, a manpower crisis, and a rising crime situation. Combine these, Mr. Speaker, we have another ticking time bomb in this country. The government cannot continue to take a wait-and-see approach to national security. Far more support must be given to the RGPF. Good for the pay and grade to be moving along, great. But, Mr. Speaker, we need more support for the RGPF to proactively respond to the current internal and external threats to national security. 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, a commitment was made to hold a national stakeholders consultation and develop a national crime plan. We were promised this by this administration. Where is the plan? Where is the policy? The urgency of this issue, Mr. Speaker, cannot be overstated. Grenada needs a clear, a decisive strategy to restore law and order, to address the issues that confront us. Let's not wait till it gets worse. Despite these challenges, Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the officers of the Royal Grenada Police Force for their dedication. You deserve, Mr. Speaker, to be recognized. Amidst the fear, political victimization, police officers continue to sacrifice their lives in the line of duty to keep this country safe. The merit-based system is being thrown away by this government, and promotion appears to be an act based on emotions and political directions. Mr. Speaker, a nation cannot prosper if its people do not feel safe. What is the government really doing about the crime situation in Grenada? Grenadians deserve a peace of mind, not fear of crime. Mr. Speaker, pension. Mr. Speaker, the issue of public sector pension is quite intriguing. This government touting pension reform as an achievement is laughable, as this issue was not even a topic. Pension reform was not even a topic during its campaign. It was never. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's assurance that pensions would be paid had to do with the regular and continuous payment of the 1958 non-contributory pension to all workers, even if it meant borrowing. That is what the promise was. There is not a single worker in the public service who would not support this. What the workers did not appreciate, Mr. Speaker, was that the utterances was actually an exercise in deception. Mr. Speaker, this government touted the payment of retroactive pension based on the court ruling to 525 individuals as a significant achievement. Yet they have disenfranchised thousands of workers from benefiting from the said pension, as was expressed in the court ruling, through pension reform within less than 3 years of being in power. You go here, NMP has been there 23 years. We just there 3 years. Mr. Speaker, you want to remind me what that bell means?
Yes, when the bell goes, it means that you have 10 minutes away from the expiration of your time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, lest we forget that the NNP in government, I probably should be asking for the extra time that the minister did not use. Lest we forget that the NNP in government had extensive consultation with the social partners, including the Union on Pension and Pension Reform, commencing in 2017. An MOU was signed in 2018 for reform process. While efforts continued, negotiation with the union stalled, leading workers to seek legal recourse, which is their right, and protest, which is also their right, for the 1958 pension, as ruled by Justice Glasgow. At that time, Mr. Speaker, the NNP government was already paying pension to 2,200 individuals every month. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore unfortunate that some of the same workers who took to the street for the 1958 pension will not benefit from the 1958 pension that this government has promised. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister stood in the Parliament and said that the No Pension Act was a continuation of the work of the NNP. Mr. Speaker, we do not oppose pension reform. We never will, in principle. And indeed, we did a lot of work in this regard, no lie, that's true. However, Mr. Speaker, our proposal as it relates to pension and pension reform was far different to what the workers are faced with today. Today, workers are faced with a pension plan that forces them to deduct an additional 3 and 6% of their salary, while the NNP administration proposal had no additional deduction. Mr. Speaker, the NNP administration proposed 70% of the workers' last salary as pension, while today workers have no minimum percentage of their last salary as pension, but rather they can only withdraw what they would have saved. Mr. Speaker, under this current plan, a worker can outlive their savings, but a lifelong pension was guaranteed under the NNP proposal. Mr. Speaker, the NNP administration agreed to provide increases to pensioners consistent with the increases given to public officers. Today, under this new arrangement, this is not the case. I say clear case of leaving the bone and jumping behind the shadow. Mr. Speaker, the NNP administration is proud of its record of stakeholder engagement during this process and other facets of governance. This is how the MOU was developed and agreed upon through engagements and consultation with social partners. It is how we build fiscal infrastructure this government inherited and destroyed in almost 3 years. While consultation and discussions were sometimes contentious, very contentious, I say today it is healthy for a vibrant democracy. It is healthy. What we see today by this government is the stark contrast. Little or no consultation. Mr. Speaker, there is an open attempt to stifle the voices of the people through economic starvation and bullying, be it in the media, social bloggers and commentators, workers who work in the public service, some over 19 years, the union, business people, even in this very parliament, you name it, all have felt the brunt of this unwarranted attacks. Mr. Speaker, it is concerning that some public officers are being called in or written to by PSC or permanent secretaries for attending political activities when they are within their constitutional right to so do. Mr. Speaker, the key word is some, because some officers are known supporters of the NDC. They are not called in. For example, Mr. Speaker, I have never seen a public officer heading a parliamentary electoral office actively participating in political activities. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure she was not called in. This is a cause for serious concern. Not that we care where she goes to or where she doesn't go. It is a cause for concern as it relates to the electoral process and the fairness of the electoral process, or perceived fairness. Mr. Speaker, I intend to write to the Governor General in this disturbing development if no serious action is taken, as it poses a serious threat for free and fair elections in Grenada. This is not about the individual, it is about the office that is supposed to be independent. Mr. Speaker, going back to pension, we have seen in recent times the Public Service Union, Public Workers Union, speaking out on this and other issues pertaining to workers' rights. We have also observed the attempt to dismantle this very institution that is older than the existence of the political party in office. Mr. Speaker, the unions are a key pillar of our democracy. That is why we had no problem, Mr. Speaker, with the contention that existed in some discussions between government and the union. And it is a sad day in the state of Grenada when we witness an open and flagrant attempt to destroy the union. Mr. Speaker, this is serious. Creative industry and investment, Mr. Speaker. The creative sector has the potential to be a major economic driver, yet we must ask, are we getting value for money? Are we getting value for money with the current investment made? Are investments in the creative industries cost-effective? The numbers suggest otherwise. Mr. Speaker, after extensive national consultation, a cultural policy was drafted to guide the growth and sustainability of this sector. To date, not a single aspect of this policy has been meaningfully implemented. How can we expect meaningful development with no strategic framework in place? The Office of the Creative Affairs, now termed Office of the Creative Arts in the Budget 2025, was supposed to be the driving force for artists and musicians and designers and cultural entrepreneurs. Instead, its efforts are centralized and seems to benefit only a select few, leaving more talented individuals across Grenada wondering when an opportunity would come. Mr. Speaker, we all remember the Promise Unleash, a program that was marketed as a game changer for the creative industry in Grenada. It was supposed to revolutionize the creative space, but today many look forward to the promised follow-up, tangible results, and clear direction. Many are disappointed. I know the total amount, Mr. Speaker. Approximately $1 million was spent on consultancies, contracts, and other services. No problem. But how much of this, Mr. Speaker, did the ordinary cultural artists and young creatives benefit from? Mr. Speaker, are we really serious or are we joking? Mr. Speaker, some low blows were pelt across the bow on the subject of information communication and technology from the Minister of Finance last Friday. Yeah. Last Friday, Mr. Speaker, the minister attacked the former Prime Minister, indicating that Grenada has nothing to show for serving as head of CARICOM and having responsibility for ICT, Science and Technology. Permit me to remind the incoming Minister for Science and Technology in CARICOM of some of the gains, just in case, during his stewardship, that he would have to give an update or he would have to share on progress over the years. Mr. Speaker, under the stewardship of Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell, Grenada made significant progress in this area. The liberalization of the telecommunication in the region was led by your very own. The multiple devices that some of you may have in your access right now because of this particular work done. The Caribbean Telecommunication Infrastructure Program, a program that secured $10 million to increase domestic broadband, Mr. Speaker. We have something to show. Mr. Speaker, based on the standing order, can I read additional 10 minutes to wrap up? I'm actually in the wrapping up stage right now.
You have 5 minutes to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, including submarine cable infrastructure and landing station, domestic backbone network and cross-border links, and national and regional internet exchange points in the region. Mr. Speaker, yes, we have something to show. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of a regional digital skills task force to promote awareness of the importance of digital skills in the region for economic and social development. Yes, we have something to show. Mr. Speaker, digital governance project that this government is unapologetic about listing in the very budget document. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the things that we have to show. The reduction in roaming charges for citizens in the Caribbean. I said travel throughout the Caribbean. That was another milestone under his leadership. Mr. Speaker, these are just some of the achievements. And I pray that the current minister would get an opportunity to do more. She can. Or let's just last long enough to get at least some appreciation and commitment. You know, seriously, No, I'm serious when I extend best wishes. As I near the conclusion, and as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Almighty God, whose divine providence has continually safeguarded, strengthened, and guided me, both in my personal life and throughout my public service journey. Mr. Speaker, my political journey has been made possible because of the unwavering love and support of so many. I offer my sincerest appreciation to my husband and our 3 children, their patience. I had 3 children during this political journey. Their patience, sacrifice, and constant love have been my anchor throughout these years. It has not always been easy for them, especially when I was required to prioritize the needs of this nation above their own. Yet, despite these challenges, they've shown great understanding and a commitment to the value of service and patriotism that I hold so dear. For their sacrifices, I am eternally grateful. I also want to express my profound appreciation to my colleagues for their steadfast support and commitment to this journey. I say special thank you. Words are not enough to express my appreciation to the people of St. Andrew South. And by extension, Mr. Speaker, the entire parish of St. Andrew, my heartfelt thank you. My gratitude is also extended to my dedicated staff over the years, members of Team Emma, and to all those who have offered their support and encouragement. The honor of representing you, I take very seriously. To the executive members and supporters of the New National Party, I am grateful for the trust you've placed in me to serve as your leader. I pledge to do all that I can to build upon the strong legacy of good governance, equal opportunity, and service for all. Mr. Speaker, to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, both at home and in the diaspora, you are the heartbeat of this nation. I give you my solemn pledge today that every day I will advocate for you. I will defend your interests, and I will work tirelessly to uphold the values of justice, fairness, and prosperity for all. Mr. Speaker, I wish to say, if you ask me how I conclude about this budget, I will conclude by saying I'm very disappointed in this budget that has been presented. This budget is obviously for a few, not for the people. Our people deserve better. And so I will continue, Mr. Speaker, to advocate for their interests, ensuring that their voice is heard while pushing for real change, not old talk. Mr. Speaker, the members of my team will expand on some of the areas that I've touched on. Any area that I did not get to touch on, Mr. Speaker, they will continue in their presentation. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's left to say, special thank you to you for your accommodation this morning and your staff. And to say to all the members of this House, may we continue to serve in the interest of the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. I thank you.
Thank you very much to Leader of His Majesty Opposition, the Honorable MP for St. Andrew South East, and I now invite the Honorable MP for St. Andrew South West to make his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a very pleasant good morning to all. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give support.
Just hold on, Honorable MP. I know some of you are exiting. Just go as quietly as you possibly can, so he has less disturbances on his side. Proceed, please.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give support to the estimates of revenue and expenditure 2025. Under the theme Vision 75, Grenada Resilient Rising, as presented by our Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for Finance for presenting to this nation what I describe as a budget of great expectations. And it is clear to me, Mr. Speaker, that after listening to the Minister of Finance, I can only conclude that better days are coming. Better days are coming, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I delve into the depth of my presentation, I first want to thank, or I should say, I want to express and to commend our Leader of the Opposition for being appointed as Leader of the Opposition. I think it's the First Lady or the Second Lady. So we see women's power at work in this country. And to wish her best wishes. But I also seek your leave, Mr. Speaker, to place on record the profound honor of this Parliament and of the people of Grenada in paying tribute to 3 local businesses exemplars whose contribution to our country's economic development have been distinguished and outstanding. Mr. Speaker, I refer to Mrs. Lyden Ramdani of St. Andrew, Michael McIntyre, and Royston Hopkins of St. George, all of whom who have been called to rest recently. We pray for the strength and happiness of their respective families, and I do hope that one day this country will officially recognize the contributions to our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But also, Mr. Speaker, before I delve into the substance of my presentation, there are a few comments I would like to make based on what was presented here by the Leader of Her Majesty Opposition, His Majesty Opposition. Mr. Speaker, what was said to this honorable House this morning was that the government has presented a budget deficit, a deficit budget. Mr. Speaker, I ask this question. Which deficit are you referring to? Because there are many deficits, Mr. Speaker. There are many deficits. You have current account deficit. You have primary deficit. You have overall deficit. And there are more. So when you mention deficit, you must be clear and indicate which deficit you're referring to. This government, Mr. Speaker, did not present a budgeted deficit to this House. It presented a current account surplus budget. And it is here, Mr. Speaker. It is here. You go to the document on page 12. Read it. Yes. It says, Mr. Speaker, the overall budget summary is as follows. And I want to point out this one. Current account surplus. Current account surplus of 86.5 million. Mr. Speaker, let me say this. it is quite acceptable to present to this House a deficit budget, but not a current account deficit budget. And if you look back, this House has been presenting overall deficit, Mr. Speaker. Overall deficit budget for the past 20 years. Look back and you will see it. You think, Mr. Speaker, you think I, as an economist, worked in the Ministry of Finance for years, worked at the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank for years, as a country economist for greater than Montserrat. You think I will ask, or I will allow this government to present to this House a current account budget deficit? Never! See, opposition leader, Mr. Speaker, deliberately omitted to mislead the population and come and tell us we present a budget deficit. We did not. We present a current account surplus of $86.5 million. And that's the truth. The numbers, I'm not lying. They are here in black and white. So yes. So that's my first. So that's my first. So that's my first. So that's my first. So that's my first point, Mr. Speaker. After burial, the government has the luxury to relax the fiscal rules so that we can undertake all of the necessary expenditure to build back the economy. And we did. Of course, IMF approved it. But even if we relax the fiscal rules, Mr. President, there's only one rules that was relaxed. One. All the others were maintained. All the others were maintained. And the important one about that deals with your wage bill, that rule is still intact because we have not surpassed. We have not surpassed. We have not relaxed this one. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is not right to come to this House and speak about fiscal imprudence on the part of us and about fiscal recklessness. We are not by any means reckless, and we remain prudent in our dealing with the fiscal situation in our country. And when there is talk about expenditure is increasing, Mr. Speaker, every expenditure on the recurrent side that you see in the budget, all these expenditures are covered by our current revenues. Understand this, Mr. Speaker. Let me explain this to the population. There is a current account balance. What is this? The current account balance is the difference between your current revenues, and your current revenues are tax revenues and non-tax revenues. And current expenditures. And your current expenditures are expenditures on wages and salaries, the current personnel, goods and services, interest payments, and transfer and subsidies. Those four broad areas. Mr. Speaker, your current revenues must be large enough to cover these four areas of current expenditure. So when we present to this House a current account surplus of $86.5 million, it means that we have enough money to pay workers and pay them on time and pay them well. It means that we have enough money to pay for our goods and services. It means that we have enough money to cover our interest payments. It means that we have enough money to pay for our transfers and subsidies. And after we have paid all that, we still have $86.5 million left. What you man better than that? This is good fiscal management, Mr. Speaker.
Good management.
Let me tell you, that $86.5 million will go as part financing of our capital expenditure. So we are, in fact, Mr. Speaker, covering our capital expenditure in part,
Yes, Professor.
because we have a current account surplus.
Yes, Professor.
That's what he must say to this House.
Yes.
And I'm saying, if the need comes for me to give them a lecture on government fiscal accounts, so they will understand it well, I'm available.
Free of cost.
Free of cost. So don't come to this House and give the population misinformation. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. I am happy to be a member of this government. And I will tell you why I say that. This government has a philosophy which I admire and which I support. And the philosophy is simple. We are here to improve the lives of our people and to make Grenada a better place to live. And so, Mr. Speaker, this philosophy is grounded in the thought that it is ideas that build our economy. Ideas. Mr. Speaker, every great leap in human progress, from the printing press to the steam engine to the semiconductor, has been driven by ideas. But ideas, Mr. Speaker, come from our people. It comes from the talent in our young people. So we must identify that young talent in our people and give them the opportunity for them to develop that talent, enhance that talent, and make that talent available for our country and for humanity. And so, Mr. Speaker, what we have been doing here, this government, is that we have been creating the opportunity to make Grenada like a big school. Grenada will become a big school, Mr. Speaker, in which the opportunities are available for all to become what they want to be. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we now have 32 young Grenadians who have been awarded scholarships from the Monroe University. The Minister of Education not so long ago told the nation that 32 young Grenadians. We're going to add another 50 in September. We have 9 young Grenadians right now at the University of Guyana, School of Agriculture, studying agriculture science to come back. We have a young, bright Grenadian right now. He's at the University of the West Indies in Trinidad. He's studying his PhD, full scholarship. He's studying his PhD in soil science. He will soon come back to school. So, Mr. Speaker, our young people, get it clear. Opportunities are available for you to go and study so you can contribute meaningfully to our country's development. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, the Ministry of Agriculture has $500,000. 2025, $500,000 to work closely with TAMCC to create and to produce the different human resources that we need to develop our agricultural sector. So, Mr. Speaker, I sometimes ask myself where some of us are living. I don't know where some of us are living. maybe not in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, having said this, I want to present my budget debate as follows. I want to, first of all, speak about the impact of beryl on our economy. I will discuss the developments in the agricultural sector and the fisheries sector, because they're saying how nothing is happening in agriculture. Where are you living? Where are you staying? We're going to talk about that. We'll talk about cooperatives. We'll talk about the role the Ministry of Economic Development and Planning has been doing. The Ministry of Economic Development and Planning, which I'm responsible for, what we have been doing to prepare projects and to ensure capital projects are implemented and to build our public sector investment program and to plan our country's economic development. I'll talk about that. I'll talk about tourism, statistics, and what we've been doing in the rural economy. What we've been doing in the rural economy to transform the lives of our people. And then, Mr. Speaker, I will also speak about the blue economy, that new ministry that is created, the blue economy. And why agriculture budget has fallen. Agriculture budget has fallen because fisheries is now part of the blue economy. It is stated in the budget. If you read the budget, you'd have seen that. You couldn't come and say this morning how agriculture budget fall by so much. There's a reason why it fell. Simple as that. And Mr. Speaker, I want to ask you for 15 minutes or so I could speak about my constituents. And they are here. They are here to give me support, Mr. Speaker, because I'm there. They like me. Mr. Speaker, they like me. And they're always there with me. They always there. You see, they come this morning, the large numbers. All of them, they take a picture. So I ask you for some time, Mr. Speaker, to talk about that. So, Mr. Speaker, let's start. After beryl passed, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Economic Development and Planning presented and got approval from the Cabinet to conduct a post-disaster needs assessment. That post-disaster needs assessment would tell us the impact of beryl on our economy and what our recovery needs are. The Minister of Finance indicated that the impact of beryl, the damage of beryl, was $330 million, or 16% of our GDP. And I'm saying that that's the official figure that was approved by the Cabinet. When we're speaking about the damage done by beryl, that's the figure you must quote. 16% of our GDP. Housing was affected by 74%, agriculture 10%, energy 6%, education 4%, wash, which is water 3%, health 1%, culture 1%, and disaster risk reduction 1%. So, Mr. Speaker, having received the official report on the impact of beryl on the major sectors of the economy and the recovery needs of our country, our next step is to develop and implement a recovery strategy. And that recovery strategy is going to focus on resource mobilization, impact management, and investment in resilient communities and infrastructure, resilient infrastructure. So we are planning, Mr. Speaker, in 2025 to organize a donor conference to mobilize resources to identify new development partners. So, Mr. Speaker, I now want to turn to agriculture. I hear so much talk about agriculture. I'm wondering where we stay. Mr. Speaker, we do know that our sector faced multiple challenges in 2024. First half of the year was drought, serious drought. As soon as the rainy season began, burial parts. Then in November, heavy rains. So we had it hard. Yeah, we had it hard. But we ain't for that. We ain't for that. We put our team together with them. Look back one here. What the others? Look Kendall there. Look Mr. Williams there. Look Becky and there. Everybody there. They come to give the support. We put our team together, Mr. Speaker. And we put together a plan for the rebuild of our agricultural sector and for making sure that our farmers, Mr. Speaker, were not affected for long, you know, because we recognize that. So, Mr. Speaker, the first thing we did is that we went to the cabinet with a proposal to provide income support to our farmers and to our fisher folks and to other. The cabinet approved it. We said to the cabinet approved that those farmers, and I'm saying all farmers, crop farmers, cocoa farmers, nutmeg farmers, those farmers whose land up to 5 acres would receive cash, $4,500, either in their hand, in the form of a check, or in a financial institution, a credit union, or a bank, where they want the money go. And those farmers whose acreage was above 5 acres would receive cash, $9,000. So we got a list of farmers from registered farmers from cocoa and from nutmeg. This is the list. We have in our ministry a list of registered farmers. In fact, we have 7,334 farmers registered in this country. And the aim was to provide these farmers, all of these farmers affected, because they were all affected by burial, provide them with those sums, as I've just indicated. So, Mr. Speaker, it is true that there are some farmers who didn't get. Not that we didn't give them, it's because they haven't come and collect their check yet. We have checks in the ministry now for them farmers to come and collect. So those farmers who ain't getting money, come and collect the check. The check is sitting down waiting there for you. Good? And there were some farmers, but I don't understand, who told me they didn't hear about the program. Right? So I said, well, you registered? Yes. I said, well, give me your registered farmer's ID. They give me. And immediately, I sent it to my staff in the Ministry of Agriculture to prepare the invoice, to send on to the Ministry of Finance, so that they can be paid. So right now, we have about another 40, 50 farmers who haven't received their money yet, right, including Carrico. We are sending down your money for you through finance for your payment. So if you know you ain't get paid yet, please come and see us with your farmer's ID. Farmer's ID. If you know you are a farmer and you don't have an ID, go and get your farmer's ID. You ain't taking long to get. Because this will be the last. We're closing the program now. It's about time to close it, so we're closing the program now. Good? So I'm saying to all farmers, if you know you ain't get, some of you met me and said to me, you ain't get, okay, you didn't hear about it. I know how you could hear about it. That was all over the place. So, I will tell you, we have given out 1,222 farmers checks on the western side of the country. We have given out 227 farmers checks to get money on the southern side of the country. We have given out 1,322 farmers checks, hotels in the north, and we're giving out 2,130 farmers checks in the east. So of of the 7,336 farmers registered, we have given out 4,411 farmers money in their hand. It is the first time the farmers tell me, it is the first time in their life they get money from government. First time in their life. And I said to the farmers, do it all the money, you know. I told them, do it all the money. It is not fun. Some money must go back in the land. Go take some of that money and buy fertilizers. Because we have a fertilizers program in the ministry where you could get 50 kilo bag of farmers for $50. So $1 a kilo, extremely cheap. Farmers tell me they like it. They like it because the fertilizer is good. It's real good. It's increasing the yield. Good? And some of them, after they received the check, we interviewed them. They said, yes, Minister, we're going to put back some of that money in the land. So, Mr. Speaker, apart from that, Mr. Speaker, we recognize the importance of having food security after burial. And we have, in the ministry, this World Bank finance, $10 million US, food security project. And I call a meeting with my staff, and I tell them we have to move fast and implement this project so that our economy and our culture can rebound as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, that project gives strong support for livestock production. I'll talk about that just now, including poultry, pigs, goats, and sheep, together with the. That project will provide farm machinery and equipment. And I will talk about our farm machinery pool in Maribo. And that project also provides for high quality planting materials and support to our fisher folks. I have to commend our ministry staff because we did work fast to implement that project. So, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what we did. We restored the propagation facilities at Boulong and Maribo. Go there, you will see it. Well restored. 17,500 chicks and starter, grower, and finisher feeds were distributed to over 700 poultry farmers. I was there giving them out the chicks and giving them the feed one time. I was there. We spent a lot of money to import poor breed animals from the USA. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we brought in, January of this year, 144 pigs, poor breed, 159 sheep, and 161 goats, together with the medicine and the feed supply, including hay, for 3 months. The pigs are at Maribo. I went there. In fact, I was at the airport when the animals came in huge freaks, whatever the word is. Good? I was there, PS was there, and all the doctors who would support the program, they were all there. And we watched this animal taken off from the big plane, placed on crate, put on trucks, and traveled to their respective locations. It was a beautiful sight. The only thing, Mr. Speaker, we wanted that to happen today. But the plane arrived in the night. So the people could have seen, exactly what we're doing. But it came at night. Yeah? The police was there to give us the support to make sure the animals were transported safely. So the pigs are in Maribor. You must go and see them. They must look like the barn. First, they're pretty. The goats are in Lara. And the sheep, they're in sautés. And then dead. They're all alive. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they are multiplying. They are multiplying. Good. So when you ask me, you don't know what condition they are in? They are alive and well. And I invite you to go and see them. And I want to give praise to our staff in the Ministry of Agriculture, our doctors, Dr. Cummins and Dr. St. Bernard and the Dr. Nugent, what's his name again? Bernard, right? And the whole team that put together a program for the reproduction of these animals. So when you ask me about a plan, if there is a plan for the reproduction of the animal, yes, there is a plan. And the plan is being implemented. So in a couple of days' time, 75 livestock rearers in Grenada is going to receive one animal, which they're going to use to breed with their locals. And it will happen over and over and over. So after a 3-year period, we should have enough pig, goat, and sheep in our country to feed ourselves and to have for export. That is the plan. It's the first time so many animals have been brought into the country. It was, I heard that 7 years ago, some came in, but you can't find them. But this time, Mr. Speaker, I made it quite clear that these animals are not for eating. They are for breeding. They are for reproduction. They are to ensure that over the next 3 years, we have enough meat from small ruminants to supply ourselves. And so, Mr. Speaker, we're going to sign an agreement with these 75 livestock farmers. An agreement with them. If the animal is lost or dead for whatever reason, they go pay. They have to give an explanation. How come the animal didn't dig? Because we want to make sure that the plan is in order. We have assisted those farmers with building the proper pens. We are training them in animal husbandry, how to take care of animals. But you wouldn't see these animals being tied by the roadside. That ain't gonna happen. It's not for that. It's a special breed. So over 3 years' time, we're going to have the Grenadian spice pig, the Grenadian spice goat, and the Grenadian spice sheep. That's the plan. And the spice rum too. Mr. Speaker, so that is the plan with the animal, and I hope I made myself clear. All we have to do now is to put our talent together and ensure the plan works. And I'm going to increase the number of vets who will be attending to those animals to ensure that the program is implemented, because the plan is there and you start to work it. So apart from that, Mr. Speaker, I was saying that we had large-scale distribution of planting materials, coconut, bananas, plantain, and root crops. Rainwater harvesting, we are investing heavily in rainwater harvesting. 20 shade houses with irrigation systems are being provided to selected farmers. I said before, 21,806 50-kilogram bags of fertilizers were sold to farmers.
Just hold on, Honorable MP.
Farm labor support
Honorable MP.
were implemented to assist farmers.
Honorable MP. I wouldn't repeat myself. Just proceed. Proceed, Honorable MP.
Thank you. 3 farm roads, Barrick Farm Road in St. Patrick, the one in Bacolet, and the Stanhope Road in St. Mark's, they are being rehabilitated right now. Mr. Speaker, I heard talk about Predi Alasani, so let me tell you. In the area of Predi Alasani, 6 motorbikes and 500 security cameras have been procured. And right now we are interviewing 40 new staff to be recruited to improve the effectiveness of the Predi Alasani program. Mr. Speaker, the machinery pool in Maribor, and we're going to make Maribor the center for excellence in agriculture in this country. The farm machinery pool in Maribor is going to open, if not this month, next month. We have 1 soil sterilizer, 30 power tillers, 1 crane truck, 1 4x4 pickup vehicle. We have backhoe loader, 2 large tractors, 2 small tractors, and spare parts. And we have 2 trailers and subsoiler. They will come together this month to complement what I've just mentioned. So the farmers will be taken good care of. You say nothing happening in agriculture? Hear what is happening in agriculture. You mentioned cold storage. Mr. Speaker, sir, the design and specification of 4 cold storage units are being prepared, and they want to use renewable energy technology. There will be 1 at Maribor Agricultural Station. There will be 1 for the Northeast Farmers Organization. There will be 1 at the Maribor International Airport. And there will be 1 for the farmers in Nadig, of course, my constituency. And that is to help reduce food waste and post-harvest loss, as well as to improve the quality of our agriculture that we produce. Mr. Speaker, our agro-processors, they too got some assistance. 200 of them received training, technical support, and upgrades in the processing facilities. 10 medium and 25 small-sized agro-processors are to benefit from equipment. The equipment already here. And the Portuguese Chemistry Laboratory, they too would have received some additional equipment. In the fisheries component, Mr. Speaker, we have Mr. Rennie here, the mastermind of fisheries in this country. Mr. Rennie, stand up, let's see you, man. Stand up, let's see you, man. Let's see you, man. That's the brain. You must let people know, Mr. Rennie, stand up, stand off, we have to stand up. Yeah, man, take a bow. We purchased and distributed 120 insulated fish boxes and 90 insulated fish bins throughout the country, including Carrico. We purchased safety equipment, which will be distributed, 1 safety equipment each, after the fisher folks will have received the training. We purchased repeaters to improve fish to shore communication, but they will be available for use once the towers have been repaired because they were destroyed in the hurricane. We purchased fishing aggregate devices material, the so-called FADs, and the FADs will be constructed in the sea. And the purpose of the FAD is to encourage or to ensure that you get a catch. You'll get a catch. We're going to construct some FADs. There is 1 in Grenville, we're going to put 1 in Sautez and other parts of the country. And 2 5-ton ice-making machines have been ordered, and they're going to arrive in Grenada this month. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, things happening. Things happening. Things happening. So having said all that, I just want to make reference to other major projects that we have taking place in agriculture. Sometime this year, we're going to announce a Farmers Appreciation Day. It's about time we give our farmers in this country the appreciation that they deserve. With the support of the Chinese Agricultural Mission at Las Angeles, and I see Lucy is here. Lucy, stand up. You and your team, man, take a bow. Yes, man. They have been helping us a lot with our agriculture. With their support, we are now with the eighth program. We have prepared the 9 programs. But over the 8th program, we are going to open in Maribor a tissue culture plant. That will be done later on this month. A tissue culture plant in which we're going to produce disease-free plantlet for our farmers. And that is to boost agricultural production as well in our country. So thank you. Thank you, the mission. I'm looking forward to the 9th program. And that is in addition to all the equipment that they have given to us, all the seedlings and so forth that they have given to us. So I want you to look out for that ceremony we're going to have when the tissue culture plant will be officially launched. It will be on radio, and it will be on television. It will make the news. You know, Mr. Speaker, let me just say this. Too often, the good things that we do in this country are not known and are not heard. And we don't take time off to speak about the good things that we do in this country. We want to ensure, going forward, Mr. Speaker, that the good things that we do in this country are widely broadcasted for everybody to know, to see, and to learn, so that when you come to this parliament, you're not speaking with your feelings. You're not being normative, you're being positive. That's what the economists say. Normative economics and positive economics. Normative economics is based on what you would like to see, or what they tell you. Positive economics, and I'm a positive economist.
Yes.
It's based on the numbers. You could see it, you could feel it, you could touch it. Good? So we go broadcast. We go broadcast it. Mr. Speaker, we are working through our cannabis committee. We are working to take to our parliament a bill to decriminalize marijuana in this country. And I see the secretary of the committee is here. Please stand and take a bow, Mr. Noel. Take a bow. So I'm lying. I'm not lying. I'm speaking the truth. For everything that I say, I could point to you. Speaking the truth. Speaking the truth, Mr. Speaker. And that will be a major development in this country. It will be a major development. So the bill, the policy, has already been approved by the cabinet. The bill is being prepared right now by the Ministry of Legal Affairs for the decriminalization. I use the word decriminalization, not legalization. Legalization is a different story. It will come down the road. But the decriminalization bill is being prepared. And when it comes to the parliament, my friends, I want you to listen. Because I will champion that bill in the parliament. So I want you all to listen and be part of the process. And don't go and speak about hearsay and they say. You must be here. Be here. So you can get the facts. So when you speak from the point of view of information. You get it from the horse's mouth. Mr. Speaker, we, in 2024, we would have established a land regularization program. And the purpose of that program is to give people in Grenada who have Crown lands, who are living on Crown lands, but they have no paper to show. Some of them have already paid for the land, but they have no title deed. They have no plan and they have no title deed. Some are paying, and others are there with no title deed. Our aim, Mr. Speaker, is to regularize them. And regularize them simply means that we're going to give them the plan and the deed in their hand, which says that they own that piece of land. Yeah? And with that ownership of the piece of land, they can improve the economic situation. Because they can now use that piece of paper and go to a financial institution and get a loan to build the house that they live, to build a proper house that they're living on, or to educate the child, or to open a business. Good? That's what we refer to as economic independence. So, and I mean, there are a lot of people that get in Grenada. The government gave them the land. Government said to them, go and study. Take that piece of land. But they give them no title. If you have no title, you can't do nothing with the land. So, Mr. Speaker, hear this. The first batch, about 60 people are going to be receiving the plan and the deed for the piece of land that they've already paid for sometime early next month. And I asked the Prime Minister, I said, Prime Minister, I want you to give them the plan and the deed from you. They must receive it from you. So the people in Lakalom, we're coming for you. And those who are all over the country who are on government crown lands, we're going to give you your title deed to your land very, very soon. So you can feel good about yourself. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we are holding discussion to develop a very strong poultry industry in Grenada. The fundamental problem with poultry in this country, we already have two big poultry producers in Grenada and a large number of smaller producers. We want to be able, by the year 2030, to have at least 30% of the market for poultry in Grenada, because we consume a lot of poultry in this country. The problem with poultry is the price of feed. That is the problem. The price of feed. The price of feed is excessive. And what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, is that we are trying our best to see how we could bring down the price of feed so our farmers can compete and produce and compete with the imported poultry products. So we're working on that. So doing all these things, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to move on. I was told I have not much time left, because we have a lot to say. So when people come into this house and say nothing's happening in agriculture, you see what happened in agriculture? And I ain't done yet, you know. I ain't done yet. Under the Ministry of Economic Development and Planning, as part of the policy and legislative agenda, we completed the review of the 2017 Statistical Bill and Regulatory Framework. We completed the National Strategy for the Development of Statistics, and our aim is to transform and transition the Central Statistical Office into a National Statistics Institute. Good? So we're going to make it into a statutory body. We have allocated $325,000 US for scholarships for young Grenadians who want to study economics, study mathematics, study econometrics, and study statistics. That is a grant. All right? The cabinet approved it already. The Ministry of Education is going to implement it. $325,000. Each Grenadian can get up to $50,000 US grant to go and study as part of our drive to build our statistics department. 34 officers will benefit from training in advanced Excel. 12 IT and survey staff will be trained in a new statistical application. 3 officers from our unit will be trained by the UNCTAD in trade, in services, statistical information. And we have over 30 Grenadians right now who are well trained in post-disaster needs assessment. So when our next hurricane passes, we have the people here already who can conduct the assessment for us. Isn't that wonderful? That is our round of applause. We're fine. Yeah, man, that is our round of applause. Mr. Speaker, we've completed the census, and our population now stands, based on 2022 figures, our population now stands at 109,021. 54,542 are male, and 54,479 are female. Our population grew by 2.2% in 2020. Mr. Speaker, could I ask for another half an hour? Mr. Speaker, I just that.
It
I
matters.
have an article to tell these people, to our people. I know, Mr. Speaker. Give me an hour, Mr. Speaker.
Listen, Honorable MP.
Yes, sir.
According to our standing orders, you can't be granted more than 15 minutes. You've asked for 15 minutes at the beginning. I now grant you 7 minutes.
No, Mr. Speaker, then I know.
I now grant you 7 minutes to finish.
I think I want to give him, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, our economy has been growing. Our inflation rate, Mr. Speaker, is 1.07%. You're talking about prices are high. Our CPI, which is the measure of prices in the country, it is 1.0.
Honorable, may I interrupt you? I think there is a misunderstanding here. When the bell went, the bell meant you have 10 minutes more.
Oh, 10 minutes
So
more.
in effect, you now have 17 minutes.
Right,
Is that clear?
thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you. And this year, we are going to undertake some more data collection on the creative economy so we could measure the contribution of the creative economy to our gross domestic product. Mr. Speaker, we have completed the tourism satellite accounts. And that tourism satellite account measures the direct contribution of the tourism industry to our GDP. And the figures is saying that tourism contributes $957 million to our gross domestic product, which is 31% of our GDP. And I just want to add very quickly, Mr. Speaker, that in 2025 we are going to continue with the Community Tourism Grant Funding Project, where we give up to 75,000 EC dollars to people, to Grenadians who want to enhance the tourism project. So all you have to do is go to the ministry, fill up a form, you get approved. I think last year, how many did you want last year, Minister of Tourism? I can't remember, but I think when I was Minister of Tourism, I know I gave out 25. 25. And in 2025, we increased the budget by 100%. So it's $2 million now we have to help our local people to build up, to develop the tourism program. And just to add, in the creative industries as well, we have a loan grant scheme at the Green Development Bank. We have registered 600 new creatives this year. And the loan scheme, the grant scheme is available for creatives who want to build on the creative industry. In the area of cooperatives, Mr. Speaker, I just want to mention briefly that we have completed a white paper to give productive cooperatives an act that is separate and apart from the financial cooperatives. Right now, they're under one act. But productive cooperatives are different from financial cooperatives. Yeah? Financial cooperatives are things like the credit union. The act that governs financial cooperatives can't govern the productive cooperatives. They are different. So we are working on giving the productive cooperatives a different act. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to the rural economy and what we've been doing in the rural economy. Mr. Speaker, we have two main projects in the rural economy. The Basic Need Trust Fund, which is a grant from the Caribbean Development Bank. We are in program number 10, and Climate Smart Agriculture Enterprise Development, the SIRE. To start with BNTF, we are working on completing 3 major projects. The reconstruction of the Bonnet Bridge, it is 85% complete. By the end of this month, it should be completed. The renovation of the Victoria School for Special Education, it will be completed this year by June. The Block 5 in St. Dominic RC School, that too will be completed this year. Mr. Speaker, things happening.
Yes.
Things happening. In 2025, we are going to start the BNTF 11, and we have asked for projects for BNTF 11. So all ministries who want to submit projects to BNTF, you can do so now, because we have another grant to start implementing for BNTF projects in 2011. As regards SIAP, the Climate Smart Agriculture and Rural Enterprise Program, just let me say to you, Mr. Speaker, that this program seeks to improve the livelihoods and resilience of beneficiaries by accessing new jobs, startups, or consolidating businesses and adoption of climate-smart agricultural practices. Adoption of climate-smart agricultural practices. That's the way to go these days, because they are being affected by climate change, yeah? And therefore, our farmers must know what are these climate-smart agricultural practices and how to implement them. Are we talking about that? But let me say this. This climate-smart agriculture practice, Mr. Speaker, it is so important that this year we put $1 million in the budget, because I want the whole Ministry of Agriculture to go to the seminar, the one-week seminar organized by CARICOM on CARICOM agriculture. It's a CARICOM agriculture seminar. In that seminar, we are going to learn about the latest developments in the agricultural sector with a major focus on what are the climate-smart agricultural practices that we must know and we must implement. So I'm putting a warning now, right now, Mr. Speaker. So come September, the Ministry of Agriculture will be half full, because the staff would be attending that seminar in St. Kitts. We budget for it. So when we travel abroad, we ain't traveling just so. We're traveling for knowledge, to bring back to our country so we could better develop our agricultural sector. And I already tell you, yes, I told him, because we already received the correspondence from CARICOM, get the staff in place, prepare the staff. We're going to St. Kitts to learn about these climate-smart agricultural practices. Our extension officers must know them, our farmers must know them, and our farmers must practice them, so when the next hurricane passes, Mr. Speaker, we could deal with it. We ain't going to suffer all these losses anymore. Good? So, SIAP has 3 components: business development, climate-smart agriculture, they have it too, and enhanced direct funding. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say to you that 480 people benefited from the SIAP program in 2024. So let me tell you, as of September 2024, 92 local farmers and medium-sized contractors were trained. 52 in St. Patrick's, 15 in Carriacou, 12 in St. John's, 12 in St. George's. Good? They trained in how to bid to win. Bid to win. So it's a workshop that assists them in knowing how to do the bidding process, how to bid for a project. Good? So yes, we had this year, under the Community Tourism Funding Project, 15 got approved, each received $75,000 each. Things happening. Things happening. A lot of things happening. Let me tell you, 327 beneficiaries access grant financing for their businesses under the SIAP. 92 beneficiaries access business grant funding to develop their businesses. 40 beneficiaries started business operations in various sectors: manufacturing, poultry, agribusiness, health and wellness, animal husbandry, among others. 66 beneficiaries who access grant financing receive training in risk management, business continuity, contingency planning, costing and pricing, record keeping, payroll administration, packaging and labeling, inventory management, preparation of tax documents. So we're only giving you money. We're teaching you how to manage. We're teaching you how to manage. And we're giving you after-sales service as well. Good? Under the Climate Smart Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, 337 community members, 218 male, 119 female, including 98 4-H students, received Climate Smart Agriculture awareness sessions. 143 beneficiaries received Climate Smart Agriculture fishing extension support services. 17 beneficiaries, both farmers and entrepreneurs, received marketing support. 666 Climate Smart Agriculture grants were completed, and 1 Climate Smart Agriculture 4-H shade houses that commenced in 2024 at the St. Mary's Irish School in Lafayette. This is a big program. This is a big session. Good? And going forward, Mr. Speaker, under the Climate Smart Agriculture infrastructure, we have irrigation and farm road access. Good? We have tender documents prepared for irrigation for Conference, Lapoche, Shambo, Bella Road, Limley, and Dumfries in Carriacou. Mr. Speaker, we completed the Granton Farm Access Road. I was there. Me and Minister Ron Regan, we opened that road. And Mr. Speaker, when we opened that road, you know what happened? The road nice. You want it. After everybody was paid, we had nobody on the road. After everybody was paid, Mr. Speaker, we had a savings of $800,000. You know, so I started to think, I say, $800,000 savings, and everybody get paid? We had make no change to the document, no correction, the roads, everything, but it was paid. So $800,000 savings. What might have happened to that savings? The closing farm road, Mr. Speaker, we have done work on that as well. We have implemented the Boys to Men's program. We held 10 weeks, over a 10-week period. That program, there were various topics including gender-based violence, respectful behavior, and coping skills. And 17 young men between the ages of 12 to 18 were supported in St. Patrick's. Good? We're doing things, Mr. Speaker. The Rural Development Unit, it provided support to 3 major components under the Enhanced Direct Access Project. And that project is funded by the Green Climate Fund. The Grenada Community Development Agency, GrenCODA, we spent $652,000 to construct an additional level of the building in Maki, and that will be served as an emergency center. The program for adolescent mothers, we enhanced their roof at a cost of $716,000. TAMCC, we fixed their roof for them. Good. The Grenada School for Special Education, we are also fixing their roof for them. Good. And in 2025, Mr. Speaker, we have a number of projects to be implemented, both of the business enterprise development and, of course, on the climate smart agriculture. So, Mr. Speaker, what I want to say to you, I just want to elaborate a little bit more on that hydroponic project, because I remember some time ago, the Minister for St. Mark's asked about the project. So let me tell you about this project. The objective is to introduce modern innovations in agriculture at an early age. 15 schools in Grenada and Carriacou are going to be part of that program. Good? Each school receives a hydroponic system with a planting capacity of 300 plants. Yeah? Technical training will be provided to the 4-H school. to the 4-H leaders, the 4-H officers, to the principals and other staff. Good? So the 15 schools, we expect a minimum of 300 children to benefit. And I want to tell you which the schools are. The schools are the Woburn Methodist School. Minister from St. Mark's, you listen to me. Thank you. You've been well informed, MP. The South St. George Government School, the St. George's Methodist School, the River Road, the Constantine Methodist School, the Happy Hill RC School, the St. Peter's RC School, the Bonner Government School, the St. Patrick Anglican, the Hermitage Government School, the Tivoli RC School, the Parkhill Government School, the Bosgrove RC School, the Munich RC School, the St. Tim's RC School, and the Mount Pleasant Government School. Things happening. We're doing things. We're reaching the people. Direct. We're reaching the people.
100% max.
So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this to you. In March of this year, SIEP will end. Good? But we're going to replace SIEP with a new program, with funding from IFAD and with funding from FAO. Good? And that new program is called Resilience Integration Program Promoting Environmental Sustainability, and the initials are RIPES, RIPES. It is the same staff that we have at SIEP that will continue to implement this program. And of course, we do have a number of programs to be implemented there. So let me move fast, Mr. Speaker, and speak about the blue economy. We're going to create a new ministry, which is called the Ministry of the Blue Economy and Marine Affairs. And I will be the minister of that new ministry. And the permanent secretary is going to be Mr. Javon Williams. Javon, stand up, man, take a bow. Good? We have our staffing in place. 5 minutes, please.
I can't. You need to wind up.
So let me wind up.
I can grant you any more time.
So let me wind up. So why not, Mr. Speaker, let me just say a few things about my constituency. For my constituency, St. Andrews Southwest, and I must thank the people because they like me and they support me. We had 20 planned office sessions, meetings. Good? Apart from the numerous formal and informal community interactions with constituents. 80 constituents were seen during those planned office sessions.
Honorable MP, you need to just wind up.
So I'm winding up.
No reporting.
No more reporting. All right, Mr. Speaker. Good. So, Mr. Speaker, let me wind up by saying this. I want to end my presentation, Mr. Speaker, by leaving you with one word. One word. One word that can transform societies and improve the lives of all Grenadians. One word that can change the world. One word that we must all embrace because it's good for us. One word that must be placed at the service of humanity. Mr. Speaker, that word is ideas. Ideas. This government, Mr. Speaker, is a government of ideas. New ideas. And action. That's why we're going on. Vision with ideas. And action. And so, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity we have to bring new ideas to this country and to transform Grenada into a peaceful, meaningful, developed nation where other peoples of the world can be proud of and we can be an example for others to emulate and to follow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MP for St. Andrews Southwest. And I now invite the Honorable MP for St. George's Southeast to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give full support to the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year January to December 2025, as presented by the Minister for Finance on March 7th, in the sum of $1,912,872,014. Under the theme, Vision 75, Grenada, Resilient and Rising. I do so, Mr. Speaker, in my capacity as parliamentary representative for the constituency of St. George Southeast and as minister within the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, my presentation will set out arguments why I support the budget, and in particular, defend the allocation of $159.2 million allocated to the Ministry of Health. During my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I will highlight some of our achievements in 2024, identify some of the challenges we encountered, and argue why it is necessary to support the budget allocation to the Ministry of Health. I will also, Mr. Speaker, debunk the notion of mismanagement, self-interest, and incompetence as erroneously presented by the leader of the opposition. I will explain, Mr. Speaker, why the government is allocating $94.4 million to recurrent expenditure, inclusive of $15.6 million to administration, $18 million to community health, $3.6 million to Princess Alice Hospital, $2.5 million to Princess Royal Hospital, and $54.6 million to the General Hospital. Mr. Speaker, I will also explain why the government is allocating $64.8 million towards capital expenditure, inclusive of $15 million towards hospital quality improvement, $23.6 million towards Project Polaris, the construction of a brand new state-of-the-art hospital, plus the $25 million US allocated towards Project Polaris Special Fund at the ECCB. I will also explain, Mr. Speaker, why $7.0 million is allocated towards the health sector strengthening and transitioning, $1.5 million towards the hospital statutorization, and $2.4 million, Mr. Speaker, towards the national health insurance captured under Vote 20. Mr. Speaker, for some, our goals may seem overly ambitious, but may I inform you, Mr. Speaker, that this budget is anchored in the words of Scripture in the book of Zechariah chapter 4, verse 6, and I quote, "It is not by might, nor by power, but by my Spirit, saith the Lord of hosts." I now turn my attention, Mr. Speaker, to the achievements that we have been able to do during the year 2024. Sowing the seeds of transformation. Mr. Speaker, during 2024, the Ministry of Health was able to erect the foundation on which the seeds of transformation will begin to germinate. Mr. Speaker, there was a sharp focus on standardization of practices during the year 2024, which saw the introduction of the Hearts Initiative in primary health care and the ongoing work in hospital services to develop departmental protocols. These, Mr. Speaker, we consider as bedrock towards the transformation process. Mr. Speaker, the engagement of the Mount Sinai hospital systems in the latter part of 2024. That, Mr. Speaker, is a relevant and timely step towards the transformation process. During 2024, Mr. Speaker, 3 additional community doctors were hired to facilitate the extension of hours of service at the Grandance Medical Station, Grove Health Center, and Surtees Health Center. Health information systems. Mr. Speaker, during 2024, we saw the digitalization of surveillance operations with the implementation of the District Health Information System, DHIS2. We are happy to report that, Mr. Speaker, that there is now weekly communicable disease reporting, case-based surveillance for agroviruses, and a complaints module, Mr. Speaker, is implemented for environmental health. Mr. Speaker, during the year 2024, we implemented the Civil Registry Information System under the DG4R project, the Digital Government for Resilience project. This project, Mr. Speaker, aims to digitalize the civil registry, and that is significantly advanced. We are happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that PricewaterhouseCoopers completed the information gathering phase and submitted the draft software requirement specification document for review. So, Mr. Speaker, the foundation, Mr. Speaker, has been laid for takeoff. Nursing and midwifery education. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state to this Honorable House that healthcare is built with the hands, the useful and helpful hands, and the thinking minds of our healthcare professionals. That is why, Mr. Speaker, our endeavor is to continue to push for education, training, and continuous professional development within the service. And you will see throughout my presentation, Mr. Speaker, that significant efforts are made towards the professional development of our people within the service. The General Nursing Program, Mr. Speaker, is delivered by the St. George's University. A total of 21 candidates, Mr. Speaker, sat the regional examination for nurses registration, the RN, the REN-R examination during the period 2024. 20 of those candidates, Mr. Speaker, succeeded, and most of them were able to attain employment within the system. A total of 32 candidates, Mr. Speaker, are also eligible to sit the said exam this year, 2025. I now take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to wish those candidates every success for their exams. The REN-R serves to ensure that nurses have the competencies and skills required to provide quality care to the people of the region in their capacity as registered nurses. Mr. Speaker, during the period, 25 registered nurses commenced training in the 12-month midwifery program during the period. This program, Mr. Speaker, is run by the Ministry of Health in collaboration with the T.A. Marisho Community College through an MOU with the college. One ward manager, Mr. Speaker, in Carriacou, successfully completed the Family Nurse Practitioners Program in Jamaica. This program, Mr. Speaker, is a 2-year program in duration, and the qualification is at the master's level. Mr. Speaker, during the year, one staff nurse successfully completed training in critical care nursing specialized area at the University Hospital of the West Indies, Jamaica campus. The duration of the program, Mr. Speaker, was a period of 1 year. Also, one staff nurse successfully completed training in operating room nursing in Jamaica. This nurse, Mr. Speaker, was awarded 2nd place in clinical work and was also awarded for the best case study in her program. She obtained an A grade overall, and we offer commendation to her. Also, Mr. Speaker, one registered nurse successfully completed training in nephrology in Jamaica. Further, a registered nurse successfully completed training in post-basic psychiatric nursing in Jamaica. Except for the 4 above, Mr. Speaker, except for the ward manager, sorry, Mr. Speaker, except for the ward manager, all of the nurses were funded via scholarship provided by the government of Grenada to the tune of $115,292 in total. So, Mr. Speaker, the argument here is about setting forward to us the platform for the taking off of healthcare in Grenada. We understand, Mr. Speaker, the condition within which healthcare currently exists. You would recognize, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about specialized area of care, not simply general nursing, but we want to ensure, Mr. Speaker, throughout the entire system, we have specialists to be able to handle care at varying levels throughout the system. I continue, Mr. Speaker. 4 nurses completed a Bachelor of Science degree in nursing online at the Edinburgh Nipper University in Scotland, England. 10 nursing assistants who possess the entry requirements for the general nursing program were awarded scholarships by the government of Grenada to pursue the program at the St. George's University. 12 nurses attended training courses in China, and we thank the Chinese government for their continued support. One nurse participated in a course held in Japan on the improvement of mental health and psychosocial support system in disaster situations as part of the Japan International Agency Program, the JICA program. I now turn my attention, Mr. Speaker, to Central Medical Stores. Central Medical Stores, Mr. Speaker, is a facility, the component within the system in which medical supplies are procured and disseminated throughout the system. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to report that medicine availability at Central Medical Stores was rated at 93% for the year 2024, which means, Mr. Speaker, for the year there has been significant improvement in that area. The question is why this is so. This is so, Mr. Speaker, because we are able to hire the CMS manager and also add a suppliers officer. We saw some improvement also, Mr. Speaker, in general processing time for requisitions. And we continue to work with the team to ensure even greater efficiency within the system. Mr. Speaker, several standard operating procedures were developed for the Central Medical Stores for the various components. including procuring, receiving, storing, delivery of medication, and cleaning. We also, Mr. Speaker, saw it fit to do a general cleanup of that place at Mungie, Central Medical Stores. We were able to remove a lot of expired and broken equipment to create some more space. Mr. Speaker, we also were able to develop a national list of medicines within the public sector. And this, Mr. Speaker, enabled us to be able to keep track on what our medical, what are the medicines that are most frequently used in the system so that we will not run out of it. That national list, Mr. Speaker, is extremely important to ensure that we stay on track with diseases as they come forward and we are able to supply the medications to combat any of these diseases as they happen. And also my attention, Mr. Speaker, to the pharmacy. Mr. Speaker, 5 pharmacists received training in leadership and management. 2 junior pharmacists received training in epidemiology for global health through the University of Washington. We moved, Mr. Speaker, we were able to move the hospital pharmacy from its past location down to the ground floor of phase 2 of the hospital in November. We were successfully able to do that, Mr. Speaker, without interrupting service delivery. Mr. Speaker, we are able to compile SOP for preparing for and responding to disasters and emergencies. Ongoing work also continue on the development of a draft drug control policy. Mr. Speaker, during the year, a review was conducted on the work of the Pharmacy Council, its institutional and legislative framework. A report was submitted, Mr. Speaker, for action. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm taking you through the various departments in a methodical way so that you understand, Mr. Speaker, at every level in the system, we are doing something, we're laying the foundation, sowing the seeds for the transformation. Laboratory services. Mr. Speaker, the engagement of Accreditation Canada to lead the process of accreditation of our hospital laboratory is ongoing. We were able, Mr. Speaker, to recruit a quality manager for the laboratory, and we were able during the period to also implement some new tests. And we continue, Mr. Speaker, we are able to collaborate with St. George's University Students Group for a blood donation drive. Radiology. Mr. Speaker, training of midwives in obstetrics, ultrasound, through our collaboration with Rad Aid, we are able to do that. We are able to receive the donation of 2 ultrasound units. We also received 10 points of care ultrasound systems. Dialysis. Mr. Speaker, within that unit, dialysis unit, we were able to install a new water system. And oncology, Mr. Speaker, we were able to install a new chemotherapy mixing chamber. Medical services. Mr. Speaker, during the period, we were able to hire 26 new staff, 4 medical specialists, 17 house doctors, 1 radiographer, 2 medical technicians, and 2 physiotherapists. The Mungay facility, Mr. Speaker, we moved the number of staff there from 3 to 7. We now have 4 house officers, 2 physicians, and 1 registrar. The Princess Alice Hospital, we increased the number to 8. We now have 7 house officers and 1 registrar. Community mental health program, Mr. Speaker, we're happy to report that we are able to implement at the 6 health centers throughout the state of Grenada, mental health unit, mental health care is now available throughout all the 6 health centers. Training opportunities, Mr. Speaker. 4 doctors received training in acute trauma life support within the accident and emergency unit. Mr. Speaker, you recognize again, these are critical areas within which we must train and develop our people. Customer service training, if you want to call it patient care training, that was conducted system-wide. We engaged a consultant who assisted us, Mr. Speaker, to train our staff system-wide. We expect to do the same, to repeat the same exercise this year until we get to that place of comfort. Neonatal care training, we conducted that through, or that was conducted through the World Pediatrics. Also, Mr. Speaker, we had 8 doctors awarded scholarship to specialize in the following areas: psychiatry, urology, internal medicine, and orthopedics in Cuba. Also, Mr. Speaker, internal medicine, anesthesia, and critical care and orthopedics, that training was conducted in Guyana. UE for medical emergencies, medical medicine. So, Mr. Speaker, again, we want to show that what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, within the system is laying the foundation, because we recognize, Mr. Speaker, what we met in the system, Mr. Speaker, must be transformed. We must take it to a desired place before we are able to talk about improvement. So, Mr. Speaker, I now want to turn my attention to the medical missions, and I do not have all of them listed here, but I just want to highlight just a few. And as we speak, Mr. Speaker, we have what called the Grenada Medical Mission. Been hundreds of surgeries this week, and reaching people in the various communities and assisting in ensuring that our population remains healthy. That medical mission, Mr. Speaker, is in collaboration with the St. George's Baptist Church. That is happening as we speak. And we thank them. We also thank, Mr. Speaker, we thank all medical missions, Mr. Speaker, that have visited the shores of Grenada during the year 2024. We thank them, and we continue to do all in our power to work with them to ensure that we have a smooth entry of our professionals as they come to assist us in those areas. These missions, Mr. Speaker, are critical missions because they fill the gaps that our system is not able to fill in specialized areas in particular. We want to thank the SGU. We want to thank World Pediatrics, CHOS, the State of Palestine, and the Alliance of Jamaica and American Humanitarians. And, Mr. Speaker, there are many more, but we want to thank all of them for their contribution towards the development of healthcare in Grenada. Mr. Speaker, I would now want to turn my attention towards the dental department. The dental department has made significant progress in delivering quality patient care and expanding our services in 2024. Key highlights include the increase in patient care, successful implementation of new programs, and a focus on staff training and development. Mr. Speaker, during the period, we had a total of 19 staff members, 6 dental surgeons, 1 maxillofacial surgeon, 12 dental assistants. Dental services, Mr. Speaker, we are happy to report that the restoration of dental services in Guelph and Victoria after a number of years, we now have dental services in Guelph and Victoria. There's also an addition of a new dental surgeon to the department. So that, again, is a plus for us, having a dental surgeon. We also, during the period, was able to conduct a successful dental health motorcade that was held, and to create awareness for the population, including a dental health walk, which happened, and a quiz, which was conducted under the theme, A Happy Mouth, A Happy Body. And that was conducted around World Oral Health Day. Mr. Speaker, the Dental Health Department was able to hold a dental health retreat as part of the continuing professional development at the Koyamba Beach Resort that happened last year. The installation and commissioning of 7 new top-of-the-line dental units, DCI Edge, and that is one of the top leading dental systems in the world today. We are able to install 7 of those around the country. All right. We continue, Mr. Speaker, to participate. The Dental Health Department continue to participate in the school health program, and that again is an ongoing process. Environmental health. Mr. Speaker, approval was given for the introduction of the new Food Handlers Certification Program. This entails participating in mandatory training programs, doing medical checks, and receiving a new food handler's ID. All right, so that is new. The program right now is running simultaneously with the old program until we get to where we need to go. But the training for this, to get certified, training can be acquired on the PAHO virtual website, so you can do it there, or the Ministry of Health can provide the training. To date, we have 14 food handlers duly certified and gotten the IDs to handle food. Complaints investigation by environmental health. Mr. Speaker, complaints investigation continues to be a major part of environmental health, and several complaints were received during the period throughout every district. What we continue to do, we work with our legal advice to take some of these matters to court, and so we hopefully this year some of these matters will crystallize in the court if no action is taken by those who are offending the system. While the department made some strides regarding establishment of a protocol for taking matters to court, this continues to be a major challenge. So we're going to work on that this year, and we expect to see some results. Following Hurricane Beryl, Mr. Speaker, environmental health made some significant strides. You will recall that there was a dengue outbreak, Mr. Speaker. We were able to move expeditiously with the help and support of CARFA, getting some fogging machines and all of that, and we were able to respond rather quickly and rapidly on the islands of Carriacou, Petit Martinique, as well as Grenada, to curb that. And by December, by the Christmas weekend, we had 0 new cases. So we made some significant progress there. Illegal dumping. Illegal dumping of garbage and white goods continue to be a major concern throughout the island. The department responded to several complaints of this nature. Mr. Speaker, we need to be a little more responsible as far as that is concerned. The department will step up its efforts in the new year. We continue to work with the Grenada Solid Waste Management Authority to curb this problem. An inventory of illegal dumping sites has also been compiled by the Environmental Health Department, and cleanup action has happened. We continue to monitor these sites and ensure that we curb this problem in collaboration with the Solid Waste Management Authority. Community Nursing Department. Mr. Speaker, several men's health clinic and other outreach activities were conducted during the period, and we continue, Mr. Speaker, to champion men's health and other problems within the system. And so we want to commend community nursing department for their continued work. Mr. Speaker, during Hurricane Beryl, the department worked assiduously with Carriacou and Petite Martinique in particular, and also the northern part of the island, to bring things under control to ensure that services were not too badly interrupted, notwithstanding the destruction of the health facilities in Carriacou and Petite Martinique. We also pause, Mr. Speaker, to thank the Samaritan Purse for their quick and immediate response. The department, Mr. Speaker, during that period was able to do some pop-up clinics around the island to ensure that they respond to situations. I just want to say, within that department also, Mr. Speaker, we had 165 staff successfully completed the PAHO online training. I just want to always speak about these trainings because that is where we want to, that is what we will use to transform the system. Receipt of supplies for community health. We were able to receive, Mr. Speaker, 10 automated external defibrillators, 14 43-inch television, and those television sets are necessary for the display of important information to patients as they come into the system. 15 desktop computers to enable greater efficiency with work, 9 laptops, 6 portable ultrasound machines, and 11 oxygen concentrators were received during the period. Let's get some of these things. Mr. Speaker, we now turn our attention to the challenges in healthcare. Mr. Speaker, I want to say to us that healthcare in Grenada has not improved to the level that my government wants to see. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are sowing the seeds to ensure that we transform healthcare in Grenada. So, Mr. Speaker, not because we are sitting in the chair. We understand, and I recognize, Mr. Speaker, that ultimate responsibility rests with me. But I will not come, Mr. Speaker, and lie to the nation and boast that healthcare has improved when it has not. That, Mr. Speaker, is the character trait of the previous administration. But this government, Mr. Speaker, is very close friend with the truth. Mr. Speaker, as a caring and responsible government, we reaffirm our commitment to transforming our health care system into the healthcare capital of the Eastern Caribbean, and we are proud to say that, Mr. Speaker. Recognizing that central to quality healthcare in Grenada is our healthcare professionals, our people. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we insist on training and professional development throughout the entire system. Mr. Speaker, we inherited a badly broken healthcare system with acute shortage of human resources, in all areas within the system. And the thing is, Mr. Speaker, we cannot simply pull someone off the street to put them to work in healthcare, because it takes, Mr. Speaker, between 5 to 10 years to train people to work within the system. But, Mr. Speaker, this government met an attrition policy in place within the Ministry of Health, in which for every 10 persons that leave the system, the ministry was allowed to hire only 3. This policy, Mr. Speaker, created a rapid decline in the availability of professionals within the system. Add that, Mr. Speaker, there was no provision.
Hold on, Honorable MP. Proceed, please.
Thanks. So I hope I get back my 5 minutes. Added to that, Mr. Speaker, there was no provision for succession planning. Absolutely none. And as a result of this, Mr. Speaker, we saw some of our most senior and well-experienced professionals leave the system with no one trained to fill those positions. That is what we are confronted with at this moment, Mr. Speaker. And the problem continues. Mr. Speaker, at the General Hospital, there are 3 reporting lines: administration, nursing, and medical services. Mr. Speaker, this in itself is a problem because it leaves a massive gap for passing the blame and escaping responsibility. Because overall responsibility at the hospital, Mr. Speaker, doesn't rest currently with any single individual. It rests with the PS and the Ministry of Health, who does not work at the General Hospital. And ultimate responsibility, Mr. Speaker, rests with the minister. But, Mr. Speaker, if nothing is reported, the PS won't know, the minister won't know, and that's the harsh reality. But, Mr. Speaker, that system is a recipe for disaster. There should be a single head at the General Hospital where responsibility rests. That Chief Executive Officer. Mr. Speaker, did you know that if you wish to hire a medical doctor, a nurse, a biomedical engineer, ambulance driver or cleaner, or any support staff within the hospital, that the application must be forwarded to the Department of Public Administration to decide whether or not to hire that person? Did you know that, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, did you know that if any significant work has to be undertaken at the hospital, that approval must be first obtained from the corresponding ministry within the public service? In essence, Mr. Speaker, most of the significant execution of work happens by another ministry. This, Mr. Speaker, is problematic in itself. Mr. Speaker, healthcare in Grenada has been in poor shape for many years, many decades, Mr. Speaker. This, Mr. Speaker, is the very first government in recent memory to take decisive action to arrest the healthcare challenges and confront us as a people. And I will tell you why shortly. Mr. Speaker, this government did not waste time blaming the previous administration for the poor state of affairs that we met when we took office. Deplorable as it was, Mr. Speaker, we saddled our horses, put our hands to work, and our minds engaged in thinking. But, Mr. Speaker, you will recall that many years ago, a famous doctor from the parish of St. Mark became the Minister for Health, Mr. Speaker. And all of Grenada breathed a sigh of relief at that point in time. But, Mr. Speaker, that sigh of relief was short-lived because the baby was too heavy for her hands. She left it, Mr. Speaker, and took up the Ministry of Tourism. That's the reality. Mr. Speaker, the challenges of healthcare are real, and it cannot be wished away. It cannot be fixed overnight. There must be, Mr. Speaker, deliberate, decisive, and sustained efforts to transform healthcare in Grenada. And I repeat, there must be deliberate, decisive, and sustained efforts to transform healthcare in Grenada. And this government, Mr. Speaker, is backing its efforts with a budget of $159.2 million and a set of transformative initiatives for this purpose. During 2025, Mr. Speaker, we will advance several critical initiatives to strengthen healthcare, improve service delivery, and lay the foundation for a transformative future through the following initiatives. 1, hospital quality improvement. In partnership with the Mount Sinai Hospital systems. Mr. Speaker, the government of Grenada, through the Ministry of Health, has embarked on a hospital quality improvement initiative with the help of Mount Sinai Hospital systems, one of the largest teaching hospitals in the United States. A comprehensive needs assessment and quality improvement initiative of our current healthcare system is currently underway. This, Mr. Speaker, will guide the development of the new hospital and broader health sector reforms. Mr. Speaker, this initiative is backed by a budget of $15 million. When this process is complete, Mr. Speaker, we expect to see significant steps taken towards a well-structured and effectively managed healthcare system. As a responsible government, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that it is important to make decisive cultural and operational shifts before we move into the new hospital. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, these seeds of transformation is being sown now. Because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot simply take old wine and put into new wineskins. Mr. Speaker, during the presentation by the leader of the opposition, she posited that 3 years is enough time for the implementation of national health insurance. But, Mr. Speaker, 23 years was not enough. Mr. Speaker, NHI is important. Because it ensures equitable access to health care. Because, Mr. Speaker, health care is very expensive, and we must find ways to be able to finance health care. Having a plan without a mechanism to back it up, to finance it, Mr. Speaker, is, as it were, spinning top in mud. To this end, I wish to state that national health insurance is our top priority. In 2025, we will move expeditiously to advance the legislative and institutional framework needed for the implementation of NHI. This will include finalizing the insurance coverage model, stakeholder consultation, and public awareness. Mr. Speaker, a budget of $2.4 million is set aside for this purpose. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to the statutorization of the General Hospital. Mr. Speaker, we are happy to announce that the Ministry of Health has received Cabinet's approval to proceed with the statutorization of the 3 state-owned hospitals. Mr. Speaker, this initiative is designed to assist in arresting some of the problems identified earlier, cut through some of the unnecessary bureaucracy, and set the platform for greater accountability and efficiency throughout the entire system. To this end, Mr. Speaker, a statutorization transition board has been identified and terms of reference developed. Mr. Speaker, the transition board will be led by a well-known and well-experienced transformation leader, our own Lucia Livingston Andel, and a cross-section of well-seasoned professionals. We expect that the transition board will commence activities from the 1st of April 2025. Mr. Speaker, we understand that statutorization by itself is not the answer to all our healthcare challenges, but helps to set the platform for the transformation of the system. To this end, Mr. Speaker, a budget of $1.5 million has been allocated, along with $7 million for health sector transitioning and strengthening. I now turn my attention, Mr. Speaker, to Project Polaris, the construction of a brand new state-of-the-art medical and teaching hospital. Mr. Speaker, the leader of His Majesty opposition in her deliberations referred to the construction of the state-owned of the new teaching hospital as something that is cosmetic and superficial in thinking. Can you imagine that, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, one of the most transformative initiatives on our healthcare agenda is the construction of a brand new state-of-the-art teaching hospital for all of Grenada. The new hospital, Mr. Speaker, will be designed to offer a higher standard of care, expand specialist services, improve diagnostic capabilities. And so, Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we will focus on the finalizing of key aspects of the design and the financing model. We hope, Mr. Speaker, to break ground during the first half of 2026. Mr. Speaker, for 2024, an amount of $23.6 million has been allocated for this project, Project Polaris. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet has approved the establishment of a special fund which will be held at the East Caribbean Central Bank in the sum of $25 million US. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, a small percentage of the National Transformation Fund receipts will be set aside monthly commencing June 2025 after finalizing the legal requirements. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to the constituency of St. George Southeast. I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank the members of my constituency, St. George Southeast, for the support that they have given to me over the last 12 months. I also thank them, Lord, Mr. Speaker, for their prayerful support during my period of illness. Mr. Speaker, during the period 2024, notwithstanding that I suffered a flat tire for several months, we were able to build 33 new houses. 35 bathrooms and toilets, 62 house repairs, 40 sets of materials given out to different residents. A total of 170 households receive support from the constituency. Mr. Speaker, these were done in various villages throughout the constituency, including Marion, St. Paul's, Lowry, Mount Airy, Springs, Lotus Lane, the Bocas, Monjaloo, Paddock, Calivili, Hopevale, and Cobotan. Community development. Mr. Speaker, in our bid to enhance safety and accessibility throughout the constituency, we constructed several drains, roads, and retaining walls in the following areas. Cobotan Road, we were able to do some widening and drainage in that area. Laborie, concrete roads, curb wall, and slipper drains. Hopevale, we were able to do some work there also, new road and a footpath. Therefore, we were able to do some roads, slipper drains, Creighton, box drain, Comfort, road construction, the Bocas, retaining wall, Coco Road, road widening, drainage, and back wall construction, Golden Drive, road repair and drainage, cleaning and widening of the Hopevale by road, and more. Mr. Speaker, during the period, just to sum it up, we were able to do 20 slipper drains, 15 box drains or storm drains, 17 new roads, and 10 asphalt pavements. Sport development. Community sport facilities and events receive robust funding to encourage youth participation and enhance local amenities. Mr. Speaker, we were able to do some temporary lighting at the Laborie playing field until we do the permanent, which we will do sometime this year. And that was to facilitate night activities at the playing field. Repair of lights at the Laborie indoor sporting facilities. Purchase of new goalposts for the Laborie playing field. Purchase of new roofing materials for the indoor facility at Laborie. Contribution towards the Mount Airy Sports Club. Tents, tables, chairs for Monjaloo, RC, school sports. We are able to do, Mr. Speaker, some skill training for people. And in particular, Mr. Speaker, we have anti-drug campaign running throughout the constituency. And as part of it, Mr. Speaker, we did anti-drug and violent control. And so we are able to do a martial art program that run for for 3 months, capturing the young ones from age 7 to 15. Community engagement, social events and festivities. We are engaged in some of that, Mr. Speaker. In our bid to continue to strengthen our cultural heritage, we are able to do, in December, Mr. Speaker, we are able to do the Christmas Begins in Southeast extravaganza. It was done at the Library Crossroad. We are able to do some cultural presentations, award to a number of citizens who made a contribution in so many different ways. We were able to award our citizens for that. We did toy distribution, hampers, and refreshments for the children. So we were able to do quite a lot there. The Guy Fawkes, we continue to do that in collaboration with Comancheros as we continue to support Comancheros and what they've been doing as a leading steel band in the country. Community facilities upgrade, Mr. Speaker. We assisted some of the schools also. We did AC units for the Montreal Primary School. It was pretty hot on the inside. We looked at it, and we recognized that, well, I guess because of the shape of the school and how it is situated, the circulation of air was very prohibitive. And so we are able to assist the school with some new AC units. We did some funds for the St. Paul's Government School. Also, we give them a digital printer to assist the school in being able to set the exams and to print materials so the children can learn in a more comfortable environment. We did, Mr. Speaker, for the Marian Preschool, we did the fencing and windows for the school. Also for the community center, we did some repair work at the community center library, and throughout the constituency, we were able to erect some LED lights. Mr. Speaker, just in wrapping up now, I just want to run through some of the plans for 2025 for the constituency. We want to upgrade the St. Paul's Community Center, so we want to do some renovations to the physical structure. That's one of the oldest centers that we have. It's a large center. We can do much more with it for skill training purposes and so on. So we want to do some repairs system-wide throughout the entire facility. The indoor basketball court, Mr. Speaker, we want to make this one of the top-of-the-line indoor facility in the region. We have what it takes to do that. The structure is there in place, and what we need to do now is to upgrade it, add some more seatings, pave the floor properly, restore the gym, the toilet facilities, the roof, and so much other to be done there. The library playing field, Mr. Speaker, we got to install the permanent lighting as well as construction of a pavilion. Bus stops, we have a few a few areas that we've identified for the construction of bus stops, so you're going to see that happening soon. Throughout the constituency, we will be erecting some bus stops. The Good Hope playing field, Mr. Speaker, in collaboration with the parliamentary representative for St. George Northeast, we are going to be installing the roofing system at that facility and do some renovations. So we work jointly. The Mount Airy playing field, Mr. Speaker, has been an eyesore for some time now. We need to have it leveled. We had a little setback last year. This year, we're going to get it done. Education and training, Mr. Speaker, we continue on that front. This year, we just identified 2 for now, but hopefully you'll be able to do some more. We want to do some electrical training and plumbing training to bring people, some of those who are interested, into alignment. So we've already identified the trainers, and hopefully we would be able to do that. With just a few seconds on the clock, Mr. Speaker, I utter my thanks and grateful appreciation. I thank my constituents, Mr. Speaker, as well as the constituency office for your continued prayer and your best wishes and your support as we continue to work together to build a beautiful nation. Mr. Speaker, I thank also the management and staff at the Ministry of Health for your support and discipline which you have demonstrated over the last 12 months. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister and all of Cabinet for your support and teamwork during the year 2024. I also thank, Mr. Speaker, the National Democratic Congress, because it is through that machinery, through the party machinery, Mr. Speaker, we are able to contemplate this transformation vision. And it's through that mechanism, Mr. Speaker, I'm able to stand here today representing an NDC government. Mr. Speaker, I also thank my family, my wife who's here with me, and my children, siblings, my mother, for all of their continued support. And I thank, Mr. Speaker, my God, for his amazing grace, his wisdom that he have imparted unto me. And Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me this past 60 minutes to deliberate within this House. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, Honorable MP for St. George Southeast. By my watch, it is just past 1:20. I propose that we take a lunch break now and resume sharply 1 hour after. All right, so this Parliament now is on lunch.
But I told them that already. I said the sandwich don't snap up so much for people. I can't keep up people. No, they don't feel it no better than who they know having them when they give them advice doesn't want to take food. I see Mr. Around going, he say going for more food.
Yes, so we are
Okay.
Speaker.
Please be seated. This Parliament now reconvenes. I trust everyone had enough time to enjoy the lunch, and we will now begin the afternoon session with a presentation from the MP for Carriacou and Petite Martinique.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the opportunity to contribute to Budget 25. Mr. Speaker, I want the Hansard to record my unwavering support for Budget 2025, which I believe, Mr. Speaker, is realistic, visionary, and transformative for our nation. Before I start the main part of the presentation, Mr. Speaker, or my contribution, let me take a moment to commend the Minister for Finance for a profound and inspiring presentation last Friday. Minister for Finance, take a bow. Your commitment to our country and its progress is very clear. May I also take the opportunity to commend and thank the Permanent Secretary within the Ministry of Finance, both the Senior and Deputy Permanent Secretary, especially the staff within the Budget Division for their hard work and diligence. Their work certainly have not gone unnoticed. I would also like to use the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge the staff of the Ministry of Carriacou and Petite Martinique Affairs, the staff of the Parliamentary Office, and of course, the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique who have journeyed overseas, Mr. Speaker, to be here with us today as I give the response. I would also like to acknowledge our new Permanent Secretary, Linwell Perry. Mr. Speaker, I heard a lot of things today, about broken promises, giving the impression that Grenada is in shambles, that this government is not performing, and that the economy is doing so bad, etc. That, Mr. Speaker, is furthest from the truth. And I can't understand how people believe or will give the notion that there are broken promises. In 2.5 years, Mr. Speaker, promises made and promises kept. For example, pension payments. Promise made, promise kept. Bi-monthly salary payments. It's a promise that was made and a promise kept, Mr. Speaker. The great mathematician, the father of the house as they dub him nowadays, Mr. Speaker, through you, said that it's impossible, it cannot be done. But Mr. Speaker, the new sheriff in town, the Bright Mitchell, has implemented something that a mathematician said that is impossible to do. Promise made, promise kept. Free tuition payment, Mr. Speaker, not just for a selected few in terms of what used to happen in the past. It's a promise that was made, and we kept that promise, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pay and grade issue. This budget has addressed it. It's a long-standing matter, Mr. Speaker, that the police men and women has been clamoring for many years. A promise that was made, and we kept that promise. Take in mind, Mr. Speaker, that it's only 2.5 years. The regularization of public workers, Mr. Speaker, over 1,700 workers by December will be regularized. Promise made and promise being kept. Where are the broken promises? You were there for 20-odd years. Some of these things could not have been achieved. In 2.5 years, Mr. Speaker, you are seeing us demonstrating that we care about the people and we care about what we say because we are implementing what we say we would do. New schools, new police headquarters, upgrade police stations, etc., Mr. Speaker. Promises made, promises kept. And I heard the talk about health care. No, I agree, health care is not just about a building. And the Minister of Health spoke about it, and of course we'll deliberate about it more. But we must address the healthcare issue in Grenada. And one of the many steps that we have taken is to start the launch of Project Polaris. And the Minister of Finance spoke about the groundbreaking activity, if you want to put it that way, that will take place sometime this year. A new hospital, among other things, are coming as we address the healthcare issue in our country. Promise made and promise kept. It's work in the pipeline, but Mr. Speaker, we will get there. All of this in 2.5 years. Just imagine what we will be able to do in 25 years and more. Mr. Speaker, through you, I would like to address some concerns, if you want to put it that way, that were made by my good friend, the leader of His Majesty's opposition. And let me pause, Mr. Speaker, to commend and to congratulate Member Emmeline Pay on her accession as the leader of opposition, Mr. Speaker. One, the member stated that concessions and support has ended in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. Mr. Speaker, I want the world to know that this is not so. If people are interested in concessions as it relates to the response to burial, rebuilding material, etc., including the removal of VAT on building materials, etc., there's a process. You go through the burial secretariat that is led by Mr. Devon Baker in the Ministry of Martinique. You apply for the concessions, will be waived or granted in this case. So the notion that is given to the public that it has stopped, that is not the case, and I want to set the record straight here today, Mr. Speaker. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, let me also put on record, because I heard the talk that farmers and fishers not given support, and there was a meeting and people stormed out of the meeting and Black Tank, etc., etc. I'll address it later down, but I think it's important to just highlight it. 179 fishermen applied for support for their boats which were damaged. Out of that 179, Mr. Speaker, 132 of those boat owners, those fishermen, receive support. And the support here, Mr. Speaker, means that whatever damage that was done, whatever damage that was caused, or the cost of the damage due to burial, the government committed and has paid half of the cost. So in some cases, for example, if the damage was $100,000, the government of Grenada transferred 50% or $50,000 to the boat owner or to the fisherman so that we assist them in the repairs to their boats, Mr. Speaker. And out of the 179 fishermen that applied, 132 received support, leaving 47 who has not been paid, who has not been given assistance. And my good friend, the Minister of Agriculture, has guaranteed me and the team and fishermen in Carriacou that the support is on the way. 118 farmers were also assisted, given income support, Mr. Speaker. And the issue as it relates to black tank, Mr. Speaker, 500 black tanks were distributed to farmers in Carriacou and Petite Martinique. Yes, there might have been one or two that might have been left out, but that does not say they would not be assisted. And we would work it. So I'll be working closely with my good friend who seems to have more information than me to get the names of the farmers and provide the necessary assistance, because in the end of the day, we're in this to support and to represent people. So I thank you for raising those concerns, my dear friend, and we'll work together for the greater good of the people. Mr. Speaker, to the gist of my presentation, pre-Hurricane Beryl and the budget implementation, worked on the Windward Fish Center, Mr. Speaker. A fish center, Mr. Speaker, that we demolished because of the deplorable condition it was in. And our commitment, Mr. Speaker, to provide a quality center for the fishermen of Windward and surrounding area, Mr. Speaker, is now 98% completed, Mr. Speaker. And we are committed in ensuring that we open the facility, hopefully, sometime in April. So PS Spirit and team is on standby, noting the date that I have given. But the intention is by April of this month, the fishermen of the northern side of Carriacou, Windward and surrounding areas, will have a new fish center, Mr. Speaker, top of the line, state of the art fishing center. And I'm proud about that. And the jetty facility would also be built to accommodate the fisher folk, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, boat building initiative in Carriacou. As you might be aware of, Mr. Speaker, we budgeted some funds to assist in the reviving of boat building in Carriacou and Petite Martinique. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that the Ministry of Carriacou and Petite Martinique has partnered with Ambassador Piero Zipoli, Ambassador for Investment, Mr. Speaker, and we have launched a boat building school initiative. We can't talk about our culture and our rich heritage about boat building, etc., and not do anything to protect and to enhance and to keep those rich traditions alive. And Mr. Speaker, this boat building initiative will be completed sometime this year. It is now 70% completed. The intention is that we will build boats. We have already started finding markets for those locally built boats. So just to give a little backdrop, the ambassador normally does trade shows, massive trade shows in Europe and in the Middle East, etc. He will be bringing some of those locally built boats to Europe and other places to help promote the boat building initiative in Carriacou and to find markets for those boats. The intention is that we will create employment opportunities, we'll keep the tradition alive, and it will help us promote and market Carriacou and Petite Martinique, Mr. Speaker. Those are the initiatives that we are doing in Carriacou and Petite Martinique. Roads, and let me just pause up for a minute. I ain't taking no praise for no road. Roads are something that any government and any member of parliament, this is what we're supposed to do. But it's important for me to highlight some of the work that we are doing, because I have to give an account to the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique and the nation on a whole. Bel-Air Road project, Mr. Speaker, a major road project in Carriacou. Mr. Speaker, you would understand that we started the project sometime in 2024 thereabout, and of course Beryl slowed us down quite a bit, but work has since commenced. So there's three portions, Mr. Speaker. The bottom portion, which is about over 1,000 feet of road, has been completed. We are now doing the top portion of Bel Air, which is about 800 feet thereabout, and the bypass Bel Air Road, Mr. Speaker, we have completed. This is the hospital bypass route, Mr. Speaker. Those projects, Mr. Speaker, will help with the access to and from the hospital and to and from the village of Bel Air and surrounding area, Mr. Speaker. I am proud of those projects. I am proud of it because it's locally funded, Mr. Speaker, major road project, Mr. Speaker, which directly benefits the people, creating hundreds of jobs and many opportunities for a number of people in different ways, Mr. Speaker. The Bellevue South Road, Mr. Speaker, is another road project that is under construction, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud of, which, of course, gave access to the residents in the Bellevue area. Bottom Lawrencetown is another road project that has been done, Mr. Speaker. There's still some more work to be done, but we have started the process and we will finish it. Upper Lawrencetown as well, Mr. Speaker. We have done the road project. There's still a lot of more work to be done, but we are getting there, Mr. Speaker. I am proud of those initiatives, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to roads. Mr. Speaker, a project which I am extremely happy about, which it's a brainchild of mine, in the sense that I always wanted to see an underwater sculpture park in Carriacou. And I'll give a little joke just now. All right. The member for St. John's tell me don't give the joke. Maybe I won't give it in truth. But the member of St. John's tell me I'm getting too much a thing in Carriacou. But you see, Mr. Speaker, the passion that I have for Carriacou and P.T. Martinique, some of the permanent secretaries on mainland and some of the statutory bodies, they now understand where I'm coming from when I come with the passion and say, we need X and Y for Carriacou and P.T. Martinique, and we need it now. Because for too long, the people of Carriacou and P.T. Martinique have not been given the attention that we needed. So I go with a lot of passion, and I'm happy that some of those projects have been implemented. So the Underwater Sculpture Park, Mr. Speaker, a project which Beryl could not have stopped us from launching. Mr. Speaker, it will be bringing a number of benefits to the people of Carriacou and P.T. Martinique. Already, there are people who visit the site. And out of the visit, Mr. Speaker, a number of those people have fallen in love with Carriacou. Some of them said they ain't going back. And some of them already started telling others about the Underwater Sculpture Park. And a number of people are visiting the site, Mr. Speaker. It is one of the #1 attraction site in the Grenadines Island, Mr. Speaker. And I'm proud to be associated with an administration that has hidden the call and implemented such a wonderful initiative. I want to pause and commend and recognize Ms. Petra Roach, the CEO of the Greater Tourism Authority, and Mr. Randall Donnell, the chairman of the Greater Tourism Authority, for accepting, for considering, and ensuring that this project became a reality, and all other partners who are involved in this very important initiative. So, member for St. John's, we've gotten our underwater sculpture park, the first in the Grenadines, and I'm proud of that. Mr. Speaker, night landing at the Lawrencetown Airport, soon to be the Howard Blaze Airport in Carriacou. Work started before Beryl in purchasing the equipment, in doing all the necessary work. Of course, you know, Beryl came, slowed us down, and we are now putting plans. Plans have already been put in place to start back the installation of those very expensive equipment on the runway and in other parts of Carriacou to accommodate night landing in Carriacou. So by the end of the year, Mr. Speaker, aircrafts will be able to land in Carriacou for the very first time in a big way. So I'm proud again, Mr. Speaker, as we do these initiatives, we are doing these initiatives taking into consideration the future of Carriacou and P.T. Martinique. You see, the actions we are taking, Mr. Speaker, is not for the now. The actions we are taking is for the future, as we accelerate, as we lift Carriacou and P.T. Martinique higher, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the refurbishment of the Paradise bathroom facility, Project Before Beryl. Of course, Paradise Beach, as you all know, is a renowned beach, one of the best beaches in the world, the best beach in Grenada. But I won't debate, we're not in a debate now talking about the best beach, because I know the member for South St. George will say Grand Dance is the best, and knowing the member for St. John, she may see one of the beach in St. John's is the best. But what I do is that Paradise Beach is the better of the best. Mr. Speaker, so upgrades to the washroom facility, Mr. Speaker, has been done. A lifeguard tower, Mr. Speaker, has also been erected. Of course, Mr. Speaker, with the passage of Beryl, that too was disappeared. I don't think we even see a trace of the lifeguard tower. But I will talk about an initiative that we intend to do, which will ensure that we rebuild a lifeguard tower and other things on Paradise Beach to really and truly represent what we see in terms of it being the best beach in Grenada and in the world, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, motorbikes were given to the police in Carriacou and Petit Martinique before Beryl, an initiative by the Ministry of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. And you know, we are serious about the safety of the people, the residents of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. And of course, the police means a lot to us. And they assist us in keeping Carriacou and Petit Martinique safe. So whatever tools that we can give them to enhance safety on our islands, Mr. Speaker, to strengthen law enforcement, we will do so. So I'm happy about that initiative. The Kako Power Station Road was something, another project that was done. The Leicester Solution Drain project was done, Mr. Speaker. And the Mount Pleasant Road, Mr. Speaker, all of those are part and parcel of what we have achieved, Mr. Speaker, in the first half of 2024. All of those projects that I talk about, that's the first half of 2024. I want you to understand, the project that I just mentioned, and it's not all, I just give you a synopsis of how busy the Ministry of Carriacou and Petit Martinique has been with the hard-working and dedicated staff the ministry has been, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, Beryl then struck, leaving a trail of devastation behind. 98% of housing destroyed. Mr. Speaker, from our educational facility, I don't think there were any educational facility that was spared apart from Bogle Primary. Teacher Ems? Our hospital, the roof, our police station, government buildings, our solar panels in Limle, which should have been able to withstand Category 4, 5 hurricanes, Mr. Speaker. That too was impacted. Our airport, Mr. Speaker, was roofless. Our port, Mr. Speaker. And I could go on and on, leaving a trail of destruction, deep up all over Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Mr. Speaker, one person, after flying over Carriacou, hours after Beryl, said Carriacou looked like the level of debris all over, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 9 months later, 9 months later, where are we? Repairs are being done on the Mount Pleasant Government School. In some instances, it's completed. Leicester RC School, repairs have been completed. Petit RC School, repairs have been completed, both to the primary and the pre-primary. Hillsborough Government School, primary and pre-primary, work is done. Bishop's College, Mr. Speaker, work has been completed. Hillsborough Secondary School, Mr. Speaker, work has been completed. And some people have the guts to say nothing has been done in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. You could highlight every bad thing, but you can't highlight the positives. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, A lot of us thought school would not resume after Beryl. Some people thought we had to resume school this year. In 2 months' time, Mr. Speaker, after the passage of a Category 4 hurricane, but in a Category 5, all schools were in operation. Repairs have been completed and in some cases on the way. And I'm happy to announce here too, Mr. Speaker, that the Dover Government School work will commence this year to rebuild a new modern Dover Government School. Isn't that progress? Isn't that boots on the ground leadership? That is leadership. In 9 months, some of the countries that have resources galore can't perform like we have, Mr. Speaker. And this is a true testament of the leadership of Honorable Dickon Mitchell and the Cabinet of Grenada, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while on education, I must highlight the support that was given to the students of Carriacou and Petit-Matic from TAMCC. Monthly stipend has been given to the students. Because, of course, you know, TAMCC building in Carriacou destroyed, so the students had to be relocated in Carriacou to continue their education. Monthly stipend has been provided to the students, Mr. Speaker. A one-off $3,000 payment was made initially, and thereafter, every month, $1,000 to assist them with accommodation, food, etc., Mr. Speaker. And we've also provided each student with a laptop. Testament, Mr. Speaker, that we are concerned about the people of Carriacou and Petit-Matic and the education of our students. But don't forget that, Mr. Speaker. All of the students who have applied to university, especially the University of the West Indies, Mr. Speaker, you know what the Cabinet has done? The Cabinet has given each and every one of them 100% scholarship, Mr. Speaker. Testament that we are a caring government and we are concerned about the future generations of the people of Carriacou and Petit-Matic, Mr. Speaker. The free breakfast program, and where's the Minister for Education? He's not here. The free breakfast program and launch, Mr. Speaker, in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Beryl for the students of Carriacou and Petit-Matic went extremely well. I wish we could continue the program because it was a success and it assisted a number of families in Carriacou and Petit-Matic. So I must give commendation to the Cabinet for making such a bold decision to ensure that our students were not left hungry. Mr. Speaker, health facilities. The Minister for Health is here. I must commend him. Mr. Speaker, I want you to understand, our hospital was basically non-functional after Beryl. The roof gone, water, equipment spoiled, couldn't function. Mr. Speaker, today, and before going there, thanks to Samaritan Purse and other organizations that came in the immediate aftermath to assist us with the medical crisis that we were experiencing in Carriacou and Petit-Matic. But in about 2 to 3 months thereafter, our hospital was back in operation, Mr. Speaker. Leadership, Mr. Speaker, leadership. And I commend the Ministry of Health for such swift action in ensuring that our hospital is now functioning. Yes, there is some work that still needs to be done because some of the equipment that was spoiled or damaged has to be replaced, and work is ongoing, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that that happens. And I'm proud of that, Mr. Speaker. Leicester Clinic, Mr. Speaker. Mount Pleasant Clinic. Petit-Matic Clinic. Mr. Speaker, those clinics, and Winwood Clinic. Those clinics were destroyed or damaged, during Beryl. The roof, some of the roof was practically gone and all of the equipment has been damaged, Mr. Speaker. I am happy, and if you look at the screens, that the Leicester Clinic roof has now been completed. Refurbishment is completed, Mr. Speaker, and I am happy about that. On the screen, you would see the Winwood Health Center, Mr. Speaker. True testament of boots on the ground leadership. The roof is now covered, the refurbishment is now done, and a date will be set, Mr. Speaker, for the grand opening, Mr. Speaker. Work will commence on the Petit-Matic Clinic sometime later on this month, and of course a new date will be given for the work to commence on Mount Pleasant Clinic, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are committed in delivering services to the people of Carriacou and Petit-Matic, not just by our words, but through our action, Mr. Speaker. Action! Action speak louder, way louder than words, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the police station, roofless, equipment spoiled, the courthouse, etc. I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, and I want to pause to thank the Guyanese Defense Force for their swift action, Mr. Speaker. President Ali and his team must be commended, and I must also thank the hardworking policemen and women in particular, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank two officers, the two Charleses who came to Carriacou to assist. ACP John Charles and ASP Glenn Charles, who assisted, and a number of other officers, Mr. Speaker, Joseph, who led the Pity Matnik team, and all the other officers, Mr. Speaker, to thank them for their steady hand in ensuring that safety was kept in Carriacou and a level of calm was kept in Carriacou and Pity Matnik during those tough times, Mr. Speaker. So the police station is now refurbished, and I am happy about this. I'm kind of surprised that the Parliament sent me this note. You've got to be kidding me. So the resource center, Mr. Speaker, the resource center, which was impacted by burial, is now in operation, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, that is the area that the Ministry of Carriacou and Pity Matnik is temporary in. Look at this. And I'm grateful for the work that has been done, again, through testimony of the leadership that's in Carriacou and Pity Matnik. The Hillsborough Fish Center, Mr. Speaker, fish market, was damaged. I'm happy to report that the fish market is now back in operation, Mr. Speaker. Let me turn now, Mr. Speaker, to housing in Carriacou and Pity Matnik. I am putting on record once again my sincere gratitude to the people of Trinidad and Tobago through the Hands That Serve organization for donating 27 prefab homes to the people of Carriacou, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a number of these people are now residing in their homes, and I'm proud of that. Those homes, Mr. Speaker, came fully furnished. So these recipients have much to worry about. 24 homes, Mr. Speaker, has been, either it's under construction or has been delivered by the Division of Social Development, led by Ms. Nadina Williams, to the people of Carriacou and Pity Matnik, Mr. Speaker. Some 40 or so Build Back Better homes have either been handed over or under construction, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of those Build Back Better homes will be delivered to some of these recipients on Wednesday coming of this week. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, 20 prefab homes were purchased by the government of Grenada from Happy Homes, Mr. Speaker, for the people of Carriacou and Pity Matnik. It means, Mr. Speaker, some 110 homes are either under construction or has been delivered to the people of Carriacou and Pity Matnik in under 9 months after a devastating hurricane. I want you to understand this. This is 9 months of a devastating hurricane, Mr. Speaker. And all of this has been achieved. This is not no category 1 or category 2 or category 3. Ivan was what, a category 3? This is a category 4 hurricane, bordering a category 5. Hospitals, schools, health centers, airport, seaport, destroyed. And most of which are now back up and running. It's functional, Mr. Speaker. And And in 9 months, you could either deliver or have under construction 110 homes, Mr. Speaker. If that is not testimony or testament to leadership, Mr. Speaker, then what is? What is? Yes, I agree, more can be done and should be done, Mr. Speaker. But we have to also understand what we're dealing with. There's a shortage of building materials, not just in Grenada, but in the Caribbean. There's a shortage of labor, meaning everybody working. And who ain't working, ain't want to work. So shortage of materials, shortage of labor. And instead of the opposition coming up with a plan or suggestions, you're just attacking. No, it's with the houses. You can't be serious. If you are serious and genuine about the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, you could have come up with solutions. Come, let's sit and let's talk. Let's work together in the great interest for and on behalf of the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. But you know what? The people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique watch it, you know. They know who genuine and who not genuine. And we're waiting to send a loud and strong message very soon. You think the message was loud in Beauséjour? You wait very soon and you would see. Mr. Speaker, homeowners assistance. Some 200 homeowners were assisted with roofing material, Mr. Speaker. Support. And I'm happy that this initiative has beared fruit, Mr. Speaker, because a number of homeowners in Carriacou was able to put back the roof on their heads, if you want to put it that way, Mr. Speaker, as a result of the assistance that we have given, Mr. Speaker, and I am extremely proud about that. Somewhere in the region of $30 million, Mr. This is clear testimony that in addition to the 110 homes or so that we have under construction or delivered, we are also assisting residents with support to put back their roof through material assistance, Mr. Speaker. I spoke about the support to farmers and fishermen, but we gave them financial aid, Mr. Speaker. Some fishermen got boat engine, farmers got water tank, farmers got fencing materials, farmers got feed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the farmers and fishermen in Carriacou did very well. And we are committed even more to do even greater things for them in 2025 and beyond. Understand, it's a process. Everybody won't get right away. It's a process, but we are working the greater interest for all the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, Mr. Speaker. Hurricane cleanup, Mr. Speaker, the debris cleanup, 98% of Carriacou is now cleaned up, Mr. Speaker. Oh, how I thank my good friend from St. John's who went into immediate action with a team at Solid Waste Management Authority. They accuse her of traveling this and traveling. Well, it's because of all the traveling, Mr. Speaker. We were able to make the connection to clean up Carriacou and Petite Martinique in short order. I thank her. And she would report more in terms of her ministry and what they were able to do. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not just the land space in Carriacou that's cleaned up, but the marine space as well, Mr. Speaker. Because there's a number of boats, yachts, that were impacted as a result of burial. So, Minister James, you and your team from the Greater Solid Waste Management Authority must be commended for a job well done. And Hunter, if you were able to put back on the screen our playing fields, which the opposition gave us blows left, right, and center for. We had nowhere else to put the rubbish, the debris. It's not garbage, it's hurricane debris. But I'm happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that most of those playing fields are cleared and are now being restored to its former glory, and even better, Mr. Speaker. Testament, Mr. Speaker. We're not a government of just words. We're a government of action. And it's clearly demonstrated by what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, in Carriacou. They have much to talk about the hurricane debris in the patches again. You realize they ain't saying much. They now jump on Black Tank and go and get Black Tank. Trivial. Trivial. But we'll get there. We'll get there, Mr. Speaker. And I've highlighted it, but let me highlight again, final point, and then I'll get to some other points. I want you to understand our airport. I recall bringing my grandaunt days after burial to get on an emergency flight to get her out of Carriacou. And we were laughing and crying at the same time when we saw the state of the airport. You looked up and all you're seeing is the heavens. No roof at all, Mr. Speaker. And only emergency flights that were done. Mr. Speaker, 3 or 4 months after burial, the airport was back in operation, Mr. Speaker. And I must commend the Grenada Airports Authority under the leadership of Anya Chow Chow and her team, Mr. Speaker, was done an extremely wonderful job. I must put that on record. I must put that on record, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Grenlec. Mr. Speaker, 98% of lines in Carriacou are now restored. 98%. 60% connection is completed. And I want you to understand something, Mr. Speaker. 85%. Grenlec recorded an 85% damage in its equipment, as the poles, the line, etc., etc. 85%, island-wide, both Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. So you'd understand the devastation that was caused. I too, Mr. Speaker, the immediate aftermath of burial, I said, Lord Papa God, how are we going to start? I said, we will be out of electricity for months, maybe for a year. Mr. Speaker, in weeks, Mr. Speaker, some parts of Carriacou started getting electricity. And as I reported, 98% of lines are back up, and over 60% connections have been completed, Mr. Speaker. I must commend the leadership of Grenlec, especially the hard-working team of the Carriacou district. They must be commended and highlighted for their work, Mr. Speaker. They have gone beyond the call of duty, Mr. Speaker. And I thank all the regional support that came in from Barbados, Trinidad, all over to come and assist us with the renovations, Mr. Speaker. 9 months after, all of this, Mr. Speaker, has been achieved. How can anyone in their right mind who say that they have conscience could say nothing has happened in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique? Mr. Speaker, flow restoration, over 50% of internet and phone services restoration has been completed. Digital, Mr. Speaker, over 98% of the mobile access has been restored in Carriacou with full upgrades in Petit-Martinique, Mr. Speaker. So flow is working. Digicel has done a lot of work in Carriacou, and they would start very soon in Petit-Martinique, Mr. Speaker, and I must commend both teams for their hard work. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to let you know the reality is, after Hurricane Beryl, I couldn't get in touch with the Prime Minister. Nobody. There was no internet service, no connectivity, Mr. Speaker. Nothing of that sort. As a matter of fact, colleagues of mine came to Carriacou looking for me, and they couldn't get a hold of me because no connectivity, Mr. Speaker. 9 months later, we're here with internet connectivities in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. Some parts of the world that have way more resources than us, Mr. Speaker, some of them are still grappling with the effects of all other storms. They have not been able to recover in such a short space of time like us, Mr. Speaker. Give Jackie jacket. When good is done, say so. hospitality, and tourism, Mr. Speaker. The point I'm making here is that Carriacou is open for business. 148 out of the 263 rooms, hotel and guest houses in Carriacou are now open, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear that. I'm not satisfied with that clap. 148 out of the 263 rooms, hotels and guest houses in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, after a devastating hurricane has hit us, is now back up and running. Mr. Speaker, 22 out of the 38 restaurants and bars are in operations. Mr. Speaker, you can go up to Carriacou for the day, over a weekend. The hotels are open, the restaurants are open. You have internet service, you have electricity. Carriacou open for business, Mr. Speaker. Carriacou sweet. Carriacou nice. Dive operations, Mr. Speaker, 1 out of the 3 dive operations, Mr. Speaker, has resumed its service. So if you want to go diving in Carriacou, diving with the turtles, diving and looking at the underwater sculpture park, Mr. Speaker, we have a dive operation team that is operating, Mr. Speaker. The water taxi operators, Mr. Speaker, and tour operators, Mr. Speaker, 5 out of the 6 are back in business, Mr. Speaker. It means that Carriacou and Petit-Martinique is open for business, Mr. Speaker. 9 months must be recorded, Mr. Speaker. 9 months after a devastating hurricane, Carriacou and Petit-Martinique is now reopened for business, Mr. Speaker. Testimony, testament to leadership, sound the leadership, Mr. Speaker. The boy with the one subject, the little boy, the Pampas children, 9 months. 9 months. Pay attention to our actions, not our words. Pay attention to our actions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll stop there and I'll speak about the things that we intend to do for this year. Oh, I'll start to finish? Things that we intend to do this year, Mr. Speaker. Continue with the night landing operations at our new and rename our airport to the Hubert Blaise Airport in Carriacou. The goal is to complete the infrastructure for night landing at the Lawrenson Airport by June or July of this year. Paradise Beach Enhancement Initiative, Mr. Speaker. It's a new project. We are going to enhance and transform Paradise Beach to its rightful place, Mr. Speaker, where it's supposed to be, so that it can be the best of the best of the best beach, not just in Grenada, but the world, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Hillsborough Town Enhancement Project, you'll hear more about the project, Mr. Speaker, but the intention is to enhance the town of Hillsborough. After all, Mr. Speaker, it's our town, and we have to bring some economic life to the town of Hillsborough, Mr. Speaker. We talk a lot about our culture and our heritage and how we must protect our heritage and our culture, etc. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that we are starting an initiative this year. Planning officer, and where is Mr. Baker, our technical officer, the Bel Air Heritage Park Enhancement Project. So we have to enhance these areas, Mr. Speaker, not just for ourselves in keeping our rich traditions and culture alive, Mr. Speaker, but for the next generation and the next generation, and for visitors alike to come and experience what Carriacou is all about. Mr. Speaker, we will complete the Windward Boat Building School in Carriacou, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will commence, I should have commenced already, Mr. Speaker, but because of procurement and, you know, public service, how it goes. And maybe sometimes I shouldn't and not say dates, but the reality is that when you get the assurance, you run with it. But work will start on the Windward Jetty very soon, Mr. Speaker. Now, I empathize with the people of Petit-Martinique in particular, because they have to catch the boat all the way from Hillsborough and then go to Petit-Martinique. It's longer, and there's an area, if you ever travel to Petit-Martinique from Hillsborough, Harbour Vale, called Gun Point. It's very choppy. So a lot of people don't like traveling, and there are some cases when the seas are extremely rough, some of the boats would not venture to come to Carriacou. So we must rebuild a jetty in Windward. Mr. Speaker, that's a project that will start in short order. But we're not just building back the jetty in its existing, how it was. We're doing it better. Because what was there before was a little boat jetty, and every year you had to go and do some patch work on it. What we're doing is building a brand new state-of-the-art drive-on jetty so that the people of Petit-Martinique and Windward and surrounding areas will be able to benefit from that. I was reading the Hansard of Parliament, and I saw a comment that my good friend, former Member of Parliament, who is in his truth now, Mr. Speaker, through the name was saying this, sometime in 2013 thereabout, if I'm not mistaken, was talking about the state of the Windward jetty and how embarrassed he was about it. I'm happy that many years later, we are now addressing it, but for good now, because it's not just a wooden jetty, but it's a concrete jetty that we are doing, Mr. Speaker. I am proud and happy to be associated with that. Mr. Speaker, government farms restoration, the Limleh farm, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Agriculture talked about the goats and the sheep and the pigs that are in Grenada. Some of those are for Carriacou. So they will be coming to Limleh, Mr. Speaker, for the farmers of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. Mr. Speaker, work is now being done to restore the operations at Limleh Farm. Work will commence on restoring, or work has started on restoring the Bel-Air nursery and other areas, other government farms in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. But I must, like that the intention is to get some greenhouses and some hydroponic systems and introduce new crops in Bel-Air, Mr. Speaker. This initiative will take place this year. And our Senior Agriculture Officer, Beth Patrice, and Mr. Lawrence will be working closely with the team to ensure that these initiatives do happen in a timely manner by introducing some new species and making the Bel-Air operation a state-of-the-art operations. Assisting with what we're doing to make agriculture, or give agriculture the prominence that it's supposed to have, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must talk about local government. Draft is now in its final stage to announce. In its final stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to let me know it's only 10 more minutes I have, but I'll be grateful for more in the event that I have to say more. Local government, Mr. Speaker, will be introduced in Carriacou very soon. The Ministry of Legal Affairs is, as I said, working on the final draft, and then we will go into a series of consultation, and the intention thereafter is to implement local government for the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. A long-awaited bill, a long-awaited initiative that all my predecessors have promised and has not gotten off the ground for one reason or the other. I don't want to be part of that statistic, so we are going to ensure local government is implemented. Mr. Speaker, our housing assistance program, roofing program in particular, will continue. Our housing and roofing assistance program will continue. And I'm emphasizing on it because there are some elements in Grenada, including the opposition, that is spreading that's giving a false narrative that all of those initiatives have stopped and it will not continue. We will continue those initiatives to support our brothers and sisters in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, Mr. Speaker. Building of homes, Build Back Better, etc., will continue as well, Mr. Speaker, because we are committed in ensuring that we support all of the people who have been affected one way or the other. Mr. Speaker, last year, I touted about the farm roads that would start, and didn't start because of burial. No, not poor burial. Burial really and truly affected a number of things from getting off the ground. But I'm happy to report to this Honourable House that two of our farm roads, major farm roads, Dumfries and Mondor in Mount Royal will commence. The Mondor Road, Mr. Speaker, is 2,360 feet long, and the Dumfries Road is 1,177 feet long, Mr. Speaker. Both projects put together will cost over $4 million, and work should commence sometime by June this year, Mr. Speaker. More work for the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, more monies injected in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, which will assist with the economic activities in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, Mr. Speaker. A new distal plant has been purchased. It's now in the procurement stage to assist with the production of water in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, Mr. Speaker. The intention is by June or July this year, the plant will be in Carriacou to assist with the operations there, Mr. Speaker. So commendation to NAWASA. Mr. Speaker, I highlighted that we have a new permanent secretary in the Ministry of Carriacou and Petit Martinique Affairs, Mr. Linwell Perrott, who is extremely hardworking and is making lots of sacrifice. And I want to put it on record my thanks to him for the work that he has done so far. But it would be remiss of me, Mr. Speaker, I'm not seeing P.S. Williams in the audience, well, I saw him earlier on, but I didn't see him again. It would be remiss of me if I did not highlight and put on record my sincere thanks to P.S. Williams for assisting with the efforts in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. I spoke about the number of things we were able to do in such a short space of time, Mr. Speaker. Most of it, Mr. Speaker, is testament to his vibrancy and commitment, not only to the transformational agenda, but to the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, Mr. Speaker. I must echo those sentiments in this honorable House, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, to the workers, the employees of the Ministry of Carriacou and Petit Martinique Affairs. Reality is, Mr. Speaker, all of the initiatives which I talked about, all of them, could not have been achieved without their hard work and sacrifices, Mr. Speaker. Some of them are homeless, roofless. Some of them were affected directly, Mr. Speaker, and they have not gotten a rest since burial. They've been working on behalf of the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique ever since. And I must commend each and every one of them for their dedication, their hard work, and their sacrifices. Without you, I would not have been here boasting about all the initiatives that we have done. So thank you very much. To the parliamentary team, thank you for keeping me steady and being a liaison between the ministry government and the constituents. I think we've done an excellent job, in spite of burial, to still connect with constituents, to get information to them, and to get the support that they need. So Mr. Terence Logan, my office manager, and the entire team, thank you very much. Also, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend and thank my personal assistant. A new kid on the block just came about, but a lot of work we have achieved, and I want to thank you very much. And my new advisor, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Logan, I want to thank him, Mr. Speaker, for making my workload a little bit lighter. So thank you for all the work that all of you have been doing. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention some new faces within the Ministry of Carriacou and Petit Martinique and their role, like Mistress Emma Williams, who is our new area education officer, who is doing a phenomenal job in education in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. So thank you very much, Teacher Emma, for the sacrifice that you have been making. And Ms. Nadina Williams, who is leading the social development charge in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Thank you. And of course, congratulations to both of you on your new role. Mr. Imran George, who is our new senior coach, who is assisting us in revitalizing sports in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. and who has been behind us to ensure that the playing fields are cleaned up in short order so that we can get sporting facilities back up and running for sporting activities, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. And of course, to Mr. Devon Baker, who is our new technical officer within the Ministry of Carriacou and Petite Martinique Affairs, a new position, Mr. Speaker, that he has just taken up. So he has a very important and big role in ensuring that all of the projects which I have mentioned and which I haven't mentioned are implemented in a timely manner. And Mr. Baker know me, you know. I mean, we good. The truth is, Mr. Baker know that now that I mentioned those things, he have to get boots on the ground rolling because he doesn't want to see, he want to make sure that we implement the thing. I won't say more. So I want to thank all of you. Mr. Speaker, all of this, as I've mentioned before, has been achieved in record-breaking time, Mr. Speaker. Record-breaking time. Now I understand that we would all like to see more happen in such a short space of time. Even I sometimes, and sometimes the people have to remind the minister, you have to understand it's 7 months, it's 6 months, it's 9 months. Sometimes I forget. But the truth is we have achieved a lot in such a short space of time. And I'm repeating it so that it can sink in just in case you forget. Because in some cases, even to me, it feels like 9 years, but it's only 9 months. But we are going to continue, and I'm going to continue to work on behalf of the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique and continue to agitate and advocate for the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. The people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique knows my passion, and they know that I deeply care about each and every single one of them. And until the day I decide I'm done with public service, I will continue to fight on and champion the cause for and on behalf of the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. So we are committed to rebuilding Carriacou and Petite Martinique in the shortest possible time frame ever, and the process has started, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful for that. I want to thank my cabinet colleagues, Mr. Speaker, for their leadership in their various ministries. Thank you. Thank you, cabinet colleagues, for your unwavering support. Thank you, Minister for Mobilization and Implementation, who has been a driving force in the rebuilding efforts in Carriacou and Petite Martinique, in particular with the Build Back Better. It was your initiative, Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker. You sat with the team. You came up with the design with the team, and you said, let's get the ball rolling. And for that, I commend you in ensuring that the Build Back initiative has started. We must give Jack the jacket. And to all of you, Minister of Health, as I've mentioned before, for accelerating the work within healthcare. And to my good friend, I keep talking to him, yes, you will talk to him after. My good friend, the Minister for Agriculture, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One more minute as I wrap up. My good friend, Agriculture Minister, who has started the process of giving income support to our farmers and fishers. My good friend, and he will ensure that the rest of farmers and fishers who have not received their support will get it sometime as early as possible this year. Minister for Finance will be working close with you to ensure that that happens. And to all of you, thank you very much. Without you, we would not have been able to achieve any of this. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much, and this budget have my full support.
Thank you to the Honourable MP for Carriacou and Petite Martinique. And I now invite the MP for St. Andrew North East to make her presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, let me just say that I spy a spy. And it reminds me of the invasion of privacy investigation that you have not yet updated the House on. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the wonderful people of St. Andrew Northeast and that of all the working class people of Grenada who have been battered by rising inflation, a touted economic growth from which many have not felt the effect, and a general economic climate which has hope in short supply. But before I go any further, Mr. Speaker, I must address the statements made by the Honorable Member for St. Andrew Southwest in attempting to manipulate the numbers and mislead the people of this country. He proudly stood before this House, boasting of a current account surplus, yet conveniently ignoring the fact that we are running an over-budget deficit. Let me break it down, Mr. Speaker. A current account surplus means nothing. It means very little when you have a government that is spending beyond its means, accumulating debt, and failing to invest in real economic growth. What the member did, Mr. Speaker, was cherry-picking figures to paint a false picture of our economic stability, while the reality is the country's finances are in a dangerous state. I refer the member to page 13 of the budget document that clearly states the facts. Primary deficit after grants, EC, $208.6 million. Overall deficit after grants, EC, $337.4 million. And that is the deficit that our opposition leader all alluded to. Mr. Speaker, the budget is made up of recurrent expenditure and capital expenditure. And yes, there is an overall deficit. Just maybe, Mr. Speaker, the member, before wanting to teach the whole building, the whole cabinet, the whole members of parliament, and update them and educate them on current account, he must update his knowledge. I would rest that there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just have a few words for the member of Carriacou and Petite-Martinique, who, I can't find the words to describe his style of presentation, but I just want to remind him that while he's boasting about 9 months' achievement here and there, it was only 14 days after thrift insurance money was made available as a result of the vision and foresight of this administration here. So yes, you are able to achieve so many things 9 months later on as a result. But I want to find out from you, why after 9 months, only 3 houses were delivered to your people? Why your people are still waiting after 9 months? During those 9 months, Mr. Speaker, he will not speak about the alleged wasted millions of dollars. He would not boast about that one. But do you know, Mr. Speaker, that after 9 months, the hospital or the health center in Petit Martinique still waiting for attention 9 months later? Mr. Speaker, the budget presentation painted a picture that was not in sync with our people's lived realities. An economic environment where it is becoming more and more difficult to make 2 ends meet. The year under review has been one of runaway inflation, rising costs from the sidewalks to the supermarkets, excessive and wasteful government spending, and not enough investment in our productive sectors. While this is happening, Mr. Speaker, they are handing out largesse to friends, families, and favorites, the FFFs. Mr. Speaker, 2024 indeed was a bumper year for 1%. The people who run shadow companies to get government contracts, and the few who can afford to buy properties paying cash immediately. So yes, these handful of people are having the time of their lives. But for the others, they have been fed sweet talk only to digest a sour economy. Coming from a challenging year, Mr. Speaker, the other 99% were looking forward to hear a package that provided both hope and relief. But from all appearances, we are into another year of burn your belly. The Minister for Finance, in his presentation, said the package reflects Grenada rising. Grenada resilient and rising? Something like that. The question is, Mr. Speaker, rising for who? Rising for who, Mr. Speaker? Because the slogan does not represent it does not resonate with the people of Paradise, neither Tivoli or Paraclete, neither the Pauls and La Poterie, and neither the hundreds who have been victimized and marginalized, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sadly, the gravy train has not reached the people I represent. The slogan Grenada Rising does not resonate with the people who have to travel on the worst roads they have seen in a decade. Our healthcare that desperately needs intensive care. It's not Grenada rising. It is prices rising, inflation rising, and victimization rising, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we wholeheartedly acknowledge the resilience of our people. Because through this economic hardship, the social struggles and the broken promises, they have persevered. So yes, our people are resilient. However, Mr. Speaker, resilience alone is not enough. And the truth is, under these current government policies, we are not rising. A nation must not only withstand challenges, but we must rise above them. Right now, Mr. Speaker, we are falling, heading down a precipice because people continue to struggle and many have been left behind. For the past 2.5 years, government has abandoned key sectors critical to our people's progress. They have abandoned the very people they swore to represent. But as if waking up from a deep sleep, they present a budget hoping that we forget their inaction, hoping that we forget their neglect, the hardship, and the economic pain. But the people remember, and we will not allow them to rewrite history, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this budget is not a roadmap for prosperity. It's an attempt to cover up failure. It's an admission by this government that for the past 2.5 years, I think it's more, I just say in half, but it's almost 3 years. This government did very little to address the real struggles of our people. And now they believe, well, they want us to believe, they expect us to believe, Mr. Speaker, that it will all be fixed with one budget document, one budget speech, and the AI hospital. Mr. Speaker, our people know better. Today, Mr. Speaker, I will speak on a few areas this government has ignored and mismanaged, focusing my attention on youth development and sports, housing, social development, and education. These are not just sectors of an economy. They are the very pillars for which a strong, thriving nation is built. And yet, under this administration, these pillars have crumbled due to poor planning, misplaced priorities, and a failure to listen to the needs of the people. We are not here just to criticize, Mr. Speaker. We are here to stand up for those whose voices have been silenced by the economic hardship and the fear of victimization. We are here to hold this government accountable, and we are here to demand that the resilience of our people must be matched with policies that truly allows them to rise. Mr. Speaker, this budget is too little, too late. And no amount of political spin will erase the reality that for the past 2.5 years, this government has failed our people. The people deserve more than resilience. They deserve progress. And for that, we will continue to fight for. Let's look at youth and sports, Mr. Speaker, a sector that should be the foundation of national development. But instead, it has been neglected, abandoned, and now exploited for political convenience. You're talking about a mock youth elections. No legal authority, just some mock youth elections, a continuation of our mock youth parliament. The government would have us believe that this budget is the turning point for young people, and it is filled with new opportunities, new investment, and a commitment to their future. But let us not be fooled by flashy figures, because for the past 2.5 years, this current administration has done nothing or very little to invest in youth development. And even worse, Mr. Speaker, they have dismantled all of the programs and projects that we designed to empower our young people. Let's look at the facts, Mr. Speaker. Under our administration, there are many well-established programs which provided training, mentorship, and employment opportunities for our young people. We can speak about the New Imani program, Empower, Project Fly, Youth Biz, just to name a few. These programs were making a difference. They were creating jobs. They were equipping our young people with skills that they needed in order to succeed. Yes, some of them had challenges, and there will always be challenges in any program. However, these programs benefited thousands of young people. Today, you can look for them all over in the various sectors. There are teachers, there are bankers, there are police officers. Some of them are entrepreneurs, Mr. Speaker. But what did the government do? They shut down the programs, no real alternatives, not even an explanation, just abandonment, Mr. Speaker. As a result, youth unemployment has skyrocketed. And I remember the Minister for Finance quoted the national unemployment figures. He never quoted the youth unemployment figures, conveniently so, Mr. Speaker. Our young people are frustrated, demoralized, and they are struggling to find opportunities in a country that should be investing in them. Mr. Speaker, we continued to advocate on behalf of our young people, and after several calls to restore these programs, we saw the return of the Empower program for young men. But at a reduced budget of $2.5 million in 2024, and even with a reduced budget, they only spent $1.1 million underspending on the young men at risk who need that type of intervention, Mr. Speaker. You know what that means? Fewer young men participated in the program, and that created missed opportunities and even deeper struggles for them. And we wonder today why we are seeing an increase in crime and violence. It's simply because of the underspending and the underinvesting our young men. Mr. Speaker, our communities are at risk as a result. In 2025, we have seen the budget move from 2.5 in 2024 to 3.5. I'm happy. We are just hoping that they are not underspending again. Because what we have seen before, the funds were allocated. Yes, they were approved for spending. But what happened? It was underspent. So if we failed to deliver then, how do you think we will convince the young men that they will deliver today? That's a question we must ask, Mr. Speaker. I must remind the Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, that throughout our years administering that program, over $5 million were invested for this program because we wanted to ensure we captured every young man who needed that type of engagement, exposing them to a variety of contemporary skills that they needed to function effectively in our country. Mr. Speaker, 2 years, not one new person was taken into the New Imani program. 2 years, thousands of young people graduated from school, and there were little to no opportunities to enhance themselves. After 2 years, we heard almost 3 years, but let me leave it 2.5, 3 years. They know the facts. After almost 3 years, Mr. Speaker, the program is thrown out the door. Yes, we did not see. I went through the budget, up, down, front, center, side. I've been looking. Not one mention of the new Imani program. So it is now thrown out the door, Mr. Speaker. But I heard there is an alternative. But let me say to this House, this alternative program will never be able to bring the benefits to our young people as what the new Imani program did for them. If we look carefully, Mr. Speaker, already, when you compare the amount allocated, it's like chalk and cheese. Over $20 million are for the new Imani compared to $2 million budgeted for this new program. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, a significantly high number of young people are left out of this program. Because number one, they say it's just for females. Number two, it is only 18 to 25. So, when we look at it, we see it as a grave injustice done to the young people of this country. One that reflects government's total disregard for their future. For years, a program that provided real opportunities, training, and empowerment for young people was in place. It gave them hope, created jobs for thousands of them, developed their skills, and steer them in the right direction. Today, just without any cause, it's discarded and replaced with a weaker, underfunded alternative that offers little to no support. Mr. Speaker, our young people are not blind. They know they are being shortchanged. So by slashing the funding and replacing a well-established program with a weaker alternative, this government is sending a clear message to them, and that is, they are not a priority. Mr. Speaker, where is Project Fly, fostering level-headed youth? Another important project just discarded. One that directly benefited the most vulnerable young people among us, our youth at risk. For years, a community-based program that existed to meet the men and women where they are on their turf in their communities, offering mentorship, skills training, and a lifetime away from crime, violence, and hopelessness. You see, Mr. Speaker, even though they didn't understand the program, they could have asked for help to administer it to the young people, because this program understood the realities of our communities, that work on the ground with our young people that was facing such great risk, and yet a government with its lack of vision and commitment to young people chose to get rid of it. Instead of strengthening the program and expanding it to make a real difference, they dismantled it, leaving behind nothing comparable. And the consequences of this reckless decision, Mr. Speaker, we are already feeling it. More young people are left behind, and our crime rate is rising. This program was not just a name on a budget document. It was a direct intervention into the lives of the people who needed it the most. It met them in their communities, provided mentorship and skills development. When I think about the people from La Poterie, Montreat, Saigon, Gun Battle, all of these communities, Mr. Speaker, they depended heavily on Project Fly. And I just want to make reference to a young man when we went to St. John's to deliver that program. You know, we met the young man in his community, Mr. Speaker. You know where he is today? He's employed at the Ministry of Youth. He's a youth parliamentarian and a youth ambassador. This is just one of the success stories from this program. Mr. Speaker, while other nations are equipping their young people to compete in a modern economy, this government is leaving ours to fend for themselves. Let's look at sports, Mr. Speaker. The same can be said for sports. Another failure, another glaring failure in this government's budget. Its continued neglect of the sporting sector for the past almost 3 years. And every budget come, you would hear a great announcement of investment in sporting facilities, programs for athletes' development. Mr. Speaker, the government has promised to prioritize sports as a tool for youth development and national pride. But, Mr. Speaker, what really is the reality of the situation? Let's look at it. In 2024, the approved estimates for repairs to hard courts were $300,000, but only $98,771 was spent. This is only 33% of what was approved, Mr. Speaker. You know, we are in 2025 with the same $300,000 again. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the budget estimate for the construction of a swimming pool was $500,000. You know how much was spent, Mr. Speaker? I want you to take a look at the budget document. $0.00. Could help me with the percentage there, Mr. Speaker? Yet, last Friday, when it was announced by the Minister for Finance, table breaking, like if the volley drummers were in the building, you know, Mr. Speaker. So if you look at it, they did not spend the $500,000 last year, but they come back with $800,000 to spend this year, Mr. Speaker. How can we believe that they didn't deliver last year? How can we believe that they would deliver this year? What is it they're going to use to convince Grenadians that they mean what they say and they will do what is in the budget document? Mr. Speaker, in 2024, $1.1 million were budgeted for the lighting of the cricket stadium. And they love when these things are non-stable, breaking, hand breaking, just because it sounds good, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, how much was spent? Not $1 was spent on that, Mr. Speaker. But we are here for 2025 with a budgeted amount of $8.2 million. Mr. Speaker, so for the past 2.5 years, they made the promises. The budgets were allocated. Yet, at the end of the fiscal year, the actual spending fell far below what was budgeted. No, as if they are hoping that we will forget, they return with the same budgeted figures, and more, in some cases, expecting us to believe that this time, maybe this time, they will deliver. Mr. Speaker, our sporting facilities have deteriorated. And I would draw your attention to some of these facilities. I see the member from St. Patrick's paying keen attention because he knows the Ford playing field, the Vendome playing field. We wondering what is trial and error in Vendome going on. Every time we pass there, we're wondering, well, what's next? It's basically trial and error in Vendome. And we cannot forget the Hillsborough playing field, just to name a few. Mr. Speaker, imagine in 2025, the McDonald's College last Friday held their school sports, the annual Athletic Schools Championship in Progress Park, St. Andrew. A school from St. Patrick have to come all the way to St. Andrew to have their school sports. So it is the realities on the ground, not what is said in the budget speech or not all the noise they are making, the realities. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, the parish sports, the St. Patrick's Primary School parish sports were held, you know where, Mr. Speaker? In the constituency of St. Andrew Northeast at the La Poetry playing field. And this was only possible, Mr. Speaker, because of the vision and foresight of this administration, the NMP administration, to upgrade and expand this playing field, including its lighting up. I hear people taking credit for lighting by the community, and the people who live there, we just have a good laugh, because we know better. Mr. Speaker, let me highlight yet another example of this government's reckless decision-making in regard and disregard for our communities, our athletes, and our young people. In the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl, I just listened to a member talking about the debris and everything. The government had a responsibility to clean up, rebuild, and restore normalcy to the lives of the people. Instead, they made an inexcusable decision to use a playing field, a vital space for sport and community engagement, as a dumping ground. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Let me be clear. No one disputes the need for proper debris management after a natural disaster. I'm not disputing that. But they were done freeze right there. They could have you put the debris there. But listen, Mr. Speaker, the decision was to store the debris on the playing fields, which is a space meant for young people, sporting events and community engagements. Mr. Speaker, this is nothing short of short-sightedness and irresponsibility. The negative impact of this government's failure to properly plan for debris disposal has been devastating. By turning this field into a debris site, the government has destroyed an essential public resource. The very ground where athletes train, where communities gather for sporting events, and where our next generation of stars, sporting stars, played, is now unusable. But Mr. Speaker, we have heard it right here, and I've seen some social media posting, boasting that the field is being restored. But Mr. Speaker, that is an additional burden on our taxpayers. Money that could have been spent on developing sports rather than fixing an avoidable mistake. The government has failed our athletes on the Sister Isle, and they will never forget this. We do hope, Mr. Speaker, that measures will be put in place to ensure such reckless decisions never happens again. Mr. Speaker, this budget does not signal real commitment to our young people. It is a desperate attempt to erase 2.5 years of neglect. But the young people of our country remember. They remember the lost opportunities. They remember the broken promises. And they remember a government that turned its back on them when they needed support the most. Mr. Speaker, this government loves to boast about sports tourism, but when it truly mattered, when the Grenada Invitational Games that would have showcased our nation on a world stage needed additional support, they failed to deliver. The cancellation of an event that would have brought athletes, fans, and economic opportunities to our shores. How can they claim to be champions of sports tourism when the inactions led to a major loss for the sporting community, local businesses, and our international reputation? Mr. Speaker, events like these require more than just words. It requires real commitments, real investments, and real action. Over the years, we have enjoyed the likes of Lushan Merritt, Shirley and Fraser Price, Justin Gatlin, alongside our very own Kirani James with those games. Mr. Speaker, this was a chance for the government to prove that sports tourism is more than just a talking point in the budget speech. It was an opportunity to stimulate the economy, to create jobs and inspire our young athletes. Yet, they sat on the sidelines and watched the Grenada Invitational slip away. We stand firmly with the young people of our country. And we believe in a budget that truly invests in them, not just in words, Mr. Speaker, but in action. We believe in restoring and expanding the programs to provide real training, real jobs, and real opportunities. We believe in funding sports development in a way that empowers our athletes, strengthens our community, and gives young people a reason to dream again. Our track record is clear, Mr. Speaker. We don't just believe that, and we don't just give words. Mr. Speaker, we built 2 top-class stadium for our, and one of them is fully lit, so they're boasting about lighting the other one. The cricket one, that's okay. The athletic one is already fully lit. Work done by this administration, the new National Party administration in government. Mr. Speaker, let's look at housing. Housing, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin by something that I would never forget. We will never forget government's decision to take away the low-income houses and sell it to individuals who can afford bank loans. This was nothing short of a betrayal of the very people who needed the homes the most. This housing project, a generous donation from the People's Republic of China, was intended to provide shelter and security for Grenada's most vulnerable citizens, not to be turned into a profit-making scheme for those who already are financially stable. So it hurts, Mr. Speaker. This move by government was an attack on the very poor and working-class families who have been struggling to make ends meet. And instead of helping to lift them out of poverty, the administration deliberately pushed them further into hardship. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the budget document has an estimated amount of $25 million for housing. However, half of it is allocated towards the so-called, quote-unquote, Project 500. Half of it. That is the intention to sell for those who can afford, right? Mr. Speaker, Project 500 is government's latest attempt to rename an existing housing program while forcefully reacquiring lands from citizens who already legally purchased it. Is nothing more than a blatant exercise of deception and mismanagement. This is not a new initiative. It is simply repackaging an old program and give the illusion of progress while wasting public resources. Mr. Speaker, you know they're very good at repackaging and renaming. CBI is now IMA. Debushing is now beautification. Bathroom and toilet is now wash. Mr. Speaker, this reckless approach raises serious concerns. How much of our taxpayers' money are spent on rebranding existing programs? We have to ask ourselves that, Mr. Speaker. But we must remind them that they promised 500 Grenadian-style houses per year under such a project. However, to date, and you know Dunfermline is my backyard, so, Mr. Speaker, I have video evidence on my phone if I need to submit it to the House. But I would say the Minister for Finance stated that only 17 houses they were able to start. Only 17. But, Mr. Speaker, because I live right there, and because I know the role of the Housing Authority, before government change in 2022, the Housing Authority was already preparing for the construction of 16 homes in that same area. So they quickly adopted that and renamed it, rebrand it, and say that Project 500, because budget coming up, we are not nothing, we're giving all the 3 months, do something quick. This is total deception, Mr. Speaker. And the facts must be put out there. But you know the thing about it, Mr. Speaker? One of the workers at the Housing Authority, he was so angry, he just walked away. He said, this is not how they operate. They operate according to procedures, according to rules. So when they're given the mandate to just do things busy, because we need something to show, he said no. If you're going to do something, let's do it good. So he walked away, Mr. Speaker. He walked away from from the Housing Authority, which he worked for many years. They go find out the facts. Mr. Speaker, this government is quick to boast about Build Back Better. But let us be clear on this. The money the government is using to build back better is not as a result of their planning. It is because of the CRIF insurance secured by our administration while in office. So yes, that was geared to indeed build back better. You have no choice but to build back better because you have immediate finance upon which you can do so, Mr. Speaker. Without that, they would have had no way of providing the housing assistance needed for the hurricane victims. So instead of pretending that this is their achievement, they should acknowledge that they are merely reaping the benefits of responsible governance of our administration. Mr. Speaker, without this financial safety net, the rebuilding efforts would have been much more difficult. A government should not just be judged on how they spend money, Mr. Speaker. They should be judged on how they plan for the future. Build Back Better exists today only because planning was done by our administration. The government is proving that they have no vision of their own. They are simply spending resources that we secured. The question the people of this country needs to ask Mr. MIT, what will you leave behind for the next generation to use in such instances? That's the question they should ask. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to social development. Mr. Speaker, the true measure of a government is how it treats its most vulnerable citizens. Yet, this administration, after making grandiose promises, the World Bank said that you should not be earning less than $650. Upon coming into office, one of the first things they did was to remove $150 from the seed beneficiaries. We will never forget this, you know, and I think everybody going forward, we should remind them. We asked this government, what happened to the promise that you made? How can you justify cutting benefits from elderly, single parents, and low-income families while increasing spending elsewhere? Mr. Speaker, this government, while they speak about commitment to social development, have you noticed, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if it has come up again, you know, at every stop, every village, every bus stop, well, they put some solar lights, so it is being used in a way that maybe it was not intended for, Mr. Speaker. But we have seen an alarming rise in gambling amongst our people and the most vulnerable in our communities. Every shop, every abandoned building, every house, every bus stop, Mr. Speaker, is transformed into a gambling house. Mr. Speaker, what is the plan of this government to address this crisis? What are the policies they are using to protect families who are watching their loved ones lose hard-earned money to unchecked gambling? Some may make profits under this industry, but there are far too many broken homes and financial instability and increasing crime as a result, Mr. Speaker. And this government must take responsibility for the unchecked expansion of gambling because it's harming our communities, Mr. Speaker. We therefore call for stronger regulations, greater community support programs, and real investment in education, youth development, so that our people do turn to gambling as the only hope, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, education. This government stood before us boasting, Mr. Speaker, about free tuition. Yet, the reality paints a very different picture. In 2024, they approved $3 million for this initiative, the free tuition initiative. But in 2024, shockingly, only $772,471 of those funds were used up by the students, a mere 26%. What this tells us, Mr. Speaker, it tells us that this government is more concerned about making grand announcements rather than ensuring real access to education. We ask the question, why only 25% was used up last year? Is it because the system is too complicated? Are there any hidden barriers preventing the students from accessing the support? We indicated that free tuition by itself will not make education fully accessible. Transportation and meals must complement it for some students. Mr. Speaker, Was it just another empty promise designed to sound good? Designed to sound good in a budget speech that is never properly implemented? These are the questions we must ask. Mr. Speaker, education is the foundation of national development. And if this government is really serious about it, they would not just throw numbers around. They would ensure that every eligible student gets the opportunity to further the education without any obstacles. Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the government taking credit for projects they did not initiate, and they don't have the audacity to acknowledge decency, to acknowledge the work of our administration. They stand here, only now you know. Only now he knows government is a continuum, Mr. Speaker. They stand here boasting about the improvement in school infrastructure and the construction of new schools. But wait, they conveniently fail to mention that the funding for both Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the Grenada Education Enhancement Project was sourced by our NMP administration. Let us set the record straight, Mr. Speaker. Schools have already been benefiting from this funding long before this government came into office. We could speak about Montrose, the Presentation Brothers College, the Bishop's College in Carriacou, and the list can go on and on and on. The Grenada Christian Academy, the Anglican in Grenville and St. David's had its own challenges, so they were delayed, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the repairs, the expansion, the groundwork for new schools were all part of a well-planned initiative that our administration worked tirelessly to secure. It was not their vision, it was not their negotiation, and it's certainly not their achievement. Mr. Speaker, this government is attempting to rewrite history, presenting these projects as their own, while hiding the truth from the public. But the people deserve honesty. If they were truly committed to education, they would not just ride on the coattails of work already done. They will bring new ideas and secure funding instead of rebranding what was already in motion. So I ask this government, what new investments have you sourced? What additional schools will you build beyond what was already planned? Or is it your only achievement repackaging the success of our administration? The people deserve answers, not deception. Education is far too important for political games, and we here stand ready and committed to ensure that every child has access to quality learning facilities, not just through our past efforts, but through continued advocacy for real progress. Mr. Speaker, this government stood before the nation and proudly announced school meals will now be free for all students, primary, pre-primary, secondary school. They made a grand spectacle of removing $1 that the parents had to pay, claiming victory for education and social welfare. The question is, what really happened since the grand announcement? Despite increasing the budgetary allocation in 2025, the reality on the ground is far different. Schools are struggling. There are lack of resources to supply meals to students daily. And as a result, students are left without meals, the meals they were promised. Instead of benefiting from the so-called free meal program, parents are now forced to spend even more money to send their children to school with lunch. These are the facts, Mr. Speaker, because government has failed to deliver on its promise. This is a classic case of poor planning and mismanagement, Mr. Speaker. The government was very quick to make the announcement, but very slow to ensure that schools had the proper infrastructure, the proper staffing, and the resources to provide these meals. What is the point of declaring free meals, Mr. Speaker, if our students still are not receiving it? Mr. Speaker, removing a $1 contribution without ensuring the sustainability of the program has done more harm than good. It is not just good enough to make policies for headlines. They must be backed up by proper execution. And this is yet another example of a government that rushes to make announcements but fails to govern responsibly. Mr. Speaker, call on this government to ensure that going forward, that schools have the necessary resources and deliver on the promise they made to all students and parents. Because right now, the so-called free meal program is nothing more than a failed publicity stunt. Our children are the ones paying the price. Mr. Speaker, I was reading a report from the World Bank recently, and they made it very clear that Caribbean education is a crisis, and Grenada is not immune to this situation. Our students are being left behind due to outdated curriculums, ineffective teaching methods, and a system that is failing. Mr. Speaker, I'm making a point because as a country, we are not immune. I am not casting blame on any administration, but just to bring awareness.
Hold on, Honorable. The standing orders demands silence when someone is on the floor. Proceed, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our students are left behind due to outdated curriculums, ineffective teaching methods, and a system that is failing to equip them for the demands of a modern world. And if we are serious about securing our children's future, we must act now. This government cannot just continue with business as usual. We therefore strongly recommend that government engage with global partners to assist in curriculum modernization, teacher training, and digital learning integration. We cannot afford to ignore this crisis. And we, in the opposition, we stand ready to support any meaningful reform that will truly prepare our students for the future. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I ask the citizens of Grenada to reflect on the theme towards Vision 75, Grenada resilient and rising, and rising, and rising, and rising, and rising. For whom? Because for the ordinary Grenadian, this past year has been nothing short of a struggle. The reality on the ground is very clear. Cost of living has skyrocketed, making it harder for families to afford the simple basic things, Mr. Speaker. Victimization is at an all-time high. Our people are now afraid to speak or to seek opportunities without fear of political discrimination. Unemployment, thank you, Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence for 2 to 3 minutes to wrap up. Thank you.
Sorry, you have 2 minutes more.
Unemployment remains a major crisis, leaving too many young people without hope for a better future. So I ask again, who is it really rising for? It is not rising for the farmers, not the workers, not the business owners, and certainly not the struggling families. Mr. Speaker, it will be remiss of me to not extend my deepest gratitude to the wonderful people of my constituency, St. Andrew Northeast, the men, the women, the young people who continue to put their trust in me as the elected representative. Through every challenge, every hardship, we have stood together. Despite the rising cost of living, despite the neglect from this government, and despite the poor policies they have made life even harder, we remain strong, we have remained united, and we never lost hope. Mr. Speaker, I know these times are tough, so I want to say to them, do not lose hope, do not give up. Better days are coming. We will not be silenced. We will not back down. After all, we are unstoppable. And when the time comes, we will be right back, stronger and better. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP for Andrew Northeast. And I now invite the MP for St. Patrick West to take the floor as he makes his contribution.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I greet my fellow members of Parliament on both sides of the House, the listening and viewing public. And Mr. Speaker, I will begin on the note on which the Honourable Member for St. Andrew Northeast ended. She said that they have to hold on to hope, and I agree, because they have already lost faith. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, the Honorable Prime Minister quoted me, having quoted, well, not quoted, but referred to a scripture verse while I was in Petit Martinique in February. I could not name the chapter and the verse. I knew it was in Proverbs, but I did my homework. And therefore, I would like to remind my good friend to pay heed to the counsel of Proverbs 21:23, and also Proverbs 17:28. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to give my firm support to the estimate of revenue and expenditure presented by my colleague, Honorable Dennis Cornwall, last Friday. Before I talk about the work of the ministries for which I hold ministerial responsibility and the activities in my constituency for the preceding 12 or so months, I would like to take the opportunity to clear the air on some patently false information peddled here unashamedly without even the pretense of trying to back them up with facts and figures. Let me talk about Fort Plainfield, which is located in Mount Craven in my constituency of St. Patrick West, Mr. Speaker. Some months ago, renovation work began on that playing field. Apparently there were some contractual disputes, and because the person who was at the center of it is not in this house, Mr. Speaker, I will refrain from naming names or from saying or doing anything that would point the finger to, for want of a better word, the culprit. Subsequently, the work was held up. And later, through the intervention of MP Dennis Cornwall and the Ministries of Infrastructure and Sports and myself, the work resumed. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Honorable Member for St. Andrew Northeast to tell us how is it possible to be refurbishing the playing field and still have sports on it simultaneously. Mr. Speaker, there is something in Japan called ginkgo biloba that is supposedly good for memory. I think the Honorable Member might do well to consume some of that. The playing field at Cuthbert Peters Park in Guelph remained unusable for over 10 years under the NNP regime. A contract was given to a body of somebody. The field was dug up, and it remained like that. Guelph people had to go to Victoria and Beausejour to host sporting events. And it was under the leadership of Fitzgerald Naka Joseph, the basketball coach, that Guelph people took spade, shovel, and wheelbarrow and fixed back Cuthbert Peters Park. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not as young as I used to be, so forgive me if I have a little memory lapse. I believe that Alston George Park in Victoria suffered a fate, while not quite as long-lasting as Cuthbert Peters Park, resulted in several years without that park being able to be used by the residents of Victoria and surrounding areas. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member shed some interesting light on some of the programs that she highlighted that were championed by her party when they were in power. And that light was shed unwittingly. Again, Proverbs 21:23 should be a guide. You talk about a program that held young people, in fact, in some families, 3 generations hostage to $700 a month with no chance of escaping, and you're boasting about that as progress. What we have done, Mr. Speaker, we have not dropped the program. What we have done is to convert those under the government system from lifelong trainees. As the first time I see trainee was listed as a career, into bona fide workers, now being able to access financial services because they have a real job, and nobody's taking advantage of them anymore for the sake of securing votes by telling them, if all you vote for them, other people go take it away. No threat whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, the fact that the numbers in those programs are dropping or have dropped is a testament to the robust health of the economy of Grenada. Those programs were created because there was nothing else for young people to do. Nothing. Nowadays, there are so many job opportunities that we are actually facing a labor shortage in Grenada. just go to the sites that advertise vacancies. Go to Carriacou, go to Sates and try to get a plumber. Try to get a body workman or woman. Try to get an electrician, and you will see what I am talking about. It does not mean that the problem has been solved, because we still have elements of structural employment and so on. But Mr. Speaker, these are systemic issues that cannot be eradicated in 2 years, in 3 years, or in 5 years. If the brilliant minds could not do it in 28 years, I hear they say in 23, they forgot the first 5 from 1984 to 1990, the first 6, 28 plus years, Mr. Speaker. And let us get something straight. Since the American invasion of 1983, there have been about 9 general elections in this country. The New National Party has won 6 of them. The National Democratic Congress has won 2. And in 1990, there was no clear winner. The NDC had a plurality, and a gentleman from constituency of St. John crossed the floor to give them a working majority in Parliament. So what it means is that no other political party has had more than 1 term in office consecutively. So if anybody had the opportunity and the means to fix the problems that I hear my good friend highlighting today, those on the other side were the ones, Mr. Speaker. To come in here and try to pretend that the problems Grenada faces originated from June 23rd, 2022 is nothing short but laughable. So, Mr. Speaker, Fly, Imani, Kongori, whatever they call them, they are not as relevant today simply because our young people are moving on to bigger things like cybersecurity. I heard a former Prime Minister of Grenada saying a few months ago, bush all over the side of the road. If NNP was in power, people would be able to make serious money. Mr. Speaker, come on. Serious money, chopping cocoa bush by the side of the road? Twice a year. Cyber security is giving young people the opportunity to earn minimum 2,000 Canadian dollars a month. Mr. Speaker, another, because I am enjoined by parliamentary procedure not to use the word lie, I won't say it. Another falsehood, Mr. Speaker, is that $150 were removed from seed recipients. Minister Delma Thomas was at pains to point that out, that $150 in question was simply support COVID-related, and it was due to last for 6 months. The NDC government extended it by a further 6. But conveniently, she doesn't remember that, effective last year, all seed recipients 65 and over or suffering mental or physical disability have been receiving an additional $200 of support. Mr. Speaker, they talk about runaway inflation. When we come here, talk about the budget is about numbers. So don't come talking about runaway inflation. Runaway inflation at 1.07%. Find a way to make me believe that, as the young people say, I can't wrap my mind around it, Mr. Speaker. All right? She talked about youth unemployment. Let me give you some real figures from the Central Statistical Office of Grenada. Youth unemployment, people aged 15 to 24, in 2020 stood at 39.5%. Wow. It declined marginally 2021 to 38.6%. Now, I know that a particular minister had made his son special advisor to the Minister of Finance, so I don't know if that resulted in a slight drop. One more youth employed. June 2023, another marginal drop to 36.2%, Mr. Speaker. September 2023, it dropped precipitously to 24.2%. And the last available figures, December 2013, 22.8%. 2023. Mr. Speaker, we should not be proud of an youth unemployment rate of 22 point whatever percent. It is unacceptable, but we must put it in its proper perspective. In the space of 2 years, 3 years, dropping it from 39.5 to 22.8, that is a laudable achievement. Mr. Speaker, crocodile tears, I don't know if it does induce cataract or what, but it will cause some stinging, Mr. Speaker. When we come here lamenting the prevalence in the villages, gambling all over the country, Mr. Speaker, I wish to remind the honorable member for St. Andrews Northeast that when the Casino Gaming Act was passed in 2014, it was not the NDC in power. Mr. Speaker, I wish to remind the honorable member that we did not bring blast into Grenada. So to sit and be a part of an entity that introduced something that has led to the very malaise that you are conveniently lamenting now, Mr. Speaker, Jah help us. Mr. Speaker, this government has empowered members of parliament, not only on this side, but on the other side, to the tune of $10,000 monthly. And mind you, from personal experience, it's not efficient, but however, it does make a significant difference in the lives of ordinary people. Mr. Speaker, I wish to speak briefly. I have to find my glasses to see the timer. I have time. So, Speaker, if you don't mind, I may have to give somebody else my extra time initially. Mr. Speaker.
Just hold on, Honorable. I'm hearing some utterance from on my left. Proceed.
I will not be daunted, Mr. Speaker, nor easily distracted, but thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development has stewardship over Grenada's foreign affairs and external trade relationships. And before I proceed further, I wish to take a moment to say a big thank you to the two permanent secretaries in this ministry, as well as senior and middle management and all staff, those working within the ministry physically, as well as those serving in our missions abroad. We seek to provide trade and investment opportunities for Grenada. When we travel, Mr. Speaker, we do so with reason and with purpose. We do not joyride. In the world of international diplomacy, there are no takeaway lunches served. If you're not at the table, you simply do not eat. Mr. Speaker, over the past 12 or so months, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development has been extremely busy and well engaged with our international partners, traditional as well as new. We live in a world of great political and economic uncertainty. We are faced with a situation where decisions of great import are made seemingly in a whimsical, capricious manner. And therefore, it is extremely important that we be aware of what is taking place and that we find ways and means, strategies to navigate the slippery ground of international diplomacy in this era. Mr. Speaker, over the past year, we have engaged with a traditional partner, the Kingdom of Morocco, to renew the roadmap agreement. And Mr. Speaker, people love to talk about credit. I have no problem with anybody claiming or taking credit. My colleague Vaya correctly stated that government is a continuum. If we had decided not to continue with projects that we met, you know what would have been the cry? Oh, just because it's we, they aren't doing it. So it appears, Mr. Speaker, as if there is almost a sort of infantile wish that we would have scrapped those programs just so that they could beat their chest and point fingers at us. But we are bigger than that. And if there is something worthy of pursuing, of continuing, you can count on the National Democratic Congress administration to do just that, in the interest of our country. Who want credit? As far as I know, Digicel, all of them still in business. Village Opto. Mr. Speaker, under this roadmap agreement with Morocco, there is avenue for cooperation in education. And I must admit that we as government have to be more aggressive in marketing those available scholarships to our general population. We have to go out into the schools more often. I know that the Ministry of Education has already embarked on that, but we have to be more aggressive. If we are to transform our country, as the Honorable Member for St. Andrew North said correctly, we have to invest in the education of our young people. So there are 22 scholarships available under that roadmap program. I think by now everybody is quite familiar with the fertilizer program with the Kingdom of Morocco. We have signed agreement on the use of renewable energy, where Morocco has developed quite a bit of expertise, and they are quite willing and prepared to share with us. Health, tourism, these are areas that we are going to continue collaborating with the Kingdom of Morocco so that it can all redound to the benefit of our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, can't get fired. As a result of Honorable Lennox Andrews, Honorable Prime Minister's visits to the Kingdom of Morocco, the relationship that was built from those visits put us in a position where, without batting an eye, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia readily donated over $5 million worth of relief supplies to our country following Beryl. If you don't go out there and look for it, it won't come here to meet you. It's a competitive world out there. We have to start seeing certain things not simply as expenses, but as investments. And I am reminded by the Honorable Prime Minister that the trip to Saudi Arabia was fully funded by the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Mr. Speaker, just a few short weeks ago, I had the privilege of traveling with the Honorable Prime Minister and my colleague, Minister Andrews. By the way, I understand you have a new name, eh? It's a Korean name, Chotai. We traveled to the People's Republic of China, and there, something historic happened. The signing of 14 cooperation agreements with the People's Republic of China, covering a wide array of subjects: agriculture, health, education, transportation, ports, renewables, name it, economic development, the blue economy. And I don't want to make some people jealous. But I think I will have to inform the Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, that Prime Minister was bestowed an honorary professorship by Ningo University. So there is nothing wrong in calling him Professor Mitchell. Well earned, by the way. Yes, yes. Mr. Speaker, Cuba. Cuba continues to be a trustworthy friend and partner, not only of Grenada, not only of the Caribbean, but of peoples the world over. When the COVID pandemic broke out, Cuban doctors went as far as Italy to provide services. I didn't hear anybody talk about human trafficking or nothing like that. Mr. Speaker, we have not just a legal obligation, we have a moral and ethical obligation to stand by the people of Cuba. Were it not for the selfless support of Cuba, many of us would not have had the opportunities for further education that we got. On the other side, the honorable member from St. Mark, testament of that. The table not for that. No. The renowned economist, Honorable Chotai, Brother Dennis Cornwall, and myself for a brief period. Our health infrastructure would collapse without the generous intervention of Cuba. And for that, we must always take a principled stand and at all costs avoid being opportunistic or transactional as it relates to the relationship between Cuba and Grenada. So the Prime Minister led a delegation to Cuba on an official visit, and again, a number of very important cooperation agreements were signed. Health, education, environment, culture, and so on. Mr. Speaker, going back to travel again. In 2023, the Prime Minister and I attended a very important event in the Bahamas, ACTIV. I think it's Africa Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum. And that is where we met the great Nigerian industrialist who was our guest of honor at Independence this year, Mr. Aliko Dangote. There was no way that we would have made contact with Mr. Dangote had we not been there. We have already begun to see the fruits of our engagement with him, and this is just the beginning. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs continues to engage foreign partners to negotiate for scholarships. We have had offers from the Republic of Serbia, from the Republic of Georgia, from Portugal, and from a host of other countries. And that, Mr. Speaker, can only come about because we recognize that if we sit in St. George's, nothing is going to fall into our laps. A hunter doesn't hunt in a cage. You have to go out in the wild. Mr. Speaker, it is well known the malaise of our health system. But we are not just crying about it. We are actively pursuing avenues to remedy the situation. And currently, we are in negotiations with the Nigeria International Cooperation Agency to engage the services of critical medical specialists that we currently lack in Grenada. Nephrologists, anesthesiologists, critical care specialists. Very often we can only do emergency surgery because the General Hospital has only one 70-year-old anesthesiologist. Coleman want to retire, he can't retire, because if he retire, a lot of people go dead in Grenada. So we are actively pursuing that. Mr. Speaker, anybody who spent 28 years in power and was interested in lifting the quality of healthcare would have not had his or country in this state of near collapse of the health industry at this point in time. And we have to continue to talk about the 23 and the 28. You all are quick to claim the so-called good things. Claim the ugly baby too. You don't make it. Mr. Speaker, every time I think about Palestine, a lump comes to my throat. It seems as if, Mr. Speaker, the world has lost its conscience. We hear homes bulldozed in Palestine, and it's just another news item. We hear a family of 17 gets bombed at a wedding or at a christening, and it's no big deal. Mr. Speaker, we are people who go down on our knees and pray and all kind of things. Do we pray simply because we know how to do it, or because we actually care, Mr. Speaker? Yet, in spite of the suffering and the tribulations of the Palestinian people, they are quite prepared and willing to share whatever little they have with us, and to that we must say thank you. Palestinian doctors came to Grenada because of a cooperation agreement. There is one elderly lady in my constituency, 80 years old, who had cataracts removed from her eyes, and she can now see. Didn't cost us a cent. Little Jamaican girls say gratitude is a must. Let us show it in deeds. Mr. Speaker, recognizing that no island is an island, and that even those who are of continental proportions, contrary to what they may think, they too are not islands, we have set out quite deliberately to widen and deepen our diplomatic outreach. And so we have taken the bold step to set up a diplomatic mission, a high commission in the Canadian capital, Ottawa. We have got permission from the Government of Canada to open the mission, and our High Commissioner designate, Mr. Sylvester Qualles, has already received a green mark. There are some administrative hurdles that we have to navigate. And of course, with the recent political changes in Canada, that has slowed things up, but we are confident that within the next few weeks to a couple of months, we will have boots on the ground physically. We continue also to provide opportunities for young people within the Foreign Ministry to grow professionally. We do not ask what party you support. There is one particular young diplomat, and I don't want to make anybody feel jealous in the diplomatic corps, so I won't be giving accolades. But I want to tell that story. Everybody tell me, that person father is a big NNP. That's not my problem. We looked at the CV. I believe that the Prime Minister was even more impressed than I was. We interviewed the person. I didn't go say whether it's male or female because I don't want to let the cat out of the bag. All right? And we were convinced that Grenada would be well served by that individual. Up to today, I don't know whether the NNP and the CIA know about a new party called PNP. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the point is, we believe in the goodness of the Green people. Contrary to the picture of impending disaster, of doom and gloom painted by the other side, We believe in the goodness and in the brightness of our Grenadian people, and we continue to support and promote them. We continue to maintain the consulate that we have in Toronto, doing an excellent job. We have recently appointed a Grenadian businessman of Indian origin as High Commissioner, non-resident High Commissioner to India. He went last year to present credentials, and having spent a couple of months in India, he has already opened 3 trade and economic offices, 1 in Mumbai, 1 in Bengaluru, and 1 in Delhi. Recognizing our financial limitations, very often we have to resort to using honorary consuls rather than full-fledged diplomats to get things done that otherwise would be left undone, to represent our citizens if they're in little difficulties, to seek trade and investment opportunities for us, and to provide general services at minimal cost to the government and people of Grenada. I am pleased to announce that we have recently appointed Dr. Eric Peters, young gentleman from Guelph, as our honorary consul in Barbados. We have established honor consulates in Bangkok, Thailand, in Manila, Philippines, and in addition to the non-resident High Commissioner, we also have an honorary consul in Delhi, the Indian capital. We have appointed one in Hanoi, and another, Hanoi, Vietnam, and another in Dhaka, Bangladesh. Now, Mr. Speaker, we take these appointments extremely seriously, and the amount and quality of vetting that goes into it is second to none. The last thing we want is egg on our faces. So if we detect any little blemish, sorry, we may have to try to find some other way in which you can serve. Recently, when the due diligence report came back, someone who wanted a position, my skin nearly dropped off of me. On the surface, perfect. Everything in order. But that digging, Mr. Speaker, is extremely important because we cannot afford to compromise the good name of our country. Gone are the days when all kinds of shady transactions were conducted in the name of the people of Grenada, only for us to be left embarrassed down the road. We're very careful about it. Mr. Speaker, recognizing that in order to facilitate business, you have to be able to facilitate the movement not only of goods, but the movement of people. And so we have been aggressively pursuing signing of visa waiver agreements with a number of countries across the globe. We have recently signed with Ghana, awaiting ratification by the parliament. You know, recently they had a change in government, so we expect that there may be a little delay. We have recently engaged Egypt, and it is just a matter of time. We have all with the Kingdom of Morocco. We are currently in discussions with Qatar, Angola, and South Africa. Mr. Speaker, in the last reporting period, we have established diplomatic relations with Bangladesh, Cabo Verde, or maybe Cape Verde, as some people might know it, Mauritius, Lesotho, Andorra, the Principality of Andorra, and the Kingdom of Jordan. All of these signings give us the opportunity to engage with a wider cross-section of people. It gives us more options and therefore more leverage and more opportunities. We are currently in discussion with the Gambia, Senegal, the Philippines, South Sudan, and Mauritania for the establishment of diplomatic relations. Our Office of Diaspora Affairs, led by Ambassador Terry Forrester, has been doing a wonderful job of staying connected with the diaspora, of leveraging the skills, assets, and talent of our people in the diaspora. And we continue to see the fruit of it through the sourcing of school supplies, medical supplies, food, musical instruments, and more recently, following the passage of Hurricane Beryl, the mobilization of much-needed resources to help alleviate the suffering of the people affected by Beryl. Mr. Speaker, I must take a moment to talk about something extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, there would be nothing remarkable about it. But our country was ravaged, the northern parts at least, by Hurricane Beryl, the 1st of July last year. Our Prime Minister was physically steering the ship rather than hiding on one. He could easily have asked for the CARICOM summit to move to another island and delay his chairmanship. But knowing that he had the backing of a solid team of rookies, he declined the offer to postpone. And his 6 months in office, marked by strong advocacy for climate justice, especially for small island developing states, by clarion call for reparatory justice. And his interventions have not gone unnoticed. In Barbados a couple of weeks ago, the EU Commissioner, Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, was publicly called out and had to respond. She had no choice, by our indefatigable, indomitable Prime Minister. The Prime Minister endorsed and promoted the Regional Digital Resilience Strategy during his tenure. He promoted the creation of Digital Skills Fund, which is designed to train 10,000 CARICOM youths in digital technology. He presided over the launch of the DigiSmart CARICOM Digital Skills Initiative, just to name a few. Grenada, you are well led and well served by a wise head on young shoulders. Mr. Speaker, in the area of trade and export development, we have been quite busy, and kudos to Permanent Secretary Clark and the team in Trade and Export Division, who have been working tirelessly to ensure that we build a sustainable, diversified, and resilient economy, who have been working to upgrade the abilities of the Bureau of Standards so that it can better serve the stakeholders. The Trade Division has consistently organized, and each time it's bigger and better, the Made in Grenada Expo, which is traditionally held around the Independence time, sometimes on the Carnage and the stadium, or both. They have also taken it outside of the St. George's area by hosting it in Granville, and on 2 occasions in my hometown, Sauterne, provide opportunities for people who would not have had the chance to display their wares and their creativity otherwise. So I commend them for that. Mr. Speaker, I turn to events in my constituency. I think by now everybody knows that I had to leave Parliament in a rush in March, almost a year to the day last year, because of a devastating fire that left about 18 people homeless in my home village of Shantimel. I will run the risk of inadvertently omitting some valuable donors. But I think I need to publicly acknowledge the contribution of the following entities and individuals in our effort to rehouse the people who lost their homes in a better way. Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited, Hubbards, Huggins, Brannigan Thompson, Grenada Resorts Limited, that is the Chinese project deliverer, L&M Industries, Tantimerl, Shelter Solutions, the Embassy of the People's Republic of China, Ministry of Social and Community Development, Graveland Concrete Corporation. And I wish to also publicly recognize the selfless, untiring efforts of Shantivic, which is a committee that I put together to spearhead the relief and rebuilding efforts. That committee is headed by retired principal teacher, Mr. Speaker, I retroactively ask your leave to call names. Teacher Faith Phillip, Pastor Richard Alexander, and Ms. Solange Logie. The community has been rallying around the victims, and I'm pleased to announce that of the 5 houses destroyed, we have already begun construction on 3, and I'm advised that by the end of this month, a 4th one will be starting. One of the problems we are facing, which is a tribute to the strength of the economy, is that we are finding it difficult to get workers. Yeah? Mr. Speaker, we have to applaud the initiative of our people. And I wish to call out to a young man named Richie Rush from High Street, who runs a car wash business, who dedicated 1 day's takings from his business to burial relief. He donated cash and water. And this is a young man, probably in his 20s. And we are quick to point out about delinquency and youth this and youth astray. We have to give them the plaudits when they deserve it. Ambassador Richard Nixon has stepped up in a big way, both regarding Shantimerl fire and burial. There's a past student of mine from the Anglican High School, Ms. Sarah Banfield, who provided invaluable support to the farmers in terms of having their fields cleared by providing chainsaws and so on. The Venezuelan embassy also contributed specifically to St. Patrick, as well as did the Japanese embassy. I wish to say thank you to all those entities and individuals. Mr. Speaker, our people are regaining their entrepreneurial spirit. More and more, when people visit me at my constituency office, is not to ask for plywood, but to ask for a cooler so that they could sell drinks, to ask for a deep fryer, to ask for some material to set up a little parlor. That is the kind of thing that we have to encourage. A country cannot be built by half of the people sitting down and expecting the other half to mind them. We have to get rid of that culture. And I'm pleased to say that I'm seeing signs of it in St. Patrick. There's a young lady, Miss Lynette Narayan from Redmond, who has set up a thriving agro-processing business in the Nutmeg area. Creams, sprays, rubs, ointments. And the Ministry of Trade has been giving her exceptional support. There's a gentleman in Mount Craven, Mr. Everett Fraser. Mind you, I'm not taking credit for that, but just highlighting for information purposes how some people are using the initiative to boost themselves and their communities consequently. Mr. Everett Fraser is one of the best known joiners in the St. Patrick area. He invited me to tour his facility, a new facility in Mount Craven, Front Street. And it's going to be top of the line. Office space, space for computers, all different kind of things that a modern setup requires. He said to me, I'm getting down in age. I want to leave a legacy. I want something to continue even after I leave. And that is the kind of vision that we have to support. There's a young man too in the creative field, David Gordon Jr., who for 2 years has been running the Northern Lights Festival, which is comparable to what takes place in quarantine around Christmas time. And my office in Sates has been giving him exceptional support. The Ministry of Finance, the concessions desk, they're always very supportive, so I want to thank Minister Cornwall, PS Sylvester, and the rest of the staff at the Ministry of Finance. These are the kinds of initiatives we need to push in the rural areas so that Grenada can move forward, everybody together. Mr. Speaker, after years of neglect, what passes for the infrastructure in St. Patrick has fallen apart. Case in point, about a month ago, I invited PS Alva Brown in infrastructure and the Chief Technical Officer to do a tour of my constituency so that they could see for themselves the state of the bridges, many of which are calamities waiting to happen. We stopped at one in Monkchurch. We went underneath and they said, "Nah, Minister, we had to start on that one yesterday." I didn't say nothing because I know better. Couple 100 meters down the road, we got to the one in Snail Hall and the ball. "No, Minister, we had to start on that one the day before yesterday." Thankfully, they were able to engage a contractor. The work turned out to be more complex than originally thought, so it had to be paused so that proper engineering advice and guidance could be provided, and I advise that the work will resume on Monday, the 17th. Mr. Speaker, I continue to engage my constituents deliberately and regularly, contrary to the narrative you may be hearing out there. I became an MP and a minister. Unfortunately, I did not assume godlike qualities. And even God, when people come together, He's supposed to be everywhere. They say, "Let us invoke the presence of the Lord." So when I'm in Monkchurch, I cannot be in Chantimel at the same time. But it is true, my consistent engagement with the people, I get to see firsthand many of the problems that they are faced with and can take, in many cases, immediate action to rectify them. That is why, thank you, Mr. Speaker, we have been able to erect protective guardrails on the borderline bridge between St. Mark and St. Patrick, what we call the Chapel Bridge, La Fortune. In Hermitage, in Canal Road, we are in the process of having them installed. A contractor has been identified. And these are the kinds of things that you see, that you observe when you move around your constituency. Mr. Speaker, Redmud is a little village that is close to my heart. I'm up there very, very often. It's a little village brimful of talent. Only a handful of inhabitants, a few families. The Elahis, the Narines, the Williams, and one or two others. Fletchers. In spite of having a population barely reaching 200, they have several players representing Grenada and Grenada Islands in cricket at different age group levels. And one of the burning aspirations of Redmud is to have a playing field. Just last week, I visited with my team to look at a site for a potential playing field, and I'm confident that I will get the support of my colleagues once the deal is reasonable for us to acquire that piece of land, to purchase that piece of land, to give the young people of Redmud the means to recreate themselves, but also to develop professionally cricket. We are also engaging in the usual retaining wall, road building, road repairing exercises right throughout the constituency. Every village has been impacted by it. Prospect Darby, lit. and we're in the process of installing some more solar lights in some of the more dimly lit areas throughout the constituency. I advise that will begin this week. Darby, again, we are currently in negotiation with a family that owns a parcel of land that hopefully we can secure for the establishment of housing, playing field, and community resource center. I wish to thank my cabinet colleagues for approving and ultimately purchasing the old Caribbean Cinema property in Marley, just outside Sauterne. Very soon we'll be engaging the constituents in public discussions as to how best to proceed with that facility. Traffic is a nightmare in Sauterne, and we have already begun with the intervention of MIT and the Ministry of Infrastructure, the construction of a bypass road linking Marley with Sauterne that should go some way towards alleviating the traffic congestion. Mr. Speaker, the Breakwater project is a headache for everyone. And I am pleased to announce that in December last year, the Caribbean Development Bank approved a facility providing $10 million for the extension and improvement of that Breakwater project. We could have rushed into it, but we recognize, as the old saying goes, it is better to measure twice and cut once. The necessary environmental and social impact assessments were done. Consultations were held with the people in the community who understand local conditions better than any engineer or expert can. All of those were incorporated, and we are now in the pre-qualification phase. So I have been assured by the technical people that by the second half of this year, we will see the resumption of that project. Mr. Speaker, we have repaired the community centers in Chantimel and Monkridge. There are still some little issues with Monkridge in that the ceiling, which is made of concrete, is sort of shelling. So some more remedial work has to be done there to ensure its safety. And I take this opportunity to enjoin my constituents to please let us take care of our property. If we damage it, if we use it injudiciously, we will be without it again for a long period of time. And it costs money to repair, to maintain, to rebuild. So it's ours. Let's take best care of it. Mr. Speaker, education, ICT are paramount importance to this government. And it is with that in mind that I approached the Chinese embassy and was able to secure enough devices to properly outfit the IT lab at McDonald College, and that will be for the use not only of the school, but for the surrounding communities of Marley, Lamode, and Sauterne. Mr. Speaker, we have recently, again, through the intervention of MIT, refurbished the Monkridge basketball court. And I've been assured by Honorable Delma Thomas that the lights will be repaired in short order. So we're looking forward to that. One of the disappointing things to me has been our slowness in finally putting the Monkridge Medical Station back into full use. I am pleased to report that we have finally got to a stage where very soon work will begin to ensure that that facility is rehabilitated and put to the use of the residents of Monkridge and Snell. The Sauterne Health Complex, which over the years has deteriorated to an extent that, frankly speaking, it cannot be called a health facility. It is itself in need of serious medical attention. This year, work will begin on the rehabilitation of the Sauteurs Medical Facility. Mr. Speaker, the community of Snell Hall will be smiling again soon. We have completed the road from the main road from the Snell Hall main road leading up to the playing field itself. And we have secured funding for the construction of bathroom and changing facilities, as well as a mini pavilion for the residents of Snell Hall. They should be starting soon. Mr. Speaker, Minister Cornwall and I signed an agreement with Chinese city Ningbo, which is located in Zhejiang province, China. And I'm pleased to announce that the fruit of that agreement will soon be visible to us. A shipment of agricultural, educational, fisheries, and sporting supplies is on its way to St. Patrick. Mr. Speaker, we also sought, Minister Cornwall and I, and obtained a brand new custom-built ambulance for the people of St. Patrick. We are furthest away from the capital. The roads are long, transportation is expensive and often unreliable. Therefore, it is important that we put in place measures to protect and to serve the people of St. Patrick. And Minister Karen James, I understand that all you borrow, we ambulance. We want it back soon. Anyways, for all the people of Grenada, I'm just being a little facetious here. Mr. Speaker, we'll also be engaging on a project to put up signage through our constituency of St. Patrick West. That may seem an unimportant task, but trying to find your good friend Pedro, not Honorable Peter David, and somebody tell you, just go down so and then you go see an old truck around a corner, and there we stay. And you get there, and the night before, the scrap metal dealers, they had removed the old truck. And you're lost. So we are going to take care of that. We are going to take care of that by erecting proper signage throughout the constituency, Mr. Speaker. We have also done some temporary work to provide better sanitary facilities for the people of St. Patrick, particularly those in Sauteurs or those who visit Sauteurs, by repairing the public toilet at the Breakwater facility and also repairing those at the Sauteurs bus terminal, which in itself is another story, Mr. Speaker. After years of nobody paying any attention to it, the vegetable market, the meat market, the fish market, there's some work being done on the fish market, started by the previous administration, so take your credit, and the shelter at the bus terminal area. All of these require urgent attention. We have identified the public buildings in Sauteurs, and we are going to work with the Ministry of Infrastructure Development to take steps to ensure that where possible, they are restored. If they cannot be restored, they are demolished and something better put in their place. I'm not saying that these will happen next month, but all of these are things that we are looking at as a means of enhancing the physical beauty of Sauteurs and providing more and better economic opportunities for the people of the Northern Parish. Mr. Speaker, as I close, it would be remiss of me not to congratulate the Honourable Member for St. Andrew Southeast on assuming the position of Leader of the Opposition. And Mr. Speaker, I wish her a very long tenure in that position. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to congratulate her for staying the course, unlike her predecessor. She has shown that she has the stamina to stay for the whole day. I would like to say thank you to the hardworking people at the MP office for St. Patrick West, located in Surtees. Your service to the public has been exemplary. I've never called on you and not got something, if not immediately, as soon as practicable. Same goes for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development. Prime Minister, for reposing the confidence in me to have me function in a ministerial capacity. My colleagues, for being the wonderful team, the wonderful support mechanism that we all are to each other, and most importantly, the people of St. Patrick West, who have put the confidence in me to be your representative in this House of Parliament, and with whom I will only intensify my engagement in the coming period. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for affording me this opportunity to make this contribution, and I wish all members all the best, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MP for St. Patrick West, for your presentation. And I now turn the floor over to the MP for the constituency of St. John to make a contribution.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I stand before this honorable House this evening with deep pride and an unwavering commitment to the people of Grenada, and most specifically, my beloved constituents of St. John. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly endorse the 2025 of the national budget as presented by my colleague, the Honorable Minister for Finance, Minister Dennis Cornwall. Mr. Speaker, this is a bold and forward-thinking budget, one that secures the foundation for long-term sustainable development. It is a budget that is transformational, one that reflects not just numbers, but real, tangible impacts for our people. The theme, Mr. Speaker, towards Vision 75, Grenada Resilient and Rising, is timely and relevant. Resilience is no longer an option, it is a necessity. Our country has faced climate threats, economic pressures, and infrastructural neglect, yet this administration has boldly stepped forward with a plan that does not just react to crises, but actively prepares for the future. Since assuming office just 2 years and 8 months ago, Mr. Speaker, we have demonstrated what visionary, what strategic and competent leadership looks like. Mr. Speaker, where past administrations left behind stagnation and inaction, we have delivered meaningful progress. Where others failed to invest in resilience, we have made climate action a national priority. And so this budget, Mr. Speaker, is not just about the present, it is about ensuring real sustained development for the next 75 years. At its core, Mr. Speaker, it underscores the fundamental importance of climate resilience, environmental stewardship, and renewable energy as essential pillars of Grenada's sustainable development strategy. Mr. Speaker, before I delve into my substantive part in terms of highlighting my ministry, I want to turn to the progress made in my constituency, the constituency of St. John. My people know, Mr. Speaker, that I do not make empty promises. I deliver. Over the past year, we have implemented strategic, impactful, and community-driven initiatives that are transforming the physical, economic, and social landscape of St. John. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to infrastructure development, road rehabilitation, and transportation network upgrades, We have the Black Bay, for example, a critical roadway enhancement completed near the Two Rock area, improving commuter safety and access. We also seen improvement in Dalton Estate, Power Park, and Douglaston Estate, whereby asphalt and concrete resurfacing successfully executed, increasing road durability and traffic efficiency, benefiting both farmers and residents alike. Mr. Speaker, the Mongrambi to Douglaston Road, also known as Shortcut, accessibility improvements implemented, offering an alternative, well-maintained route for residents and agricultural businesses. Mr. Speaker, if we go up to the north of the constituency, Cocotong and Florida, road rehabilitation initiatives was completed, strengthening rural connectivity and supporting activity. Mr. Speaker, in Market Square, slipper drain installation was finalized just at the latter part of last year, enhancing stormwater management and public infrastructure resilience. As it relates to drainage and flood mitigation initiative, Mr. Speaker, we have seen Loreto Community Drainage Enhancement, a comprehensive drainage improvement, including cross-culvert installation, completed to mitigate waterlogging and erosion risks. In relation to elderly-friendly infrastructure improvements, Mr. Speaker, we continue to install and construct community footpaths, ongoing initiatives to improve pedestrian mobility, ensuring a safer and more accessible walkways for our elderly residents and persons with disabilities. Significant upgrades have been undertaken at the Douglaston Cemetery, Mr. Speaker, to enhance the structural integrity, accessibility, and overall functionality. This includes the installation of a perimeter railing, providing reinforced safety and improved aesthetic appeal. Additionally, a new footpath has been constructed to ensure easier accessibility, particularly for the elderly and persons with mobility challenges. Mr. Speaker, the extensive renovations have been completed on the toilet facilities and the open space roof-covered area, enhancing both public convenience and the dignity of the space for visitors and families. Mr. Speaker, we have also started, and it was a controversial road, the Mongo Main Road, Mongo Road. After being broken for over 3 years, Mr. Speaker, this long-awaited rehabilitation project has commenced and will be completed during this fiscal year 2025. Mondo, you are next. Mr. Speaker, the Granway retaining wall. After over 5 years of neglect, this critical protective structure is finally set for reconstruction for 2025. We also have, Mr. Speaker, the Maboya Road rehabilitation, another long overdue project that will enhance there this year. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to housing and social development, a commitment to my people, 30 new homes have been built under the National Housing Program, providing safe, modern living conditions. 50 homes have been repaired, well over 40 new bathroom and toilets installed, significantly improving hygiene and sanitation for households in need. Some of the ongoing projects we have, Mr. Speaker, we have 35 additional bathrooms, 32 more housing repairs, and 15 new homes already under construction. Mr. Speaker, this government remains deeply committed to fostering community resilience, economic empowerment, and social well-being. Through targeted interventions, we have provided direct support to vulnerable populations, businesses, educational institutions, faith-based organizations, and grassroots community initiatives. Some of the key community development interventions that we have been able to assist with thus far, Mr. Speaker, is as follows. Housing assistance for special victims in a total of $82,362.22 allocated to support individuals and families affected by natural disasters, including landslides, floods, and hurricanes, ensuring that those most in need receive critical housing aid in times of crisis and speedily. Mr. Speaker, We have also had a robust small business support initiative in the amount of $22,095.72 provided to entrepreneurs and micro business owners to strengthen local economies, create jobs, and promote self-sufficiency at the constituency level. In relation to educational and faith-based institutional support, Mr. Speaker, an approximation of $30,000 invested in schools and churches, recognizing their pivotal role in education, community cohesion, and social development. Strengthening community celebrations and cultural events, an allocation of $40,000 to support collaborations between community organizations, sporting clubs, and other social clubs, ensuring vibrant, inclusive, and meaningful community engagement was also realized. Mr. Speaker, in relation to community infrastructure and environmental resilience, we have seen work on the Dr. Bell pedestrian bridge rehabilitation, a critical infrastructure upgrade to enhance pedestrian accessibility and safety community. The Loreto Community Road Self-Help Initiative, a community-driven effort to improve road conditions, demonstrating the power of local collaboration and self-reliance. The Marigot Bay cleanup in approximation of $10,000, Mr. Speaker, invested in pre-hurricane marine debris removal and emergency clearing, directly assisting fishers in securing their vessels and safeguarding their livelihoods before hurricane peril. Mr. Speaker, it would be a grave omission if I did not take this opportunity to commend this government, a government of vision and decisive leadership, for empowering every member of parliament, both on the government side as well as the opposition side, with a dedicated constituency allowance. I didn't hear much of it today, but I know we can account for it on this side, and certainly I can for my constituency. This initiative, Mr. Speaker, revolutionized constituency representation by ensuring that MPs have direct access to financial resources to provide immediate, tangible support to the people that we serve. This allocation, Mr. Speaker, is not just a budgetary provision. It is a bold policy shift that acknowledges a fundamental truth. Our constituents should not have to endure endless bureaucratic red tape to receive basic urgent assistance. Unlike past administrations, Mr. Speaker, that left MPs at the mercy of a slow-moving system, this government has ensured that representatives can directly respond to pressing health emergencies. I've heard a story and an example raised by, an innocent child. It can also help us with educational needs and social support requests without unnecessary delays and putting strain on our personal finances. Mr. Speaker, in terms of direct assistance to vulnerable individuals and families, we have been able to give education assistance in over $8,000 spent to provide financial relief to students and families, ensuring access to educational resources, tuition assistance, and other academic necessities that can buffer what is already happening underneath the Ministry of Education. And I must big up and boast about two young, intelligent, inspiring female constituents, Erin and Kimel, who has benefited and is currently in the US now, excelling well, balancing their academic pursuits and women's football. Mr. Speaker, medical assistance. We have given medical assistance through that same constituency allowance in over $10,000 in supporting individuals facing health-related financial burdens, ensuring that they receive essential treatment, medication, and emergency care as best as and as far as it can go. In relation to small business grants, Mr. Speaker, we have given to date in the amount of $43,321.62, a combination of both constituency allowance that all MPs get on both the government and opposition side, and community development funds under the Ministry of Social Development. We have dedicated, Mr. Speaker, to empowering micro and small business owners, fostering economic independence and entrepreneurship, and helping businesses recover and thrive at the constituency level. Mr. Speaker, we have also supported with utility connections and households provided to assist single parents, individuals, and vulnerable families in securing basic utility services such as electricity and water improvements for the standard of living. In relation to empowering communities through skills development and economic resilience, Mr. Speaker, we have had a skills training and certification program for food handlers and mixologists, a workshop. Over $3,000 was invested in enhancing food safety and bartending skills, equipping participants with certifications to increase employability in the hospitality sector, as a program, Mr. Speaker, that was done in collaboration with the Ministry of Health under the Nutrition Council. Mr. Speaker, in relation to our fishermen support initiative, we had a fishermen voucher program. $14,000 was spent to provide local fishers with essential tools, including nets, gears, and other critical equipment, reinforcing sustainable fishing practices and economic security for the sector during the month of June, which is known for our 29 June celebrations, the Feast of St. Peter and Paul. Mr. Speaker, these initiatives reaffirm this government's unwavering commitment to empowering individuals, strengthening families, and securing livelihoods. Unlike previous representatives that viewed social support as an afterthought or a political transaction, this MP here, I prioritize real and tangible interventions, ensuring that resources flow directly into the hands of those who need them most, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, supporting my constituents to give them a hand up and not a handout. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we have embarked on our solar lighting projects. Over 150 solar street lights has been installed in areas such as Bamboo, Tower Park, Marigot Bay, Palmis, and Guelph to improve security, reduce electricity costs, and promote renewable energy use. Mr. Speaker, this is not just policy, it is action. It is proof that things are happening in St. John. It is governance that uplifts, that empowers, and delivers. Mr. Speaker, I would use the balance of my time to turn my focus to the works that the air hostess, or if I must be diplomatically correct within the House, the works that I have accomplished and plan to accomplish under the Ministry of Climate Resilience, Environment, and Renewable Energy. Mr. Speaker, the ministry stands at the helm of our nation's response to climate change, spearheading efforts to mitigate risk and secure a resilient and sustainable future. This, Mr. Speaker, calls for a whole-of-society approach, one that fosters strategic partnerships across the public and private sectors, civil societies, and other communities. Our mission is to mobilize resources, safeguard livelihoods, protect ecosystems, and enhance economic resilience in the face of climate-related threats. This year, we have an amount of 16.1 million EC dollars that have been allocated to drive national incentives in climate action, energy security, and sustainable development, of which recurrent amounts to 2.9 million and capital 13.1 million. Mr. Speaker, in relation to renewable energy, there is no greater testament to this government's bold and unwavering political will than our commitment to transitioning Grenada into a clean energy powerhouse. Renewable energy, Mr. Speaker, is not simply an environmental agenda. It is an economic and social imperative, a driver of national security, and a catalyst for sustained prosperity. For far too long, Mr. Speaker, our nation has been shackled by the volatility of fossil fuel imports, vulnerable to fluctuating oil prices that drain our economic resources. This administration, Mr. Speaker, refuses to be held hostage by an outdated energy paradigm. Instead, we are executing a decisive strategic shift, one that will position Grenada as a regional leader in renewable energy, unlocking economic growth, lowering energy costs for our people, and ensuring a climate-resilient future. Through an unprecedented combination of policy reform, direct investment, and international partnerships, we are laying the foundation for a modern energy sector, Mr. Speaker, one that will empower households, businesses, and industries alike. Our policies are not reactionary, they are visionary, forward-thinking, and built on the principles of energy sovereignty and sustainability. And Mr. Speaker, let me be unequivocal. This government is not merely discussing renewable energy, but we are delivering on it. From scaling up solar PV installations to advancing our 15-megawatt geothermal energy project and pioneering an ambitious e-mobility framework, we are turning bold commitments into tangible realities. They ask for what we're doing new, so I'm just giving a little thing, right? The days of dependency are behind us, Mr. Speaker. We are not waiting for the future, we are building it now. Mr. Speaker, permit me to now outline some of the strategic initiatives under renewable energy that will propel Grenada toward a cleaner, more energy-secure future. First, the Grenada Geothermal Energy Development Project is making significant strides in advancing the country's clean energy transition. Currently in its exploration phase, the project aims to confirm the viability of a 15-megawatt geothermal facility, which is expected to provide 45% of Grenada's peak electricity demand and deliver stable renewable energy. Mr. Speaker, we must commend the support we have been given by the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of over 10 million sterling grant from that facility and US $9.4 million in grant financing from the Caribbean Development Bank. The total funding for exploratory drilling now exceeds $22 million US. Key activities completed thus far includes, Mr. Speaker, environmental and social impact assessments, geotechnical investigations, and stakeholder engagements. With phase 2, Mr. Speaker, exploratory drilling currently underway, this initiative underscores the government's unwavering commitment to reducing fossil fuel dependence and securing Grenada's long-term energy resilience. The 2025 budget allocation of $3.6 million further demonstrates the government's dedication to accelerating this transformative project. Mr. Speaker, one of my biggest highlights for the year 2025 is the Caribbean Efficient and Green Energy Buildings Project. Recently approved by the World Bank's Board Executive Directors, it is a transformative initiative aimed at enhancing energy efficiency and accelerating Grenada's transition to renewable energy by addressing the country's heavy dependence on imported fossil fuels and outdated electricity infrastructure. This project, Mr. Speaker, will modernize the energy sector through retrofitting over 10 government buildings with LED lighting, smart energy management systems, and efficient cooling technologies to reduce energy consumption and operational costs. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, on-grid and off-grid solar PV systems will be developed to diversify Grenada's energy sources, strengthen battery storage capacity for improved grid stability, and implement net billing policies to allow access to renewable energy to be fed into the national grid. The project, Mr. Speaker, a new one, will also provide policy and regulatory support, facilitating the development of a national energy efficiency policy, encouraging private sector investment in renewables, encouraging and fostering regional collaboration to harmonize energy policies. A significant emphasis, Mr. Speaker, is placed on capacity building and job creation, offering technical training to government agencies and local professionals, promoting female participation in the energy sector, and generating employment opportunities in solar installation, energy auditing, and infrastructure maintenance, all of which can help with the re-educating of our young men and women in this country to take advantage of the opportunities in the new economy. Mr. Speaker, Grenada's participation is supported by a $40 million concessional financing package from the World Bank International Development Association, or the IDA, an $8.5 million loan from the Clean Technology Fund, and technical assistance from the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency and the OECS to facilitate pool procurement and renewable energy technologies. This initiative represents a major milestone in Grenada's journey towards energy sustainability, reducing the nation's reliance on imported fuels while fostering a more resilient and energy-secure future. Mr. Speaker, the Caribbean Resilient Renewable Energy Infrastructure Investment Facility, is a mouthful, is another transformative project that the ministry will be engaging in for the year. This initiative is aimed at accelerating renewable energy investments, enhancing energy security, and mitigating climate and natural disasters risks. Spearheaded by the ECCB and the World Bank, this initiative leverages regional synergies to achieve economies of scale while ensuring tailored national implementation. Mr. Speaker, Grenada's $35.4 million financing package under this project includes a $10 million ID credit for equity capital in risk mitigation mechanisms, a $21.7 million for renewable energy integration and infrastructure modernization, including a $15.7 million in IDA credit, and a $6 million from the Clean Technology Fund. We also would see $3 million IDA credit for institutional strengthening of project implementation units. Some of the key components of this initiative, Mr. Speaker, would be the Regional Renewable Energy Unit, which would lead project development, aggregation, and tendering, the Risk Mitigation Facility, which encourages or will encourage private capital investment through partial credit guarantees, and a renewable energy integration, which would see strengthening national grids for better renewable energy uptake, including battery storage solutions. We would also see underneath this project, Mr. Speaker, a contingent emergency response, which aims to provide rapid financial support to restore energy infrastructure after disasters. Mr. Speaker, through a strong collaboration with the Ministry of Climate Resilience, Energy, PERC, and GrenLec at the helm, the government is advancing the development of a utility-scale solar PV project at the Maurice Bishop International Airport under an independent power producer model to strengthen Grenada's renewable energy mix and attract private sector investment. Backed by a $10 million pledge to the Caribbean Renewable Energy Infrastructure Investment Facility via the ECCB, this initiative, Mr. Speaker, reflects our unwavering commitment to expanding renewable energy, modernizing infrastructure for energy security, and fostering clean energy investment opportunities. Mr. Speaker, another key new initiative that this ministry will undertake this fiscal year is the Solar for All, expanding energy access. Mr. Speaker, access to reliable and affordable energy is a cornerstone of economic empowerment. The Solar for All project will provide solar PV solutions to energy-impoverished populations across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. This initiative prioritizes vulnerable groups, including persons with disabilities, single-parent households, and small-scale agro-processors. Some of the key impacts that we would see on this project is easy energy access, off-grid solar PV system for underserved households, cost reduction, grid-tied solar PV installation to lower electricity expenses, economic inclusion, renewable energy solutions for small businesses, and geographic equity, fair distribution of benefits across the Tri-Island state. Mr. Speaker, with funding secured from the International Solar Alliance, Phase 1 will benefit approximately 300 individuals in its first year. Over $2 million EC dollars has been identified for this initiative, with further expansion contingent on the success of the initial phase. Mr. Speaker, the Renewable Energy Division has made other significant strides in promoting sustainable energy solutions. A national e-mobility workshop has successfully organized training for 40 participants to advance electric mobility initiatives. We have also trained 60 Launch Grenada's climate and ozone protection program, highlighting our alignment with international environmental standards. We have established a recovery, recycling, and reclamation center at the Solid Waste Management Authority to support sustainable refrigerant management and reduce ozone-depleting emissions. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that this is a milestone achievement, as we are the first in the region to achieve a recovery, recycling, and reclamation center. Mr. Speaker, 30 persons were trained in the use of solar water pumps, supporting sustainable water management for agriculture and other sectors. A national consultation was held for solar PV stakeholders, ensuring broad-based collaboration on renewable energy solutions. The ministry finalized our Grenada's national energy policy, establishing a clear framework for our transition to renewable energy. Progress was also made with the drafting of the Energy Efficiency Act and the initiations of the Integrated Resource and Resilience Plan to streamline energy planning. Mr. Speaker, in relation to support to Grenada's Solid Waste Management Authority and arrival of key equipment, as you know, the ministry is a line ministry for the authority. On December 4, 2024, we welcomed the first shipment of major equipment to Carriacou, signifying a new chapter in our journey towards enhanced environmentally sound waste management. Central to this shipment is an industrial dual-purpose wood shredder, which have been safely transported to the Hillsborough playing field for commissioning and has already been commissioned. Along with the shredder, we also received critical supporting machinery, including a fuel supply trailer, field lights to facilitate 24-hour operations, safety gear for site staff. This suite of equipment includes a low-speed, high-performance grinder designed for shredding construction timber and large trees accumulated at temporary disposal sites. This machine, valued at approximately $1.5 million US, was manufactured by Verma of Iowa, USA, and is one of only 7 such machines distributed globally. Grenada is proud, Mr. Speaker, to be the first in the Caribbean to acquire this advanced technology. Indeed, this speaks to the way we are leading in innovation and environmental stewardship. 11 staff members, Mr. Speaker, of the authority underwent comprehensive training provided by the technicians from Verma and Cadwell. This ensured that there was proper operation and maintenance of the equipment at Harvey Vale and Hillsborough. Additional equipment procured, Mr. Speaker, includes a trommel screen with eddy currents for material recovery and soil remediation, a baler for metal processing, hook, roll-on and roll-off truck platform with bins for waste transport distribution, a tractor head and lowboy for major transport, a wheeled excavator and mini excavator with advanced attachments for loading and processing support. Mr. Speaker, the government of Grenada has made a historic investment in approximately $3.1 million US towards equipment procurement. This is the single largest investment in the authorities in a waste management infrastructure by any government in over 20 years. I don't know how the people used to do it. Mr. Speaker, this initiative and this investment will not only address the immediate waste management challenges posed by Hurricane Beryl, but it also paved the way for long-term sustainability, waste management, and resilience of the authority. Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to touch too much on the cleanup and all of that because I felt as though my colleague spoke to that in great details earlier on. And, you know, I know sometimes we talk words, not open words jump out. That was a statement that was made. But when I thought that he actually showed the pictures as to the transformation that happened in Carriacou, the cleanup and the response that we have given the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, I really thought persons would have used, you know, the little common sense that we have to see that things are really and truly happening following the passage of Hurricane Beryl. But, Mr. Speaker, a comment was made regarding the current use or the current and correct use of playing fields to sort and code hurricane debris. Mr. Speaker, the opposition's claim that the government mismanaged post-Hurricane Beryl debris by using playing fields instead of dumping everything in Dumfries landfill is not only factually incorrect, but it demonstrates a lack of understanding of international best practices in disaster waste management and environmental sustainability. Mr. Speaker, the government of Grenada, in collaboration with the Grenada Solid Waste Management Authority, executed a scientifically sound, internationally recognized approach to hurricane debris management, prioritizing efficiency, environmental sustainability, and public health. Mr. Speaker, the question was asked why playing fields were used for debris sorting and compacting. Well, I decided to not only take it on my words because I'm just a little girl in the house. So I wanted to bring some examples of why playing fields. So, Mr. Speaker, playing fields provide the optimal conditions, and I don't think that they understand the magnitude and the amount of debris that we had to deal with, right? But it gives us the optimal conditions for effective debris management. They offer a large, flat, open space, allowing for heavy machinery such as excavators, compactors, sorting cranes to operate efficiently. They also allow for better air circulation and drying of debris, reducing the risk of contamination, mold buildup, and odor accumulation common in landfills. And I think you know how perseverance will smell. Mr. Speaker, easy accessibility also allows for a systematic sorting process, reducing landfill overburdening by ensuring that recyclable and reusable materials are separated before final disposal, because we do have some ongoing projects with the recycled organics under the OECS banner. We also have global best practices as to why we use playing field or large open space, Mr. Speaker, in disaster waste management. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP, and Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, both recommended decentralized debris sorting in post-disaster zones as the first step before final landfill disposal. Mr. Speaker, and I will use probably 2 case studies due to the time. We have, for example, Hurricane Katrina in the USA, 2005. That was the same time we had Hurricane Emily. The U.S. Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, used multiple open fields across Louisiana and Mississippi as temporary debris sorting and processing sites before moving waste to long-term disposal facilities. Mr. Speaker, the question also arose, what would have happened if we had dumped everything in Dumfries? Mr. Speaker, I don't know if they know the size of Dumfries. I don't think they have ever been there to see the space in Dumfries. But Dumfries landfill, Mr. Speaker, would have been overwhelmed and eventually collapsed. This is the only landfill that we have in Carriacou for both Petit Martinique and Carriacou, and it has a limited capacity. Dumping thousands of cubic meters of mixed hurricane debris at once, Mr. Speaker, would have exceeded the landfill waste processing capacity, causing rapid overfill, increased the risk of toxic runoff, dangerous liquid contamination seeping into Carriacou's water table, affecting groundwater and marine ecosystems, and we have livestock around the area as well too. It would have created an uncontrollable fire hazard. We see that happen in Carriacou, whether it was human or chemical. But we saw it happen in one of the landfills, Mr. Speaker. With mixed combustibles materials such as wood, plastics, chemicals, and metals, raising the risk of spontaneous landfill fires, which are common in overloaded disposal sites. Mr. Speaker, if we had chosen to put all of the debris in Dumfries landfill as well, it would have cut the remaining landfill lifespan in half, forcing all-year closure and requiring costly new landfill development. And that is the kind of things that they just say haphazardly in this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, to mislead people and to create unnecessary drama and tension and to distract people from what is really happening. And so, Mr. Speaker, because of the science backed by why we could not have and we would not have dumped all of the hurricane debris in Dumfries landfill, I stand firmly, Mr. Speaker, in support with the Solid Waste Management Authority, one of the best in the OACS region, and I dare say the best in the world in terms of waste management, that this government's response to the cleaning up of both Carriacou and Petite Martinique post-hurricane burial was not just effective, but environmentally responsible based on internationally recognized standards. We're not an island by itself, and those are those booting. Mr. Speaker, some of our key achievements in 2024, and I am proud to highlight them. We have, underneath environmental protection and biodiversity conservation, for the first time, Mr. Speaker, we published the Citizens Guide to Grenada's National Ecosystem Assessment, integrating science and traditional knowledge for informed decision-making. Through a strategic partnership with the Caribbean Natural Resources Institute, or I call them CANARI for short, Grenada has successfully implemented or completed its National Ecosystem Assessment, making us the first small island developing state to do so using globally recognized IPBES methodology. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we are strengthening synergies and multilateral environmental agreements, or MEAs, to enhance the sustainable management of our marine, freshwater, and terrestrial ecosystems. That's what the ecosysters go, let's travel for. Right? Mr. Speaker, another reason or another example of why we travel, we have been able to, under the Division of Environment, mobilize $3.1 million for biodiversity conservation. The Resilient Islands Project, Mr. Speaker, ecosystem-based resilience, reef restoration in Soubise, shoreline stabilization, and maybe it would have been nice to see the members in St. Andrews be present and be there. Shoreline stabilization and smart fisher facility in Soubise was completed. The project, Mr. Speaker, is hailed as best practice and a blueprint for coastal resilience in the region. Mr. Speaker, we have completed the Integrated Coastal Zone Management Plan and finalized a coastal zone management framework to guide future development. Mr. Speaker, the GCF, or the Green Climate Fund, Enhanced Direct Access Project, and I won't spend too much time on it because earlier on my colleague made mention of it, in Grenada, have implemented underneath my ministry and have achieved significant progress across its key components. Strengthening institutions, Mr. Speaker. The project successfully enhanced the capacity of local institutions such as TAMCC. The project completed the construction of the roofs of the administrative building and the School for Continuing Education, enhancing institutions' capacity to deliver quality education and training. These constructions, Mr. Speaker, commenced in January 2023 and officially handed over in May 2024. This project was valued at $339,000 EC. And the Mackey Community Development Center, it is also serving a dual purpose as an emergency shelter. This project has successfully been constructed with a vital community center and emergency shelter, providing a safe space for residents during natural disasters and a hub for social activities. Mr. Speaker, small grants have been awarded to community organizations to implement locally led adaptation projects. Training programs have been conducted to equip stakeholders with the necessary knowledge and skills in areas like climate change, adaptation, and mitigation underneath one of the components, component 3. Mr. Speaker, nature-based solutions have also been an area, key feature of this project. The project has supported the implementation of nature-based solutions such as mangrove restoration and coastal protection to safeguard ecosystems and communities in Lauriston, Carriacou. Unfortunately, as a result of Hurricane Beryl, and when the Minister for Carriacou was showing the picture of his jetty and all of that, you would have seen some of the mangroves there were significantly impacted and damaged. But we are now in the process, Mr. Speaker, in collaboration with the new ministry to get plans for the replanting phase. Mr. Speaker, the project has also provided financial support to small businesses to adopt climate-friendly practices. Efforts have also been made to promote investments in renewable energy and energy efficiency, and the project has also provided concessional loans to vulnerable households to invest in climate-resilient measures such as home improvement and business adaptation. Mr. Speaker, my colleague also talked about the project as it relates to the Program for Adolescent Mothers, or PAM. The trainings have been completed: grant proposal writing, shelter management training, basic first aid training, empowering businesses for resilient future have all been training programs that have been done underneath that program. A key component, Mr. Speaker, of the project is the provision of concessional loans to these vulnerable households and small businesses. The initiative, Mr. Speaker, aims to empower individuals and businesses to invest in climate-resilient measures such as home improvements and business adaptations. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2024, all funds allocated to this component under the EDA project have been committed, with a significant portion already disbursed to beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, a total of 108 loans amounting to $1.9 million have been approved. These funds are primarily directed towards the following critical areas: structural upgrades. 40% of the loans have been allocated to strengthening homes and businesses against natural disasters, flood and erosion control. 37% of these loans, Mr. Speaker, have been directed towards measures to mitigate the impacts of flooding and erosions, and renewable energy. Approximately 11% of the loans have been used to promote renewable energy adoption. Mr. Speaker, in the area of climate resilience, we have seen achievement in the following areas: the establishment of a portfolio for climate resilience projects for the ministry, the re-establishment of effective donor-agency coordination to facilitate coordination between Grenada and the major climate funds, recorded increased grant resource mobilized from multilateral and bilateral donors, the re-establishment of a national climate change focal point network, the revision of Grenada National Adaptation Plan, which is now going through the validation process. Grenada became a signatory as well to the UNICEF Declaration on Youth and Children in Climate Change. We have also commenced work on Grenada's first Biennial Transparency Report, the BTR, and national communication, a key step towards small islands doing big things, taking accountability and charting the way forward for a sustainable future. Mr. Speaker, the key activities of my ministry will include, but not limited to, providing improved coordination for climate finance, facilitating and supporting international engagement and negotiations for the advancement of SID's agenda within the UNFCCC or the Paris Agreement framework, leading, facilitating and supporting local stakeholder engagement for climate resilience development, creating, implementing and tracking and updating appropriate policies and plans for climate resilience. We also aim, Mr. Speaker, to mobilize and negotiate grant climate finance resources for priority climate resilience programs and projects. We aim to guide the development and design of climate resilience programs and projects, to facilitate and support climate screening of capital programs, projects within the public sector investment program. We aim to develop, manage, and maintain climate resilience project bank, to support the accreditation of the ministry and other institutions for the accreditation to priority climate finance organizations and funders. Mr. Speaker, we also aim to advance policy and legislative process for plastic waste management. Mr. Speaker, in collaboration with the Rural Development Unit, we are spearheading the construction of a climate resilience multi-use space at Grandin School for Special Education at an estimated amount of $840,420.23. The contract for this project has been approved by the Public Tenders Board, and the project will commence next month. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, 2 other major climate resilience projects are being pursued under my ministry aimed at building resilience at the community and constituency level. The first one being the rehabilitation of the Palmis Dig, a key historical site in St. John, and the construction of a fisherman's locker in Old Road, providing secure storage for the fishing community there. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate, and I must touch on that part, that in the Leader of Opposition's rebuttal to this budget, and more so for the other members, through you, Mr. Speaker, on the other side, who have sought to misrepresent this government's firm and documented commitment to tackling the Sagazom issue. Mr. Speaker, contrary to her claims of inaction, my ministry, under Vote 28, has been aggressively implementing a comprehensive Sagazom valorization strategy that not only addresses the immediate concerns of Sagazom collection, as was alluded to in the presentation earlier, but it also transforms this environmental challenge into an economic opportunity, something that is new. So, Mr. Speaker, Sagazom valorization is big on the ministry's agenda. Mr. Speaker, my ministry continues to advance its Sagazom initiative as part of a broader effort to address marine environmental challenges while fostering sustainable economic opportunities. Over the past year, several key activities have been undertaken to accelerate the development of this initiative, Mr. Speaker. The first being the hosting of a successful, well-attended, internationally so, Sagazom conference. This regional Sagazom conference, Mr. Speaker, brought together over 300 experts, industry stakeholders, policymakers, and researchers to discuss best practices, innovative solutions, and potential business models for Sagazom management and valorization. The conference, Mr. Speaker, highlighted scalable solutions, market opportunities, and financing mechanisms to transform Sagazom into valuable products such as biofertilizers, animal feed, and biofuels. Mr. Speaker, the ministry also engaged with various stakeholders, including the local fishers, entrepreneurs, scientists, and private sector representatives to gather insight on the potential applications of Sagazom and the challenges faced in its collection, processing, and commercialization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I have 10 minutes left, so I beg for the 15 or the next 10 to go with that, please. Mr. Speaker.
Maybe I will tell you how much is granted at the end of your time.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, these discussions have informed the development of a structured approach to incentivize participation and investment in Sagazom valorization. Mr. Speaker, in response to the growing need of a coordinated national approach, my ministry also established the Sagazom valorization task force to oversee and guide efforts in research, policy, investment, and project implementation. The task force, Mr. Speaker, includes representatives from key government ministries, scientific institutions, private sector stakeholders, fisher folk associations, and development partners. Its primary mandate, Mr. Speaker, is to develop policy development, facilitate partnerships, and coordinate financing opportunities for sustainable Sagazom valorization projects. Mr. Speaker, a notable part of this government and my ministry's significance and political will towards seeing the Sagazom issue as not only an environmental issue but an economic opportunity. We have launched an expression of interest, and I know the other side have saw it. This expression of interest was launched, Mr. Speaker, to solicit interest from private sector companies, research institutions, and entrepreneurs interested in partnering with the government to develop and scale up Sagazom valorization projects in Grenada. Mr. Speaker, The ministry received 31 expressions of interest from both local and international entities with proposals for innovative sargassum solutions. A technical review process is currently underway, Mr. Speaker, to assess the feasibility of these proposals, particularly the economic viability, the environmental sustainability, and alignment with national development goals. Mr. Speaker, in the upcoming fiscal period, the ministry will focus on following key actions to advance this sargassum valorization strategy, along with the Ministry of the Blue Economy and Marine Resources. Mr. Speaker, my ministry remains committed to the transforming sargassum influx from an environmental challenge, as I mentioned, into an economic opportunity, contributing to sustainable livelihood, climate resilience, and the blue economy. Mr. Speaker, I want to also say, and it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention and place on record our thanks and appreciation to the European Union for all the technical and financial support provided thus far. It's something new as well. Over 300,000 euro, Mr. Speaker, was already provided by the EU to advance our efforts towards dealing with this environmental opportunity. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I reaffirm this government's unwavering commitment to building a more resilient, sustainable, and self-sufficient Grenada. The investments that we have outlined today are not just policies on paper. They are not just ideas without action. They are real, tangible actions, Mr. Speaker, designed to fortify our economy, empower our people, and safeguard our environment for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, history will judge leaders not by their rhetoric, but by the legacy that they leave behind. This government, under the astute leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell, and supported by a cabinet of bold and decisive policymakers, has chosen the path of transformation. We have abandoned, Mr. Speaker, the status quo of stagnation and inaction, replacing it with strategic governance, fiscal responsibility, and an unwavering dedication to the people-first agenda. And so as I close, Mr. Speaker, I urge all stakeholders across the political aisle, the private sector, the civil society, and other international partners to recognize that sustainability is not a partisan issue. It is a national imperative, Mr. Speaker. We are laying the foundation for Vision 75 and beyond, for a Grenada that is self-sufficient, climate resilient, and a model of sustainable development in the Caribbean, in the Caribbean, in the Caribbean, in the Caribbean, in the Caribbean. Has a deficit of 337 million EC dollars. It requires, in my view, Mr. Speaker, clarification, because it conflates the overall budget balance with the fiscal deficit. And if I am to borrow key economic points from my colleague from St. Andrews Southwest, from the economist himself, the government is not running an operational deficit. It has a current account surplus, and I think it's very key for us to wrap up with this point, Mr. Speaker. Because misinformation, factual untruths spread more than the truth. So I'd reiterate this point, Mr. Speaker. The government is not running an operational deficit. It has a current account surplus of 86.5 million EC dollars. Mr. Speaker, the overall fiscal deficit of 337 million EC dollars, the source of confusion here today, Mr. Speaker. While the current account is in surplus, the government has a projected overall fiscal deficit of $337 million because capital expenditures exceed revenue inflows. Minister, if I'm wrong, then what I get from you. Minister, so I hope that we took the time here, Mr. Speaker, to not score cheap political points because we are trying to satisfy our base. But I want us to take this budgeting process very seriously. I have been fortunate, Mr. Speaker, to be in both houses, and it does the country, it does the youth, it does young women an injustice when politicians, parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, create their own misconception, create their own confusion, all because they want to stay politically valid in the country. Mr. Speaker, This, in my view, is misleading and is a deliberate act to misinform based on their understanding presented to us in confidence and eloquence as a development-driven capital deficit. They have done so as an operational financial crisis, which is incorrect, Mr. Speaker, grossly disingenuous. And so, Mr. Speaker, as a young woman who looks up at other women who have been here before, who have walked here before, don't allow us as women be used as political pundits to do the work of persons who would not do it themselves. We have a brain on our own, Mr. Speaker. We have to learn to read, and we have to learn to pick sense from nonsense and know what is truth from what is not truth. All of us represent a different side, Mr. Speaker, but at the end of the day, the business of the country, the business of the people, the planning for a future that will be robust, that can withstand what comes to us, Mr. Speaker, they have to be able to rely on us to hold ourselves accountable and to ensure that we give them proper and correct information, Mr. Speaker. And so with that, the future is progressive, the future is resilient, and the future is ours to shape as parliamentarians, as young ones, inexperienced, experienced economists, the likes. So let us ensure that whenever we present, Mr. Speaker, we present truths and not lies. We present truths and not misinformation. And so with that, I wish everybody a good evening, and see you tomorrow. Yeah, Angel, I want something.
Thank you, Honourable MP, for the constituency of St. John, for your presentation. It has been a long day. I have listened to very passionate presentations, and I know a wit leader of government business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House be adjourned until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House be adjourned until tomorrow, March 11 at 9 a.m. in the forenoon. Those that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it indeed, the ayes have it. This Honourable House is now adjourned until tomorrow, Tuesday, March 11 at 9 a.m. in the forenoon. PM call.